Welcome everybody to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for Season 1 finals here in Europe. We're down to our final 3 teams in the fight for the lion's share of $50,000. And, well, my name's Infinity, but I will not be casting all of this gorgeous action alone. I'm joined by my ever-so-loving buddy, Andy Proper. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing great. It's going to be a fantastic day of Call of Duty Challengers. We were already blessed through the first day of the bracket yesterday, and today is just going to be as promising.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yesterday was wild in every sense of the word. You and I could not have been more blessed. Let's take a look at our bracket to show you guys exactly what the hell happened yesterday, because there was quite a lot to talk about. Obviously, yesterday, Andy, we had to get rid of one team, and that team was Sukri's Bakery. They ended up going out in lower round 1 to the Originals. That was a 3-0, but I think really the headline of this bracket so far has been Rocker Academy. They currently sit in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting pretty up there, right? The 3-0 versus Originals, a very competitive 3-0. I definitely would say if you missed that matchup, Rocker Academy versus the Originals yesterday on broadcast, go back after today's cast and go back and rewatch it, because it was very competitive. And then that 3-1 was quite telling after the control on Gavitu went the way of Revenge Tour. But very unfortunate to say that Sukri's Bakery just could not close things out. They just simply kind of, well, I want to say kind of lost a lot of momentum after they lost that first hardpoint versus the Originals. They lost it by a whole second, Brody, and then the search and destroy was anything but close.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will say. You know, yesterday between the 4 teams remaining in European Challengers Elite Season 1, things were extremely close. I think Sukri's Bakery is really rough the way in which they did end up going out, right? Because what, they were basically undefeated in control going into the final match, and then ended up losing it as like the final map, the final defeat, if you will. It was so rough. That being said, of course, we're going to now focus our attention over towards our first match of the day. It is going to be our losers bracket finals between the Originals and Revenge Tour. Andy, let's start the conversation with the latter squad, Revenge Tour, of course. The whole conversation around this squad has been down to Denza, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ever since Denza ended up getting dropped for money for him, and then he gets picked up with Mythics, Keza, and Watson, this team is only powered up. That line where it says underneath under info is almost underbarred. Denza has absolutely exploded since joining this roster. Is now sitting up at a 1.18 KD overall. Across everything else in between, this guy has just been dropping numbers. 1.12 in the hardpoint, 1.31 in the search, and a 1.25 in the control. He has the #1 overall Slayer rating. When it comes down to European challengers, he is making a big argument for being the #1 SMG in the region.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with that. I think he absolutely is the #1 SMG player in the region right now. And it's crazy. Just that one move has completely determined him moving forward in European challenges. That move from the Money Form roster where he did get dropped to this team. It's given him, I think, a whole new ball game, a whole new purpose, if you will. And he has looked just excellent. And yesterday, of course, I mean, what? They did win 3-1 versus Sukri's Bakery. They couldn't take out the Rocker Academy in that upper bracket final, of course. As you already said, it was just the control they were able to win. It was the first time we've seen them play Gavitu, and they did end up winning that one. So I want to see them more on Gavitu today. I think it's going to be interesting if we do get to see them. That being said, let's turn our attention over towards their opponents for this matchup. They're going head-to-head here with the Originals, Furious, Nile, Grad, and Rafi. Now, Andy, the conversation, I think, around the Originals for the last few weeks or so has mostly been about Furious, right, being kind of that top player pretty consistently. But yesterday, I think the conversation has completely flipped, because now we've got the rest of the team. They've stepped up to the plate.
Oh, has it ever? I mean, like, we've been casting European challengers this entire season so far, Brody, and I almost felt like I was going to sound like a broken record, both on Twitter and here on the broadcast, that I was waiting to see Nile step up. Nile is coming off of a fantastic Cold War season, and I mean that statistically and analytically, of course. When you are taking a look at Nile coming into the season, especially in a game like Vanguard, you would expect for them to be able to step up. And yesterday versus Sukri's Bakery in a 3-0 win after winning that first hardpoint on Tuscan 250-249, they just did not slow up the pace. Of course, they did not do it alone. Yes, Furious has been the standout player all season long for the Originals, but Rafi came out of the gates swinging, had a 1.77 KD in that matchup versus Sukri's Bakery, dropping a 2.0 in the search.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line for me. I think, you're looking at players like Niall and Rafi, and that's not to say Grad didn't have his part as well, because he did also have some epic performances yesterday. And I really think that's just like the bottom line for me, generally speaking, with the originals. It feels like over the last 5 or 6 matches or so, towards the end of the round robin stage, and of course now in playoffs, they seem to have stepped up. They seem to have found their 6th or 7th gear, whatever one you kind of want to use here in the comparison. It is a totally different, the originals roster, to what we've seen, even in preseason and at the beginning of Season 1. So, well, the Originals versus Revenge Tour. We're going to be jumping straight into map number 1. We'll be talking about the map set and such moving forward, but as we go into Tuscan Hardpoint, I think this is a bit of a weird pick from both of these two rosters, especially I think from the original side, Andy, because going into this Revenge Tour, not only are they 3-0 in this game mode, but the last time these two teams faced off, wasn't a pretty showing when it came down to this map mode combination.
Revenge Tour 3-0 in the game mode, and last time these two teams met, Revenge Tour 3-0 the Originals, and it all started here. You're very right. Tuscan Hardpoint went in the way for Revenge Tour, where they completely milli-whopped the opposition of the Originals in 100-point club fashion, 250-271. Starting off, though, it's starting to look pretty darn good. You and I both know this is not the same Originals roster that we were messing with throughout the entirety of the round-robin play. But you got to be able to break inside too early, as it's Revenge Tour who will be here first for the initial time.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for me, I think, coming into this matchup. You never really want to let Revenge Tour get the ball rolling in the manner which they currently look like they are. And a big problem, I think, for the Originals here in Hardpoint, you really need to make sure you stop their AR presence, Mythics and Watson, the players that you do need to take on down, and use your own SMG pressure to break into the Hardpoint. So far, it's not exactly working out. At the very least, they are keeping Revenge Tour out of the Hardpoint as it currently stands. Furious trying to have a last say here, but with 25 seconds left, perhaps the Originals only really want to give this one more hit. Rafi! Nice couple of couple of kills, from him coming on through. And the Originals are doing a really good job at the end of the day keeping Revenge Tour out, but we did there see Watson pick up a streak.
We'll be able to at least hold on to that glide bomb going in towards the next rotation. You might think that you would probably end up using that if you want to continue to utilize this snowball going forward, but that's going to be the immediate call. Here it comes. Watson calls in the glide bomb. We'll take down Furious on the rotation. It's going to make it more influential for Revenge Tour to hit it from the rooftop side. But you have one player over here. It's going to be Rafi. Has to go big. Does take down Keza as they have one reinforcement coming around the corner. It's going to be Nile. They are dealt with. So this break is coming through very, very quickly for Revenge Tour as Denza cuts the middle of the map. Wonderfully done.
Well, I mean, at least Rafi holds off the first 15 seconds or so of the hardpoint, and actually 1v1 inside the hardpoint as Grad will hold off Revenge Tour for now. But look at Denza on our screens. This is the man that we've been hyping up, right? What a crazy KD overall in hardpoint. Probably the best SMG player in Europe at the moment, and he is going off 8 kills in a row. Looking for number 9. Will get shut down shy of that. But at the end of the day, damage done. Denzo now has streaks ready to go. Of course, Watson has already utilized his, but for Revenge Tour, feeling pretty confident at the moment. But with 11 seconds left here, we're seeing the rotation now being focused on for both of these two teams. Grad going to win a crucial 1v1 over towards that church, but still, Revenge Tour going to be the team that spawns in over here. And I think the Originals, well aware of that fact. Niall and Grad towards this backline here, Andy. Just going to kind of team up here, wait for Furious to come and help out. They will need to break in before Revenge Tour do any more damage to this already threatened scoreline. Here we go. Niall tries to find his way in on, and it's a shut down straight away.
The hell of a set nade, by the way, at the end of P3 from Keza. Actually yeeted a fragmentation grenade from top nest all the way inside of P3, and well, dealt with one player that was working off the scrap time. This goes back to what I was talking about, especially from Watson's perspective. You use that glide bomb early, you're able to contest P3 early enough because you know that that could be a full 50 if the Originals were able to hold on towards those squad bonds going in. Denza calls in the fighter pilot there with the strafing run. Will take down their teammate, but it might not truly matter. The job is still done for Revenge Tour. They got the most, if not the majority, of this P4 time, while also being able to keep the Originals off the hard point. The Originals playing from such a steep deficit really need to lock things down when it goes in towards 5, but the rotational gunfights are starting to come all the way through, off screen already, and Revenge Tour are here with numbers.
This is not all that different to what happened the last two times. These teams faced off against one another on this map mode combination. Again, reminding you folks at home, that's 250-71 in favor of Revenge Tour. The Originals cannot let that happen here once again, and they need to find their way in through the hard point as a couple of players do end up picking up some kills for Revenge Tour. That's going to be Watson and Denza, but nice fight back coming in from Niall. He's able to pick up 2, but ultimately it is going to be Revenge Tour who have the final say. Rafi will try and put a cap on the hard point for the Originals. Unfortunately, it is not to be, and with 30 seconds left, this is still not really time you can give up if the Originals. You have to keep on fighting for this hill. Revenge Tour, though, at square number 1, they are not letting the Originals in. Andy, this is rough if you're the originals here.
If you go back to the originals versus Sucre's Bakery yesterday, P5 and P1 and then 2 in the final set of hardpoints is actually where they really made the comeback happen from really scrapping all the way through. The biggest difference is that they did end up going up against a team that had all of the streaks in their back pocket and have SMG presence of what Revenge Tour are bringing to the table. Through the first set of hardpoints, Denza 19 and 10 already had streaks. Watson 17 and 10 already moved through their glide bomb. Mythics is at 13 and 10. Someone really needs to be able to be the overall breadwinner and help out Rafi when it comes down to the originals. Rafi is 21 and 16. Furious as at a very uncharacteristic 3 and 18 right now, Brody. And you can see that very apparent to be in the scoreline, 160 to 73, as Revenge Tour are still holding strong here on the first hardpoint.
Indeed they are. The scoreline just keeps ticking up, doesn't it, for Revenge Tour? Things looking better and better as this map continues to move forward. The originals cannot even get a kill on the board, as once again is the Revenge Tour coming out swinging here. That's a gunfight you don't want to lose if you're Rafi, and it continues to go against the originals here. Furious will hold on, though. Big hold of those spawns, as the originals now are going to continue to spawn around the back line here for P2. Watson, the last player left alive for Revenge Tour momentarily, trying to waste some time, will not be able to do it. So this is the originals. One of their first big looks here in this game, potentially holding a full 60. Now they just need to kind of follow through with that and get some kills in their favor, Andy.
4 points away from being over the 200-point margin. The originals really need to play some clinical hardpoint going forward. Nobody was on the Godheady in the back, but Nile was playing in a corner to deal with Denza, so that way they can at least keep these spawns going forward. Really solid push coming through from the Revenge Tour, but the originals deal with it in kind, just playing these corners, dealing with the first wave. But you know Revenge Tour are going to be relentless. They want to be able to strike this hardpoint one more time.
Indeed they do. Watson, can he get anything to the back of this? Has the support of Keza right behind him, but again, he's going to fall. Keza will now be the last remaining player left up, and I think with 25 seconds left, yes, you have ultimately given up basically a full 60 away to the originals here, but at the end of the day, you have such a massive lead in this game that you might as well just try and focus on the spawns for the next rotation. Keza trying to be annoying inside old will at least get the originals off the hard point for a couple of seconds, but as we said, this rotation will now come through from Revenge Tour. Nile, can he do anything about it? Absolutely not. You see Denza kind of hiding in the middle of the map, being that SMG problem for the originals. Now it's going to be Revenge Tour in here first. And Furious. Rafi do anything about this. Mythics for that first blood, looking for a second. It will be Watson to pick that one off. The originals trying to come on through, but it is going to be Revenge Tour holding strong, at least initially.
Look, the biggest difference in between the first set and now is that Revenge Tour, they utilize the streaks because they got the majority of time off of P2, but the originals don't have any streaks to play with. I mean, Furious is double negative for crying out loud. Grad is not too far behind them, and the originals have to be able to win this from the gunfights, which Nile off screen will find too on the rotation through Vines. They'll finally be able to break in for the back 30, but the Revenge Tour, because of this leader's advantage that they hold, Brody, they can continue to flood numbers to try to play for the scrap time as Mythics lines up too with the Automaton. That'll be a late break back into the hardpoint, putting them within striking distance to close it out in the upcoming hill.
Well, this is going to be tough. I think that's what you can really say about this one for the originals at the moment. They're down quite bad, I think is the best way we could describe this. The kill feed going to light up blue. Revenge Tour winning all those gunfights. Big 1v1 towards the back line. Denza are actually going to lose this, so the originals hold strong for now. But you know that phrase that we like to use, Andy? Perfect hard point. That is what we need to see from the originals here on out. The first wave of gunfights will go in their favor. Furious trying to zone off the mid-map. Also P1, look at the first kill against Denza, will end up finding it. Another kill right in front of him as well against Keza. He will lose that one. Revenge Tour now starting to mount up the pressure.
They're starting to at least get middle map in their favor, and this is exactly what you need to do from the originals. You said perfect hardpoint. This is what needs to be able to exist for them. They not only need to be able to deal with these players that like Denza inside the hardpoint, but they also need to make sure that they're showing presence in the middle of the map, and they are doing it in kind. Fantastic hardpoint coming through from the originals here on 4. This is the wake up that they absolutely needed, but again, only just about 12 seconds until Revenge Tour completely closed it out. And now the originals coming away from the scrap time. They have to win the rotation, which so far Furious is trying to enforce, and they have Grad right behind them coming out of radio, but Nile has to enforce themselves coming inside of bottom maps, and they just simply can't do it. You got to break early for the originals if you want to stay alive in this hardpoint.
Indeed you do. This has to be it. Basically what Revenge Tour, they hold on here. They get the last 10 seconds. Can they do it? Get it done. Denza, there's 2. Looking for number 3 as well. Will not find it. Nicely placed nade from Grad to get that done, but can he touch the hill? Yes, he can. Grad needs to stay alive. He cannot do that. And Revenge Tour end up taking map number 1, 250 to 181. Not quite as dominant a scoreline as the last time these two teams faced off on this map mode combination, Andy, but nonetheless, Revenge Tour has a convincing victory.
No, it was starting to look like it was about to be that 100-point club of what happened throughout the round-robin play, didn't it, Brody? Especially through the first opening sets, especially when we were talking about 1 to 2 and then 3 within the first set of hills. That just simply cannot happen if you are the originals, right? I mean, at least they were able to mitigate that going back through the second set of hard points, but the way that Watson came out with such a ferocity inside of P2, it was able to get that glide bomb. I called it immediately. Going in towards 3, they knew that that was going to be the money hill, the difference maker in between the originals, either tying up the score, making that discrepancy being knocked down to about 10 points or so. They used that glide bomb, and although Revenge Tour didn't get a majority of time or break in at least strong-handedly, they at least kept all of the originals off the hard point. It's exactly what you needed to do going forward off that, and then Denza, he's really always good for at least 1-8 spree throughout a hard point. Did it yesterday on Berlin versus Rocker Academy. He does it here versus the originals on Tuscan hard point as well. Utilizing those streaks. Of course, the strafing run did not get the utmost value that they were looking for, but still having the presence to be able to keep the originals away from those main choke points from trying to break inside the hard points was quite influential, as Revenge Tour were just always dictating the pace throughout the middle of the map.
That's the thing, I think, you know, as we look over towards the replay package here, I think for Denza specifically, that 8 spree was probably more effective than actually the use of the streaks he got off the back of it, right? And I think that's always kind of been the case. Sometimes it does really feel like Denza is a streak on the map, but beautifully done, I think, from Revenge Tour right out the gate there. And that is almost exactly what happened the last time these two teams faced off again. It was Revenge Tour coming out the gate swinging, the originals being unable to handle that pressure. In a way, we did kind of expect this when it came down to Tuscan Hardpoint. Again, you and I kind of had an opportunity to go over the map set before we got into the series. We had an opportunity to go over kind of where the best map mode combinations lies across Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control for both of these two teams. Coming into it, Revenge Tour, they were already 3-0 on Tuscan. It's not all that surprising to see it in there, as we've kind of got to see the scoreboard a little bit. 31 kills is where Denza ended up finishing. So we're just not surprised at this point, are we? It's Denza doing Denza things on Hardpoint. But Andy, let's talk about the importance of that map overall in the series, because, you know, as we kind of said, as we've kind of implied here, we did expect Revenge Tour to win that. That is not where we expected Originals to take a win in this series.
Of course not. No, 2, 3, and 5 is going to be the main focus for the Originals to be able to win the series versus Revenge Tour. Look, coming away from yesterday versus Rocker Academy, Revenge Tour, unarguably, even statistically, they are the second best hardpoint team right now in Europe, losing yesterday to Rocker Academy. But even still, in Search and Destroy could also be a toss-up. It's more or less because everything that we have seen from the Originals throughout the round-robin stage was not the same thing that we saw within the final day of round-robin play, and then also yesterday in playoffs from this Originals roster. The Search and Destroy is right where we knew that it was always going to be. Again, when you think about these names on the team, Furious, Grad, Nile, Rafi, that just screams and bleeds Search and Destroy historically throughout the European region. And yesterday we got to see that coming out from them. Again, very responsibly played out where they was the Originals roster versus Rocker Academy on that Berlin Search and Destroy, where they were really respecting not only the space, but to be able to value their own life at the same time. Furious is typically going to be the instigator, but they were more or less waiting for the timings rather than trying to force out the timings going in towards all the Search and Destroys. As we take a look at the map set heading in towards Tuscan, both of these teams are 1-0. They both beat Money Form here, 6-4, 6-3 with the scorelines respectfully in between the Originals and Revenge Tour versus Money Form. But even still, this is where things might get a little bit more haywire if you are Revenge Tour going in towards the series, because it's not really going to be as cut and dry as what we saw from the Originals trying to brute force their way through the middle of the map. They are playing a much more methodical Search and Destroy going forward, really doing a good job at just utilizing all of their utility to get information and then collapsing on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing I do want to talk about here is actually the Originals and Search and Destroy over the last few days, right? Because I think the story for the Originals has always been they are the S&D team, right? And I don't think the stats have actually reflected that. Currently, they sit 6-6 overall in Search and Destroy. They're not the most dominant Search and Destroy team in Europe. That being said, it still is, I think, their best game mode by far, and I think they recognize that as well. I did speak a little bit to Furious before we got into today. I kind of wanted to know where they were at with their headspace and such. And, you know, we talked yesterday about the fact that the Originals quite plainly looked like they'd improved. They'd hit the Vodregu, they'd kind of looked at their mistakes and been like, right, well, you know, this is where we went wrong in prior matches. This is what we want to do today. And that showed yesterday. And I did ask Furious about that. I was like, you know, where are you guys sitting now with Search and Destroy? And he said, you know, look, we just play our own game and we only lose Search and Destroys if we are the ones that are making the mistakes. So Yesterday, I honestly don't think there were that many mistakes from that roster. They were playing Search and Destroy pretty perfectly against both of their opponents. And, it definitely showed in those respective Search and Destroys. They are absolutely a threat when it comes down here to Tuscan. But looking at the roster specifically, are there anyone that we really need to look at here in terms of players that stand out maybe for First Blood engagements, Andy?
Well, I mean, you definitely have to be more than aware when it comes down to not only what Dens is going to bring to the table, not necessarily for First Blood engagements, Brody, but also just what they bring as a whole towards this team, just being able to, I talked about how Furious was the instigator for the originals, but Revenge Tour are quite literally dissolved that plus some more on the opposite side coming away from Dens' MP40 or the Automaton, depending on what they're feeling throughout the entirety of it. But when it comes down to First Blood engagements, you got to be able to look at what Rafi's been able to do throughout the entirety of previous matches. And a lot of this First Blood engagement percentage is actually coming through in those final few days of the round robin. Within the matches that they did play yesterday, they're currently sitting up at a 75% First Blood win engagement percentage when it comes down to finding those First Bloods, and that is coming away from their Automaton, being able to, quite frankly, brute force their way in towards the engagements. These long-range engagements, when you're thinking about it across the ruin side or when you're thinking about it in the middle of the map, is all really hindering off of whether or not you're going to be having Grad with the Card 98K or you're going to have Rafi playing that very proactive style with the Automaton, trying to fish out that First Blood top church, top nest, or on the other side of the ruins.
Yeah, I do think a lot of this is going to come down to First Blood engagements, right, about these kills. How are you trading them? Because, of course, both of these rosters, they've got really annoying players to go up against that really you are going to struggle to trade off. I mean, we look at players like Mythix, for example. On the side of Revenge Tour, I think he's got like a 74.4% of his kills are untraded. So you're just letting him go in, get the kills, and get away basically unscathed. You can't be letting that happen if you're the side of the originals. But as you say, Andy, right, we talk about the originals. They are the S&D roster that can come in here and get untradeable kills themselves. So it's going to be an interesting match for sure, looking at these two teams. But, as we've said, the originals, they've improved greatly over the last few days or so. But Revenge Tour, at the end of the day, statistically speaking, they are the better Search and Destroy team out of the two. And just to remind a few folks as well at home, this is not the only match we'll be having, of course. This is the lower bracket final. The winner of this matchup goes head-to-head with Rocker Academy for the title, basically, of Challengers Elite Champions for Season 1, Number 1. And whoever goes forward after this matchup is going to have a tough time versus that team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that yesterday, right? The Rocker Academy were able to hand a 3-0 to the Originals and then beat Revenge Tour 3-1, sure, but that matchup that we had for Rocker Academy versus the Originals, I was talking about at the top of the broadcast, was the 3-0, yes, but that does not suggest how competitive that scoreline truly was. That Search and Destroy honestly could have gone either way. The Control, honestly, could have ended up going either way as well. We saw the woes for Rocker Academy yesterday in both their matchups for Gavatsu Control. Probably won't see that coming out from them again, although maybe they might be able to make a swift turnaround within about 24 hours. That would certainly be neat, to say the least, but in towards this matchup, again, I think that it's going to be quite telling, who's going to be able to walk away with the hot hand, who is playing the better Call of Duty on the day. So far, for Hardpoint, it is everything that we almost matched it up to be. That Revenge Tour obviously being the better Hardpoint team, but the same thing still exists for the Originals, is that they were still able to show their grit and tenacity the same way that they did versus Sukuru's Bakery last night in their opening hardpoint on Tuscan as well, being able to claw their way back from being down such a big deficit, being able to play that fundamental hardpoint, even on hardpoints like 4 and 5, where it's very difficult to be able to maintain hardpoint time. The Originals are still able to maintain the space and provide when it is necessary. I think that is just a consistency factor going forward for the Originals that they just need to be able to find if they want to find themselves in that grand finals.
Well, we're about to sort out map number 2 for you folks at home. It's going to be Search and Destroy. I can't wait to see it. I'm sure you guys can't as well. But before we get there, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to have the remainder of this series for you guys. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We're about ready to jump into map number 2. Apologies for the delay, but it is time for Search and Destroy. We're returning to the wonderfully light map that is Tuscan, of course, and Andy. Well, currently, nobody's died.
Nobody's died yet. The original's going to be able to work down this flank. Got a lot of utility, specifically out from Watson up in top church. Denza is now going to try to hit this. We'll find that first one on Nile. Do they press the issue? Of course they will. It's Denza. Why wouldn't they?
Denza always opening up the play, and well, how this round has quickly fallen apart here for the originals. Furious, the last player left alive. He does actually land the nade onto Watson. He was defusing, so he will delay the defuse, but that is all he is going to do here is Revenge Tour. That is a really nice retake from them.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, while that was all unfolding, you know, Denza's 2 kills in the middle of the map obviously will be quite helpful when you're trying to retake the A site, and that was all off of, again, just the nades, the stuns, and just delaying the space for the time being to allow that play to come all the way through. Mythics also made a heads-up play coming through the backside over by the rooftops, and just to be able to blow up the play from behind is always quite influential, isn't it, Brody? The originals never really got the post-plant setup that they were looking for, albeit getting that bomb down. Doesn't mean that you're always going to be able to get guaranteed the round. You really got to be able to stop Revenge Tour from retaking. Now it's their turn for an offense, as, of course, they're going to be going towards that A site. Judging off of Watson's position, is going to be watching that Ruins cross. Denza with a set nade over top. He's going to try to delay the space to be able to plant this bomb. They're going to feel really comfortable because Keza worked their way inside of the arches, inside of church, cleared out the space early. So now the original's got to make that retake happen.
Indeed they do. You've got to deal with players up top in fire as well. This is going to be a tough one, I think, for the originals to retake. Grad knows that he has to push all the way in the back line. Somebody more likely than not is going to be here. He doesn't actually spot Denza out and, well, tries to run past him. It's not to be. It is now just Nile left up in a 1 versus 3, and he's just been sniped out of the play. We'll see you later, buddy.
Fantastic post-plant setup. Again, you know, when it comes down to getting that bomb dropped, definitely want to go back and rewatch all of it just unfold on the mini-map. I mean, Watson was just so fast. Beautiful shot from them top fire down over by you, but was just so quick. Once they didn't get any resilience whatsoever going over towards Ruins, they then resurfaced themselves going back over towards top fire, and then, of course, Denza just lurking in the backside of P3 definitely helps out because you know that there's going to be a player for the originals that are going to try to come through the L turn and try to get that position back in their favor. 2-0 down. The originals really need to make this offensive push happen. They are showing a lot of presence in the middle of the map, hindering a lot off of Furious, who is aggressively moving their way inside of church to try to find the first blood, and, well, they're going to get caught out because of it.
It's tough, isn't it, for Furious there? He really did try to cause some problems for Revenge Tour. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything. And now, of course, for Revenge Tour, they've got the numbers to make this retake work. But Nile will end up tying things up here at 3-3. Denza, not this time, going to be able to get a 2-piece and retake the bomb. 25 seconds left here for Revenge Tour to hold on, try and grab this site. Brad going to take down Mythics now. It is just Keza and Watson left up, trying to find all these players. They haven't been able to locate a single one of them. Keza flies around the corner. Will end up taking down one. The time might not be there, though. Keza, I don't think he's going to get this, and no, he will not. So despite there could be a clean out of the house here, Revenge Tour able to take them all down, and Watson will get these streaks. By the way, the original's still going to win the round.
Yeah, you know, small W is where you ended up losing the round, of course. Being able to have those streaks in your back pocket is quite influential. Even the strafing run and search and destroy, to be able to clear out the entirety of Ruins or in a post-plant situation, you could really force your hand over by the B site if you can aggressively push over there. I wonder if that's going to be what Revenge Tour look to do, knowing that they have Watson's streak to be able to play off of, or if you just kind of go back to the old mischievous ways of watching the cross over top of Ruins, and that will be the call. Watson with the Car 98K. Going to see if they get challenged out. Grad would be the sniper on the other side for the originals. Nades are coming out, but you can see the originals on the minimap alone, Brody, because they know that Revenge Tour have streaks to play with, they have no choice but to respect the space.
Indeed they do, and as soon as Nile peaks, he should be sniped out. Elsewhere, though, First Blood has gone the way of Raffi, and it's actually going to be an immediate streak coming through from Watson. That should cover up the mid-map here, so nobody from the originals will be able to traverse that area of the map. It will enable this rotation through to fire for Watson. Does have to be careful, though. Keep an eye on Raffi, keep an eye on Grad. Might be able to catch Watson off guard. He is not keeping an eye on that. Grad going to be the playmaker here, able to get the first. Can he get the second as well? No is the answer. So Denza's still in this power position up top. They haven't been able to locate Keza as well, so this defuse highly unlikely to come through. And again, for Raffi and Nile, I think now they know that fact. Just going to, at the very least, try and do some damage. Oh, Raffi, that's a nice turn on, at least for that kill. But again, this is going to be around here for Revenge.
Oh, it absolutely will. The bomb's going to detonate. And Albeit, I know other people are probably thinking, you know, kill streak should be able to find eliminations. Not always the case. That one strafing run guaranteed the rotation from Watson again. In a post-plant situation, that's now 2 offenses in a row where Watson is just watching the Ruins cross, making sure that nobody from the originals can contest over inside of you and stop that plant from coming out. And then they end up utilizing utility to be able to put themselves in a position to reposition top fire, to have a nice little angle at the bomb and deal with any players trying to flank all the way through. Very difficult to deal with those 2 players, as we saw. One up top of the bureau, one inside of fire. So you can go 1 for 1, but a 2-round lead, as we have here for Revenge Tour, are actually putting a lot of stock. You got a player inside of bunks and 2 players that are pushed through inside of maps. Furious, at the very least, needs to go 1 for 1 here.
He does that second streak now coming down from Watson will tie things up here. Revenge Tour do not want to give the Originals anything, and that's both few streaks now being utilized, so at the very least the Originals can be happy about that. However, big problem in this round, the fact that Niall hasn't exactly got that bomb down just yet and still doesn't feel comfortable to do it. Furious trying to make something happen over towards maps, unfortunately finds himself lost, and not a single map in that room will help him. It is now just a 2 versus 3. Niall will at the very least get this bomb down.
Try to extend the round, 45 seconds. Did they get out scot-free? Most importantly, are you going to be able to find anything over here for Niall? It actually gets triple challenged, so they were going to be cut down. Rafi needs to go. They need to fly up here in topside of fire to be able to stop this plane coming through, but you can see where the bomb is planted, Brody. Rafi has no angle to be able to look at this, would be able to see a toe possibly, but the bomb was just not planted for that exact position. It was more played out to have the defense play out over in the ruin side, and because of that, with Rafi's reposition, just could not see anything. Couldn't see the boot, couldn't see the head of Denza as they were going for that defuse. And again, you know, early streaks being used from Watson, early streaks being accrued, I should be honest, but you know, utilizing it in the way of Watson utilizing that glide bomb to be able to even out the numbers 3v3, you got 2 things. Obviously, you were able to even up 3v3, but then you were also able to stop that bomb from going down and extending the round, forcing the Originals to make a play. And here comes the Revenge Tour off of a gut check call, trying to make this push happen over towards the B side. They're going to have to deal with Grad, who is up on top bunks, and Rafi is here to help out.
Mythic's going to draw the first blood in this round. At the very least, the Originals do have this information as to where Revenge Tour are. Now they have to act on it. It's kind of tough because you're kind of stuck here. Grad and Rafi don't really want to push out just in case you do end up falling and making this situation even worse. And technically speaking, you don't exactly need to be the aggressors in this situation. You are, at the end of the day, waiting for the bomb to go down. Revenge Tour realize that, and now know they need to act on this. They will draw the first blood in the situation. Nicely done from Mythix to buddy hop, jump, find his way through to 2 headshots. Revenge Tour cleanly win that round.
Yeah, very, very difficult, right? I mean, when you are playing that island player, more or less, and you are trying to hang out over inside of radio, you're really hoping to at least go 1 for 1 the second that those players do break out of maps, because the defensive team of the Originals in that previous round, they put themselves in a position where they were expecting another A push and a lot more presence come through the middle of the map, and, well, why wouldn't you, considering that that's been Revenge Tour's MO for the past offense every single time. They throw the wrench in the system, put 3 players, as Mythix is now on 4. 4 rounds in the lead. Revenge Tour up on map point here for the search and destroy. Gonna be a quick plan coming through from Niall just to try to keep this presence of mind through the middle of the map, as Furious again is trying to zone away Church.
Does he get that first blood? No, he doesn't. Mythic's going to draw that one once again. The first blood demon.
Got the glide down.
He'll be doing it here. And as you say, glide bomb for Mythix. 5 in a row. But Watson, can he make this situation even worse? I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Grad will end up falling. Rafi now left up 1 versus 3. He gets taken down. And you know what? Yeah, there's a glide bomb for Mythix. He's not even going to get to chance to use it, mate.
I think he actually called it in immediately. Yeah, he did call it in.
Did?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. The moment that he got that 5th kill, he then pulled all the way back, called in the glide bomb, and the glide bomb, albeit not finding the elimination, it just warranted so much information of where the Originals post plant was trying to go to. And you know, it was a linear setup. I will say that much. You know, Rafi was the only island player over inside of maps, but when you were trying to work for that quick plant for the Originals, everybody was more or less towards the middle of the map, and that glide bomb was able to showcase all of that. Furious really needed to find value inside the church through 2 other offenses as well, and getting caught out like the way that we saw, that's just the Revenge Tour style when it comes down to search and destroy. Every single thing that we were talking about for the Originals, how they were playing a much more reserved search and destroy, was not shown there. They were trying to force their hand against Revenge Tour because that is the search and destroy that Revenge Tour have been playing all season long. They play that very nice proactive and yet reactionary search and destroy, waiting for the information off the nades on Tuscan, waiting for the information even off the stuns, waiting for those unforced errors to come through from whoever they are facing, and then deck collecting off of them.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I just think they look really uncomfortable on Tuscan overall, right? You know, and we talk about sort of how much we've seen these guys face other teams on Tuscan so far. And you know what? Both of them only played it once. Both of them, there were matches versus Moneyform, and there's only so much you can really take away from that, considering Moneyform haven't been the best search and destroy team, statistically speaking, so far this season. So really, this was a test, I think, for both of the rosters. Revenge Tour just looked so good as a team. You kind of hit the nail on the head there with the way they were opening up the rounds, and the Originals never really looked like they had an answer. Here's a look at our stat lines, and well, things looking pretty good for Revenge Tour overall. Denza only died once in that S&D. Watson 8-3, Mythics 6-3. Keza also contributing 3 kills to the play. Revenge Tour, they are feeling pretty confident after that map.
I don't know why you wouldn't, Brody. I don't know why you wouldn't. Nile only dropping a breadstick 1-6 for them. Furious again as the instigator was trying to force the issue inside a church, and when that player can't even go 1 for 1 in that type of instance, it's never going to bode well, is it, on a Tuscan search and destroy, and that was as convincing as you could possibly ask for when it comes out of Revenge Tour. Again, quite literally off of the namesake from Denza, or on that Revenge Tour. They truly believe that they want to be the better team to beat Rocker Academy. A decisive 3-0 here versus the Originals would put them in some pretty good steps to be able to put themselves in great finals, to say that much.
Yeah, this has been a really good series, I think, overall so far. As we'll take a look at the map set in just a second here, because I think the control now is the next thing we need to be talking about. Gary 2 control, that is going to be the map that is being played here in map number 3. And again, it is always interesting, I think, before we get into any given series about, well, are we going to be seeing a Tuscan here? Are we going to be seeing Gary 2? And up until yesterday, day number 1 of playoffs, Annie, we rarely saw Gary 2 played. Everybody was basically playing Tuscan. Yesterday, though, we saw it for the first time from Revenge Tour. They 3-0'd Rocker Academy yesterday. It was the only map they won, but it was a convincing victory. They looked so good on it. Of course, it is important to note also that Rocker Academy did play the Originals on this map yesterday as well. That was a round number 5 victory to Rocker Academy there. So an interesting map choice, but again, honestly, I feel like Revenge Tour will be feeling pretty confident coming into this one.
Well, you would hope so. I mean, here's the thing about Revenge Tour. You know, all the way leading up to that Rocker Academy matchup, on Gava2 control, they never played a single Gava2 control. And we were almost expecting, it was like, well, maybe they just aren't too comfortable on it. They've been trying to force their hand on Tuscan. But now I raise the opposite side of that argument, that maybe they were just oddly too comfortable on it. They were waiting until playoffs to showcase their strengths on the offense. First, for Revenge Tour, they are winning these gunfights pretty darn clean. It's going to be Rafi up top. Just got to deal with Furious on the cross, who does take down Mythics, but still presence on the A zone from Watson to stop that clock.
And indeed it will. 2 minutes now on the clock here as A will fall by the wayside. Revenge Tour have accomplished that much, but the real problem, I think, for them at the moment is you don't really want to be boxed back into your spawn. It's very easy to fall into a spawn trap here on Kabutu. That's why it's so hard to make these offensive pushes towards B work, and it's going to get even worse here for Revenge Tour as they will lose the first couple of gunfights. So nicely done for the Originals now. They've spread themselves out quite well across the map to make sure Revenge Tour do not get out of their spawn. But here comes the assault up the anti-air gun, and Keza will draw that first blood with Mythics and Watson also out there for the help. Mythics and Watson going to pick up some more kills here as well, and well, Revenge Tour, they found their way onto the point at the very least, but Furious is there. He's waiting for it.
21-18 in favor of the defense out of the Originals. You just really got to hold on strong. I mean, you already whittled away about 40 seconds worth of time off of a very early A-zone capture from Revenge Tour. Now it's truly an uphill battle to try to battle for map positioning. You almost have to go 3 for 1 if you are Revenge Tour trying to work your way back to the middle of the map. Have a battle on a multitude of fronts, and well, with Watson being up on top LSC, they will find 2 kills. So that should open up if a player wants to get on the backside of Customs, and that's probably the best guarantee that we've seen a lot of teams being able to force their hand. If you can end up getting the kills, which Keza does up on the top AA gun, make sure that you can get Denza to feel comfortable on the backside of the Customs building, you can more or less pinch the Originals, and that's going to really spawn them in some very precarious positions.
Well, I was going to say, it felt like they were at the very least aware of the fact that somebody was in from behind. I don't think they knew exactly where they were, and Dender's going to cause some serious problems now as he draws that first blood, looking for some more damage here. If he can find it, it would be huge, just being really a nuisance, if anything, while the rest of his team looking to get some progress on to B. That first tick will now be through, but it will just be Mythics and Keza here for now. Can the Originals put a stop to this one? Mythics inside, able to get that first blood. Keza with 1 kill of his own. The Originals really starting to face some pressure right now. Mythics, he's like, yeah, I don't want to be shot through the tank anymore. I'm going to wait for the rest of my team to come and help on out. And helping out they are. 11 versus 6 in terms of lives. Players on the point here, Andy. Things looking pretty good for Revenge Tour. The Originals down to their last 4 lives. The kill feed is entirely blue as these automaton shots for Revenge Tour way too strong. It will not be the last kill going through. It will be the capture instead. But what a push from Revenge Tour there.
Yeah, so plus 10 as far as a life lead is concerned. If it has to go to around 5, that's what would be the immediate conversation. Who ends up getting that defensive side. 13-4 round out of Watson. It's been an absolute nuisance, especially yesterday when they did play the Gavatu control versus Rocker Academy. Just never really count out what the Automaton's going to be able to do. And again, that was the very methodical break coming over towards the B zone. They got the AA gun, they got LSC. Most importantly, Denza got on the backside of the customs building, and it was just thwarting a lot of players. But what Revenge Tour just do so well is they make sure that there's always a player on the zone to make sure that that clock is stopped to the extend the round. Now the Originals, they have to answer back with an offense. They already are winning a handful of gunfights around the ship, trying to zone away the middle of the map. That's actually a big gunfight that Niall was able to take down Mythics in the middle. Now you just have to deal with the reinforcements for Revenge Tour trying to break back in towards the A zone.
DGG, Keza, can he put a stop to this? Nope, Niall wins that first gunfight. Still got quite a bit more to do though. Mythics and Denza in close proximity. Niall gonna fly on out and tries it with a rat. That thing is a deadly pistol, but not gonna beat the automaton shot of Mythics, who will end up winning that engagement. Keep an eye on number 5 though. Rafi has made his way through the anti-air gun, wants to cause some problems over towards B, while all of this is going down over towards A. And I think Revenge Tour have actually been made aware of that fact. They're like, hang on guys, we haven't got anybody on the anti-air gun. Let's try and close that gap before anybody else slips on through. They did deal with Rafi, but in the process, now they have opened up a lane for the Originals onto A. Can they capture the point off the back of it? Well, immediately it is just Niall over here for now.
And it's only one tick of progress to really speak of as well. I mean, that's just what a pinstripe kill feed is going to offer, especially for the defensive team of Revenge Tour. They can make sure that they can always get players in 2 power positions, as you say. The AA gun quite influential to be able to cut down a lot of players on the cross, but as soon as that ends up happening, Revenge Tour will fall by the wayside, and the Originals are able to get presence going over towards that A zone. Slow take progression, again, is going to be okay, considering that you are trying to win the battle on a multitude of fronts. Make sure that you can keep a player up top LST, of which Furious will be dropped. Now it's a lot of trust for Rafi to be able to get this last tick of progress, though Revenge Tour are going to concede the space for now, given how they have the setup across the map. Mythics is that lone player, quite literally the island player. Does find 2 off-screen over by the beach. That's going to slow up the offense considerably to try to string together a couple of these zones, as they still don't have middle map pressure.
Yeah, it is tough here for the Originals, isn't it? And Marafi potentially the only player that could do something. He has slipped the net, as it were. Nobody knows where he is right now. If he can get control of the anti-air gun, that would be huge. Groud, otherwise, over here towards the LST, also wants to cause some problems, but Watson, all on his lonesome, facing down 2 different players, at least tries to hold his life for a little bit longer, but now a path has opened up here for the Originals onto the point. Rafi takes some shots in from behind to Denza. Denza, he'll land this nade onto Rafi. It would be huge. Going to try and shoot through the boat. It won't happen just yet. Nice done. Nice nade coming in from Keza, though, to hold onto the point. Now Denza on the godlike Heady will actually shift towards the right here as the rest of his teammates come on through the anti-air gun. They deal with the pressure initially. Now just 45 seconds left on the clock.
Got to be able to get these players off from AA gun, and you got to make sure that you're also putting pressure inside of the customs building. It's a war on 2 fronts, really, when it comes down to Gavatu for this B zone. And, well, those 2 kills are going to open up quite wonderfully. Denza, the trigger discipline, will end up at least finding some damage into the first player, but they'll be cut down for their cause. Big kill feed coming through, bleeding in blue again for the Revenge Tour, and the Originals are down to their last possible push. But luckily enough for them, because Grad was able to find themselves that kill on the Mythics, they got on that B zone, and that's going to stop the clock, buying ample opportunity for the offensive team to be able to work their way across the beach.
Well, he's still being a pest here to this Revenge Tour side, but doesn't matter. He will end up falling. Now just Denza left alone for a second while the rest of his teammates spawn up over towards Records. Huge 1v1 won by Denza there as he holds strong. Now 5v5 would go. 10 seconds left on the clock. If you're the Originals and you want to win this offensive round, you've got to do it round about now. Denza able to win yet another one here. Furious, he wins one fight on the point, but immediately traded on through, and 0 seconds on the clock. Somebody from the Originals needs to touch the point. They're not able to. Revenge Tour, they hold on with pretty much their life differential from round number 1 intact.
Yeah, it's just quite frustrating, isn't it? I mean, the moment that Revenge Tour were able to take a keen focus and be able to read, hey, nobody's coming through the backside of customs, you end up having all the players just trying to flood their way down from the AA stairs. And you can just shift all of your focus with the 3 automatons that Revenge Tour have been playing with on this map. Be able to take a focus on the Originals players and just cut them down, not allowing them to get on that B zone. If there was an opportunity for the Originals to be able to at least get 1 player on the B zone, they might have had a good look to maybe take down the Revenge Tour players and win it off of life count alone. Now Revenge Tour feeling the hot hand. Having a 2-0 lead on Gavitu Control will certainly make you feel like that, as Keza is the only player to drop for Revenge Tour. They're trying to force their hand onto the B zone early, but Raffi's holding the cross will at least deny the push for now.
Watson going to hold on for now. He's on this heady. These things are really horrible to take players off. Now going to move forward, though. Niall from across the way will get a long-range shot against Watson. And now I think the Revenge Tour here, they recognize they've probably got a little bit of breathing room to work with here in this game at the back of round number 1. They recognize that, well, they could probably go for a B push if they really want to. Keza looking for some more kills here against Raffi. Will at the very least push him away. Has the assistance of Denza close by. So this is a 2 versus 3 on the point as another player looks to push through round behind in the anti-air gun. That's going to be Grad. It's now just Keza left alive. How much more of a nuisance can you be? Well, there's our answer. He will end up falling. The Originals now have a moment of calm before the inevitable next storm that will come their way.
Got that 1 tick of progress over towards B, and when you see a lot of teams do that, it is a tried and true strategy when it comes down to control. Obviously, the push was not going to be as potent as Revenge Tour had wanted over towards B zone. You did get that first tick of progress, but they were really hoping for the other players off of respawn. The other 3 were going to be able to find value to work their way through the cliff path and be able to get their way over towards the A zone, but it's not going to be the case. That's actually going to buy an opportunity now for Grad to work their way in the backside of the jungle walk and try to punch this play from the front, but I don't even think it's going to be necessary going forward, as all the kills come the way for the Originals up front. Now they have an opportunity to spawn trap Revenge Tour, who are just down to 12 seconds trying to make an offensive push.
I do respect this from Revenge Tour, to be honest. They are getting a little bit aggressive here. Grad is 1 kill away from a glide bomb, by the way, so if he can get this, that would be huge. Furious, off the back of his 2-piece that he just managed to get, is now himself 1 kill away from the glide. So the Originals go around strongly. Now, actually, I would say, honestly, their Revenge Tour's kind of push over towards the anti-air gun might well cost them later down the line, because you talk about the life differential at the end of that round, the Originals did come out pretty strong.
Yeah, it's still about like maybe like a +2, +3 lead for Revenge Tour off of their previous offense, winning +11, and then that last round ended up only really amounting into like maybe a 1, if not 2 life lead for Revenge Tour on their previous defense. But the Originals, again, the question still remains here, Brody. They have to win an offensive round on Gavitu Control, and this is not just to force out that round number 5. If you can win it convincingly enough, then you would be able to get that defensive round 4-5, but to also stay alive in the series, they are down horrendously as far as the series count is concerned, getting 6-1 on that Tuscan Search and Destroy. And as all the focus is coming through the middle of the map so far, Furious will take down Keza. That's the first kill within the round. And while this is all happening, you also had Raffi trying to make a play over towards the B zone. That kind of caught the defense by surprise, which means that their numbers won't necessarily be as strong as they had hoped for over here, but you still have Denza just doing Denza things. We'll take down Niall. They'll get returned thanks to Grad, but even still, not a whole lot of map position to speak of for the Originals to be able to hop on this zone and really accrue a lot of tick progression.
And Grad did get a streak there as well, by the way, so that's a glide bomb ready for him. Furious has streaks ready to go. Revenge Tour, though, 50 seconds on the clock. They get that wave of kills, and now we're going to start to see some of these streaks being utilized. Grad needs to use this to break out of the jail that is their spawn, and there it is. That is tough, isn't it? Grad going to land that glide bomb, not just on the forehead of Keza, but right at the toes of Furious as well. And, well, as body parts go flying, unfortunately, it's Furious that will be in the mixer there. The Originals going to be reset off the back of that. Here comes Furious' streak, of course. Still does have that strafing run to go. Does Furious. That glide bomb will not land. 20 seconds now on the clock for the Originals to try and survive. And it is going to be a wave of kills to them. They haven't quite dealt with Keza, though, who is still here. Keza, how much damage can he do? Keza with 2 kills, looking for number 3 to put the nail in the coffin. It is Furious, just left up 20 seconds on the clock now. And Revenge Tour, they have let the Originals use both of their streaks. There's 1 more left. 14 seconds, somebody going to stop the clock, but Denza with the denial. 10 seconds on the clock for the Originals to touch the point. Denza on top of the LST wants to send these guys home. Can the last remaining player do anything about this? It's Furious on the point. Niall is over towards B. He has stopped the clock momentarily here.
And that's going to buy a lot of time. Furious still had that streak in their back pocket, as you said. We'll call in the strafing run. That's going to buy themselves an opportunity to be able to work their way back over towards the LST ship, and nobody from Revenge Tour is dealing with Niall, so that clock's going to be stalled out at 7 seconds. Now the numbers for the Originals, they got to hop on the Z zone. They have to extend the clock.
What a play from Niall to keep his life over here, by the way. Even if he falls in this position, it's not the worst thing in the world. But he is still maintaining his life. Niall, how are you not dead, my friend? He will finally fall, but job's a good one. 60 seconds has been added to the clock.
2 life lead now for the defense of Revenge Tour, and Grad has actually gotten the backside of the customs building. Denza will go 2 kills there with one with the grenade, but Watson's going to claim their own life. Now, lucky enough for the Revenge Tour, they were able to deal with Grad in towards the back. Could not hold on to their life for now. So now we're down to the last possible offense coming through because the Originals only have one more respawn, Brody. They have to play this perfectly.
Indeed they do. Furious going to spot out Denzer, going to walk away from that fight, knows that now is not the time to lose those ones. Brad throwing utility towards the back line, hoping it will land some of these players. 28 seconds left on the clock here. You have to go. Furious going to win that first blood against Mythics. Just rethinking this play is Grad. He wants to try and outplay Watson towards the back line, but teammates falling around him. He chooses wrong. That's unfortunate, isn't it? As Watson will take him down. Watson with another one as well. Raffi and Niall, the last players left up here. What can they do? Raffi able to get that first kill. Looking for the second. Will swing left to get it done. There's actually a kill from Niall here on the clock, but somebody needs to get inside the point. It's going to be Denser watching that cross, and that's the biggest problem. He tries to get on the point. Does Raffi? Niall can't do it. And Revenge Tour, they're able to win the control 3-1, and they will be walking away with a 3-0 in the series.
So hard to be able to win an offensive round here on Gaba 2 control. A lot of things have to go your way in quick sequence of one another, so that way you can put yourself in a fine position to be able to get a player into the back. But then those players that are pushing from the AA gunwalk, they also need to be able to find a lot of value in winning the gunfights as convincingly as possible over by the beachfront. Because both of those two things did not happen simultaneously for the Originals, they just could not get their numbers over towards that B zone and be able to stop that clock reliably. And ever since Grad did get cut down on the backside of the East Jungle, then, as you said, it was Denza who was up in that customs window. That is the cross of the century when it comes down to trying to work your way across the beachfront, trying to get yourself inside that B zone. With the Automaton, Denza, again, is a force to be reckoned with. He'll do it with the MP40. He'll do it with the Automaton, depending on the map, whenever it is required. Revenge Short, definitely the better team when it comes down to this Gaba 2 control. And again, I peck into question, were they just holding off? Were they just sitting there licking the lips, waiting to see if anybody was going to buy the bait, to see if they can end up getting the Gaba 2 control in all of their playoff matches? Because if you can reliably, with this swing map mode combo, getting over towards Gaba 2, that is a force to be reckoned with. Because those offensive pushes that we saw from Revenge Shore, specifically how decisive they were in closing out the gunfights, knowing where the crosses had to be coming through, knowing where the trades needed to be fallen, it is absolutely sublime. It's beautiful control coming out from Revenge Shore, making sure the clock was always stopped and making sure that they always had players cycling out these power positions.
Yeah, look, I think ultimately when we talk about control here in Call of Duty Vanguard, the status quo is very simple, right? I mean, the game mode is just so defensively sided. As soon as you get one offense in your favor, you might as well just say the map is done and dusted, especially on a map such as Gabby 2. And that first round was just a masterclass from Revenge Tour, right? It didn't look so great at the beginning, right? They definitely struggled to grab A, but, you know, that fight towards B, that unanswered set of 8 or 9 kills in a row, basically just so damaging towards the Originals. And Revenge Tour, well, they 3-0 off the back of that. They will be moving forward to the grand finals, where a Titan awaits. Rocker Academy. They've beaten them once, Andy. Can they do it again?
We're going to have to see. Now the overall matchup record in between these two teams from Cups and even through the Elites so far, Rocker Academy currently have the leg up 2-1 overall from Revenge Tour. And it's not just one best of 5, Brody. They have to do it twice. And, well, what a true moniker it would be to live up to the Revenge Tour name, to not only being able to reset the bracket, but then to walk away as your Season 1 champions. Again, all speculation aside, it's going to be a barn burner, and I don't just mean that because there's a lot of buildings here in Vanguard that are on fire. I mean that because Revenge Tour are playing with a certain amount of sauce, and the animosity in between these two teams, in-game, of course, is at an all-time high to be able to solidify themselves as Season 1 Elite champions.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I will say here is before we go to the break, and we'll talk more about it as we get into the analysis of our match, of our grand final, I do not expect to see Gabby 2 control in this next series.
You would hope not.
You know, I really, because Rocker Academy have control of that veto, I expect to see Tuscan. We will see, though, obviously, us casters, we've been thrown so many curveballs over the course of Season 1 from these teams. We don't even know what is going to happen, of course. So if you want to find out what the hell is going to happen, well, just tune in. I mean, we're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be the grand final. We have Rocker Academy taking on Revenge Tour, the rematch of the European Century. Don't miss it.
too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my process pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome everybody to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's grand finals time. 3 weeks worth of action here in Europe has come down to this. Just 2 teams remain in the fight for the lion's share of $50,000. Rocker Academy going head to head with Revenge Shore for the right to be Elite Season 1 champions. If you're just joining us, my name's Infinity. I'm casting these games alongside my good friend Proper Andy. I am so excited for this rematch.
How can you not be? I mean, look at the bracket, the way everything has played out for itself. We have Revenge Tour getting the opportunity to live up to their namesakes and go on that Revenge Tour after losing 3-1 to Rocker Academy yesterday. This Rocker Academy roster just recently picked up, formerly known as the Young Galactics, through the European Challenger Circuit, have been on a warpath ever since winning those 4 out of 5 cups in recency. They are looking pretty darn dominant, but the Revenge Tour coming away from that 3-0 win over the Originals, Brody, I don't know, we might have a little bit of an argument on our hands.
Yeah, this is I think this is a pretty complex conversation, I think, overall, between Rocker Academy and Revenge Tour, and I don't think it's quite as simple as many people would imagine it would be normally, right? Because undoubtedly, Rocker Academy have been the team to beat this season. They've won 4 out of the 5 Challengers Cups that we've had here in European Challengers thus far, and most of them, it was pretty handily victory. I think one of them, they did it without even dropping a map, right? Coming into Season 1, they sat atop the league table at the end of the round robin stage with only 1 loss to their name, and of course the team that beat them is now out of the equation. So by all accounts, Rocker Academy here will be feeling probably pretty confident, especially given the fact that they only have to win 1 best of 5 here in the grand final. We might as well start the conversation then with the Spaniards, of course, formerly known as Young Galactics. The squad was recently picked up by the Minnesota Rocker, and I think that franchise at the moment are pretty happy with their pickup there.
How can you not be? You picked up the #1 team, unarguably, statistically, and realistically in Europe right now. Again, 4 out of 5 cups went their way. They are 2-0 overall against Revenge Tour in this season of the Elite. They reverse swept them during the round robin. They beat them last night 3-1. And you have the #1 AR in all of Europe right now on your team. Lucky with a 1.32 overall KD. It's the second highest that we have in European Challengers, the Elite, so far. But that stat line carries over to every single game mode. Lucky has been playing out of his mind this season.
Yeah, he absolutely has. Lucky, it blows my mind just how well he has done this season. He wasn't even the talking point coming into Challengers Elite, right? I think that's the craziest thing about all this. We've spoken about Rocker Academy on the whole, and this roster and such. Coming into the season, the thing we were speaking about was Real. This player, this young, cracked out of his mind 18-year-old that's finally kind of filled a hole on this roster that existed last season following their Stage 1 victory, then formerly known as the Rams. And back then, I think that was just a massive problem for them throughout the Black Ops Cold War season. It's why they were just not able to repeat that Stage 1 victory. They couldn't find a fourth, I think, that really fit their needs, even when bringing Yako into the roster. It never quite felt like they were a complete team. And, since the start of this season and preseason, during those 4 Challengers Cups which they've been able to win, Real has been a big part of that. But again, that's not the conversation point here, Andy. Lucky has just been a phenomenal player, and to be honest with you, we can center on Lucky all day, but the entire roster at points could go off.
Oh, absolutely. All 4 of these players can definitely pull their legwork when it comes down to making sure that a map will go in their favor, specifically when it comes down to the hard points. They have the #1 hard point differential in the European circuit right now, Brody, and Journey has been really, as far as the forefront SMG is concerned, has been finding themselves quite a lot of value throughout the entirety of that. They currently set at a 1.02 KD overall, averaging about 3 kills per minute. They are certainly going to be that team to watch out for when it comes down to those hard points. But Revenge Tour, to their namesake, definitely something you don't want to be batting your eyelash at, Brody.
No, absolutely not. Let's take a look at this Revenge Tour roster then. This is the team that's going up against Rocker Academy, the David to your Goliath, if you will. Denza, Keza, Mythics, and Watson. This team have been shredding up challenges. They've been taking names, and they've been looking pretty good doing it. And they have gone, I think personally, from strength to strength so far this season, and a massive reason for that. And we will talk about that every single time we talk about Revenge Tour, is Denza joining this roster. He has come into his own with this team. He is playing out of his mind, more so than he even was when he was with Moneyful.
Yeah, it's almost like falling into their own with this previous core 3 of Keza, Mythics, and Watson, that they were just looking for that SMG, that flex presence that Denza brings to the table, just to boost them up to the next level, right? And this goes across from Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, and Control. They just are so well reserved, so disciplined in every single execute that they're seeing, whether that's breaking inside a hardpoint, post-plant situations, retaking bomb sites, and as we've seen in recency on that Gava 2 Control. They just look so well reserved with one another, and Denza, you're right to highlight them in particular. They are technically the #1 Slayer here in the European circuit for Challengers, and honestly, well said, because they can do it with both weapons, both with the MP40 and the Automaton. They currently hold themselves as a very high record when it comes down to their kill-death ratios across all 3 game modes. Definitely the player that you want to watch out for. But the same narrative that we had going over for Real for that Rocker Academy roster can also be said for Mythics. Again, a very young individual that is backed by a handful of veterans in between Denza and Watson to be able to help them figure out their role all more so, and to be able to come into their own as a top slayer for this team as well.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line for me as well when you're looking at this Revenge Tour roster. I think ultimately, yes, we can talk about sort of Denza until the end of days, but I think the rest of the squad have definitely stepped up to the mark over the last few days. You've got Mythics, this new boy on the block, if you will, that's trying to kind of outbeat Real for the title of Challengers Rookie of the Season for Europe, and well, he has a chance to do that here with this Revenge Tour roster. But let's have a more interesting conversation, shall we? Because we have a map set here for this grand final, at least for the first best of 5, if we do end up going towards a second. And you and I, we were kind of left scratching our heads a little bit when we kind of saw the maps that came through the vetoes for these 2 teams.
Yeah, so when these 2 teams played yesterday, these are the same exact 5 maps that was the best of 5 map set that was going to be played out yesterday. The only difference is that the Search and Destroy, Bocage, and Berlin, those are now swapped. Bocage was going to be map number 5 yesterday. It is now map number 2. And it's going to be quite telling, especially when you're taking a look at these first 3 maps. The consideration that Revenge Tour got rid of Bocage hardpoint definitely says that it's probably not one of their favorites, for sure. Maybe not as a map, but probably hasn't been favorable for them as far as scrimmages are concerned. But to allow the Berlin hardpoint to come through for Rocker Academy, regardless of what you say about facing against other playoff teams in Season 1, they are undefeated on it. That their biggest or their smallest discrepancy was actually against Flux Esports in a round-robin match where they won 250 to 204. That's still big. And losing it yesterday as map number 1 again, Brody, Revenge Tour only put up 177 points, albeit Denza dropping an 8 streak, going from 2 and towards 3. This team of Rocker Academy are just undeniable as far as what Berlin Hardpoint has to offer.
Yeah, this is just one of those things, I think, we're looking at the map number 1 specifically here, where, look, I know I'm just a caster at the end of the day, and I know casters can get quite a lot of flack sometimes, so maybe extending our reach a little bit too far into what players should and shouldn't do. In this particular situation, I don't know if I agree with letting Berlin hardpoint into this rotation if you're Revenge Tour. Again, the fact of the matter is, you're going up against a Rocker Academy team that are unbeaten on this map. They haven't lost it at all. As you say, the one team they did end up losing almost it to would be Flux Esports, which is kind of funny in a way, considering Flux ended up with the lowest record. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? This so far in Season 1. That being said, that's not the only map being played in this series. The other one that I think we will be looking forward to as we get into map number 3, I probably made a bit of a forehead comment before we went into the break, didn't I? Because I said that we're not going to see Gabutu control here for the final series of the tournament, and, well, we are. It has been allowed through in the vetoes. Is this a mistake from Rocker Academy's point of view?
I want to say that, obviously, coming away from yesterday, that it would be allowing the Gabutu control to come back through, as they did end up losing that in their series yesterday. It was the only map that Revenge Tour ended up taking off of them yesterday, and Revenge Tour won 3-0. But the biggest difference, which I know these 4 players, as well as any sort of coaching that they have behind them, had to go back towards the VOD and had to study quickly about what went so wrong. And it was as cut and dry as, I mean, Rocker Academy were just throwing way too many lives away. When the A zone needed to be conceded, when they didn't need to be able to take so much space, you had so many players just throwing their lives, trying to get that A zone back in their favor, trying to get middle of the map before the respawns ended up coming through, that in the offensive rounds for Revenge Tour, they found themselves, when the A zone got captured with like a 10-12 life lead. Those types of things, especially on a more slow and methodical map that Gabutu control can be, comparatively to Tuscan, needs to be immediately rectified for Rocker Academy if they want to make the argument, especially against you, Brody, allowing that to come all the way through and to be the control pick. Because again, we only have 2 maps when it comes down to control. Rocker Academy chose to end up playing this Gabutu control, trying to make that immediate turnaround happen here in Grands.
I'm just more surprised that they didn't choose Tuscan, to be honest. Not that they didn't ban against Gravity, right? But they didn't choose Tuscan for this control, right? Because at the end of the day, we talk about the SMP pressure that the roster like Rocker Academy can bring to a Tuscan control. And it's a reason why they've been so good at it so far in season number 1 of Challengers Elite, right? You talk about players like Journey, you talk about players like Royale, where you put Metals into the mixer there, you put an MP40 in his hands, and hey, look, you've got a 3 line of SMG players that could absolutely go off. So I am surprised that Tuscan hasn't been chosen here for the Grand Finals by Rocker Academy. A reminder for you folks at home, again, they are the highest seed. They get to choose what map is chosen for map number 3. But we're jumping into our Grand Finals then. Quick shout out over here to Waldo and Patrick, the observers for this matchup. Wonderful set of guys there over in the Hot Hands Loud. Shout out to those bunch of people. They're awesome observers, and they're going to be walking us through this map. But Berlin, Hardpoint, both of these two teams, they are electric on Hardpoint overall. But as we said, Rocker Academy, they haven't lost one so far. Andy, it's Grand Finals time. We're about to crown a champion here in Europe.
Revenge Tour going up against playoff teams are 2-2 overall. 2 of those losses, well, they're on the opposite side of your screen of Rocker Academy. Starting off on that P4 side, it will be Revenge Tour that will be able to get inside the office person. Well, they're actually dealing with Rocker Academy a lot more decisively than what happened yesterday.
Well, indeed they are. Revenge Tour not giving up straight away on this one. They're looking for the first wave of gunfights on through. Journey, they'll pick up one though. Denza facing quite a lot of flack here from both of those players inside the office. And well, it is going to be Rocker Academy in there for now. But the first 20 seconds or so will be going the way Revenge Tour here. 15 seconds left on this. I think sooner rather than later, we'll be starting to see a focus on this rotation. Ooh. Nice couple of kills from Denza, though, to soak up what is ultimately going to be scrap time. But keep an eye on number 6. That's going to be Mythix. He is the player that really, for Revenge Tour, will want to kind of lock down this rotation.
See, maybe Lucky is trying to almost be aware of him. They might actually have no ideas. Mythic's going to be able to get the time. You should see Lucky here. Yeah, free kill in towards the back. So now it's a little bit of a panic mode because now you know Mythix is going to be in the back trying to thwart this setup. Rocker Academy thought that they were going to have the setup all scot-free, but Mythix will complete the flank. We'll find one more through the doorway. And this is where Denza also brute forced their way through the middle of the map. Denza, by the way, 7-2 start for them. Off of that break going in towards 2. This is right around the time when they started that 8 spree yesterday.
Now, maybe we'll see the same thing again. I'm not going to say it, actually, because you know how we like to jinx players on the casting desk.
You like to cast a curse players.
Yeah, I do. I have quite a bad habit of caster cursing, so we won't do it here against Denza, who was looking for that spree. Royale going to fight him, and well, there it is. Royale going to shut him down for the last 15 seconds of time. This should go Rocker Academy's way, but Revenge Tour more than happy to give up that time and focus on the rotation. This is going to be the second set of rotations they will have won here. Lucky, what can he do about this? I think for Lucky at the moment, better off just waiting for your teammates as they come over from mid. But it is going to be Revenge Tour here first, Andy.
We'll be here first. Can you hold on to the spawns? And, well, so far, it's looking pretty darn good, unless Lucky can really influence themselves over by the docks, gets the snap with the pistol, but Keza will take them down. We'll find a 2-piece. That's what went wrong yesterday for Revenge Tour. They allowed players to be able to break inside of the docks, and that upset the spawns for Rocker Academy to be able to break in from the back. But dealing with those players over on the dock side of the map will mean that Revenge Tour can hold strong, but Rocker Academy cannot let this back 30 go up for free.
Well, how about this for Revenge Tour? They're looking pretty hot here in the hard point, looking for a good start. Royale and Journey, though, going to combine for free. Brilliantly done to enter into the hard point here. Can Mythix put a stop to it? Yes, he can! And the fight for that scrap time, it might not seem all that important in the grand scheme of things, but again, it is just preventing Rocker Academy from getting that time. Revenge Tour looking so oppressive here. Can Mythix still fight for it? No, he can't. So Revenge Tour going to be denied that 100-point mark. They will, however, get some form of control over this rotation. But look at this, Watson left up all on his lonesome, and that is a big rotational win here from Rocker Academy.
A big call from Lucky again. The spawns for Rocker Academy, those 2 that ended up breaking back in towards 3, Brody, you had to know that there was going to be a player for Revenge Tour that then rotated over towards 4. That was going to be the only way that they got the spawns over by the docks, and they were able to battle for the back 20. The problem now going forward is that Rocker Academy, off those rotational gunfights, could not get a player into the backs of the warehouse. So Revenge Tour still have those back spawns. Real needs to make a big play happen, get some sound cues from behind. We'll deal with Denza, but the players from the front so far from Rocker Academy cannot find value. But Real, trying to make a big argument, goes on a 4. But Keza in the back will maintain the spawns for their team.
And it's still a nuisance, isn't it, really? Keza in the back line. He finally will get taken down, but waste enough time here alongside those 2 kills so that Rocker Academy can't find their way on through. Journey almost finds through. Real will be the player to shut down that last remaining player. And even now, Revenge Tour is going to continue to regenerate themselves towards that back line. It means that Rocker Academy not going to be able to get control over the kill. I was able to get a 2-piece at least to shut down those players before they make their way into the train station. So far, Andy, the scoreline not looking all that promising to this Rocker Academy roster, but hey, maybe they can make a restart happen here on this kill. Journey, what can he do? Well, he will actually be gifted a kill here. Watson going to take down his teammate.
Very awkward stuff. Journey thought, wow, I'm shooting grenades out of my automaton. No, it's just Watson's going to get a teammate onto Mythics. So now going in towards this P5 setup, if you can even really call it like that. Rocker Academy not exactly with the strongest one. Nobody up in top third. Nobody able to hold strong inside the concourse. Actually, Real is still able to find 2. That's on the rotation on the backside of Mail. Can they continue this streak off screen, of course? And that's a clean kill feed blowing up in purple for Rocker Academy. Real now can zone away inside of the concourse. Has a great look onto Mythics over by the side. Of course, we'll lose that battle, but even still, winning these gunfights going forward as Lucky pieces together 2 more, meaning that Rocker Academy can actually soak up time here on 5.
Well, I don't exactly know the stats in regards to how much time is generally speaking soaked up on P5, but I'll tell you one thing, I do know rarely is it that much time. Rocker Academy will be happy with that, but that is just step 1 of their comeback into this game. Now they need to make this rotation happen over towards Office, and well, there it is from Lucky. 3 kills straight. That is certainly going to blow this hill wide open. Real comes through to pick up yet another one. The kill feed is lighting up purple here as, well, Minnesota Rocker Academy looking pretty hot here to get back into this game.
Lucky coming in towards the series again is the leader of KD ratio in the European circuit for challengers at 1.31, averages just about 6.6 kills and about 306 damage per second, and you can see exactly why. On a 6 spree, 17 and 10 for the Spaniard, really laying down the firearms here on the upper courtyard side. Gonna probably have a couple of players not come their way anymore. We're down to those 20 seconds. Revenge Tour, they have to concede the time. They have to try to work their way for the rotation, and they get the sun check on the metals. They will deal with them, trying to find these rotational gunfights to get themselves in early for 2.
Oh, this is going to be super disappointing if you're Revenge Tour, all of your lead. The 80-point advantage or so, right, that they built up, it's disappeared into thin air. Rocker Academy now in the lead here in this game, and, well, can they get back into this hard point as Revenge Tour, they did get here first. Real, what can he say about it? Has quite a bit of work to do here. All on his lonesome momentarily. Gets shot from the left side. Denzer going to deal with that initial aggressor. So, Revenge Tour in here immediately. Journey trying to take shots from outside the hard point. He is dealt with. Now Mythics, what can he do around the mid-map to try and get into this hard point, try and deal with some players outside the hill? So far, nobody going to run into him, so he thinks, right, well, time to get involved into the mixer, and there's an attempt. He's able to pick up one. Real, though, still a problem inside. Revenge Tour, at the very least, are going to take Rocker Academy out of the play for now. The fight for this hill will continue. With 20 seconds left, though, you can already see kind of Rocker Academy here thinking, right, we now need to start focusing on the rotation.
Need to be able to hold on the rotation. And to be completely candid here, Metals did not give up that position in the top side of Fire. Needs to be able to anchor out these spawns, and they also have the information that Watson is still over here, reading the spawns that Revenge Tour are still spawning over by the warehouse. You have to deal with these players. More importantly, you have to deal with Watson, who's going to go for the little jump up, gets the read. Metals not looking in the right direction, thinking it was going to come from the opposite side. But the Shrieks, now being called in by Lucky, did not find a kill, but will still find value as Journey is locking things down over by the dockside. The hit, though, from Revenge Tour is coming through from the front, and so long as you're finding these pinstripe kill feeds, it's not going to be able to favor yourself until you truly deal with Journey in towards the back, which Denza will do.
Real, though, he's going to spawn out. That's super unfortunate because now Revenge Tour should spawn in towards his backline. Will allow them to put on quite a lot of pressure onto this hard point. Mythics will be able to pick up one. A pinstripe kill feed, did you say, though? Not exactly the most helpful thing in the world for Revenge Tour at this point in time. As they do try to get on, finally, they're able to do so. But just like that, Metals comes through, able to pick up 2. Mythics, what can he do here? Just trying to be disruption, if anything, to that last 20 seconds or so. Now, this time should go the way of Rocker Academy. With 15 seconds left, Revenge Tour, they're not silly enough to push this one out. However, this time around, they haven't given up any spawns away to Rocker Academy. It is going to have to be here, the Spaniards, to try and find their way on in.
Real is playing just cracked out as all be out. 19 and 15 so far, has one more in front of him, doesn't get the full read on Akeza. Knew that there were players inside of the concourse for the train station. So now it will be Revenge Tour again in for the initial time here on 4. Watson taking down a teammate on Akeza. That's not going to be helpful, especially because you got Rocker Academy in the backside of the warehouse trying to zone away these spawns.
Nicely done from Real at the very least to pick up one player from Revenge Tour. They have flipped out the spawn, so nicely done by Rocker Academy, but no time going their way just yet. If anything, though, it doesn't matter too much. You're getting time away from Revenge Tour, and Real looking for 4. He's not going to get them all, so at the very least here, Revenge Tour will be happy that they have managed to alleviate some pressure away from themselves. Rocker Academy, though, now starting to soak up some time off the back of this hill. It will only be 10 seconds or so for now. Revenge Tour still don't want to give them any more. Mythics looking to cause some problems towards the back of the trains, and, well, he gets run over there. Journey and Lucky going to combine the 3, and that should be Revenge Tour out of that conversation for that scrap time. Rocker Academy have themselves a lead here in this game. Now it's over towards P5, and we know what happened last rotation, Andy.
That 80-point lead that was existing for Revenge Tour at the beginning of this set, Brody, has immediately flipped to be about, I don't know, what is looking like 140 to about 30. In the difference for Rocker Academy inside of the second set, they have coming alive, and that is just putting it lightly. They are putting Revenge Tour in the dirt through the second set, and with the way that Revenge Tour were kind of presenting themselves going in towards 5, they initially deal with one lurking player for Rocker Academy that were trying to zone away up by the docks. They deal with them in kind, and now Rocker Academy playing off their back foot, trying to get these players out from Revenge Tour from these power positions and make sure that they can't soak up as much time on 5, of which Rocker Academy saw in the first.
Well, that's Mythic's on a 5 spree, by the way. You can see it pop up on our Codcaster feed. So that's going to be a glide bomb for this man. How much more damage can the new boy in the block do? Well, there's a strafing run as well. That'll be extremely helpful later on down the line, especially for the rotations when those inevitably do come through. For Revenge Tour, though, 10 seconds left. The job is done. They've managed to get the better side of the map for that inevitable rotation over towards the next hard point. Denza shut down inside the train station. That's going to give some space towards the Rocker Academy roster. And with that space, they will utilize it quite well. But Keza inside, able to put those first 2 gunfights. Needs to do some more damage, unable to do so. It is going to be Rocker Academy still fighting for this time. Denza, can he get that kill against Metals? No is the answer. Metals trying to play his life, and he does more than that here, Andy. He picks up 2 kills.
And you're also able to break from the front if you are Rocker Academy. You were able to deal with Denza. That was on a little bit of a flank play inside of the concourse. Now it's just about dealing with the hit from Revenge Tour coming from the front. There's still time within this hardpoint. 25 seconds are all Rocker Academy need to close out this hardpoint. So Revenge Tour, they have to hit this one more time.
They're relying on Metals. Well, they're relying on Denza here. Sorry, Revenge Tour to go huge. He's just going to hold off this time at the very least, trying to get it down to 18 seconds so that they can get the rotation. The decision has been made by Revenge Tour, and it's a decision that, well, it wasn't taken lightly, but Rocker Academy, they'll take it all day long. Now only one more wave of gunfights is all they need. They'll try and hold Revenge Tour at bay to make sure they do not touch this hard point. And well, there it is. The last wave of gunfights come through, and Rocker Academy strike first here on Berlin hardpoint. They remain undefeated on this map mode combination.
And not for a lack of trying, by the way. Remember what I was talking about on Mythics is the can be an overall slayer for this team. Was doing what the Automaton was doing with the MP40. Dropped 31 real kills. 21 of those were untraded, but when we end up going back to the stats, it'll be quite telling to see how much of the legwork was shared for all of Rocker Academy, Brody. Look, if there's one thing that we know for certain when it comes down to Berlin Hardpoint, it has been exemplified like teams such as Toronto Ultra up at the CDL. Overall chemistry and overall teamwork, that cohesion that we speak of when it comes down to Call of Duty specifically to play that fundamental hardpoint will win you more maps often than not. Every single time when we were looking at the second rotation of hardpoints from Rocker Academy's perspective, they were always playing that style, always trying to make sure that they were playing for those spawns, always make sure that they could rely on their SMG presence, specifically from Real, who's playing out of this world, by the way, as that SMG for Rocker Academy to break in from the front, and to rely on Journey and Lucky to be able to get into the back and play those anchor roles that we know that they love to do. Everything was playing to a fine tee for Rocker Academy in that second set. Revenge Tour started off super hot, but Rocker Academy, they were quick on the bounce to make sure that that second set was all theirs.
That is tough, I think, for Revenge Tour, right? You kind of want to come out the gate swinging here in this best of 5 because they're, again, you know, they've got to win 2 best of 5s in this series coming down from the losers bracket. And that was as good of start as you could ask for, right? You've got yourselves an 80-point advantage against Rocker Academy. You're doing so well. You're basically blowing them out the water at the beginning of that game. And then P5 happens on the first set of rotations, right? And it's almost kind of like the beast has awoken, if you will. Rocker Academy, they awoke from their slumber. They came out swinging. You had Lucky going on a 6B, Real starting to go off as well. Basically, everybody was feeling pretty hot as soon as that second set of rotations did come through. And that is going to reflect in our final scoreboard for the game here. You know, discussing this yesterday, it did really feel like a team effort by Rocker Academy in that winners bracket final versus Revenge Tour. The first go around between these two teams here in Elite Season 1 playoffs for Europe. And it feels like that once again as we look over towards the stat lines. Lucky 29 and 19, Real 28 and 23. Journey and Metals also joining the party with 22 and 24 kills respectively. Great team effort coming in from Rocker. But as usual, we're always chatting out these two players, Lucky and Real. They're on one.
They certainly were, Brody. They absolutely were. And I think when you're looking at it from the opposite standpoint, right, although Mythics does drop 21 non-traded kills with about 3,500 damage, look at the other numbers from the rest of their teammates. You know, Watson, Keza, Denza were just about a non-benefactor from that second set going forward. Again, it was an 80-point lead that Revenge Tour held over Rocker Academy's head going in towards the second set. But then the second that we got into the P5, it was about 140 to 20. If we wipe away that first set of hard points, it was about 140 to 20 throughout the entirety of the second set in Rocker Academy's favor. That's where you know that you can really rely on Rocker Academy. That's where your stocks are going to be coming out to play if you put them in for Rocker Academy, considering the one simple fact that it is not always just about the overall slaying prowess that they do bring as individuals, but it's the overall teamwork that they know what each individual role will mean. Once one kill does come through, a second as well, they knew exactly where they had to collapse to. They knew exactly where they had to rotate to get influential spawns, to make sure that they were in those power positions to deal with Revenge Tour members when they were trying to lurk their way back in to break inside the hard point. It was just wonderfully done from the second set onward from Rocker Academy, just to not get completely belittled by the overall presence and the strength that we saw from Revenge Tour out of the gate.
Yeah, beautifully done by Rocker Academy to start the series, and that's as good of a start as you can possibly get, really, isn't it, for Rocker Academy? They'll be happy with that. A great comeback in the hard point to end up with a win. And, well, we'll take a look at our map set in just a second here, because this affects the series, I think, I would say adversely, but honestly, like, you know, when we talked about Berlin Hardpoint getting into this rotation, I think we kind of immediately knew that Rocker Academy were going to have a good time on it. So they were kind of expected to win that. Map number 2 now is going to be Barrage, Search and Destroy, and this is the map that we were missing the last time these two teams faced off. It's the map that we didn't get to see because, of course, that series ended in 4. However, both teams are going to be positive on it. You know, Minnesota Rocker Academy, they are 3-1 overall. Revenge Tour, 2-1 here. So both teams had a good time here on this map mode combination.
Here's the one thing, though, is that Rocker Academy, they are 1-1 overall versus playoff teams. They have a round 11 win versus Sucre's Bakery. That was for the first seed heading into playoffs. And then the one loss was actually to Revenge Tour. This was map 2 during that Revenge Tour reverse sweep that Rocker Academy had during the round robin play. Now, for Revenge Tour being 2-1 overall against playoff teams, I think that does say a little bit more about them than it could possibly say about Rocker Academy. The reason being is because they had a blowout 6-3 win versus Sucre's Bakery yesterday off stream, and then again that win versus Young Galactics, or what was now formerly Young Galactics, now Rocker Academy, throughout the round robin play, is that they are very, very deadly when it comes down to Barrage, Search and Destroy. The way that they were able to play out through that round robin matchup versus Rocker Academy, I remember it like it was yesterday, Brody. It was very fast. It was very aggressive. They were calling the bluffs of what Rocker Academy were looking for every single round, and that is both offense and defense alike. This Revenge Tour roster, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, we talked about how when Denza did get picked up by this team after getting dropped by Money Form, what it did for the Search and Destroy. It only made it so much better. The way that they value information and play off of it, an overall collapse for retakes, and to be able to take these bomb sites in their favor is absolutely sublime. That Rocker Academy need to be able to meet that pace if they want to take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Oh, we're going to kick things off with Mythix here. Gonna throw out those set nades to see if he can land anything. It will actually get a hit marker, and we love set nades, Andy, here on the casting desk. That is a nice one from Mythix. Unfortunately, it won't connect straight away.
Second stun check, just try to confirm the information. When you saw off that nade, Denza actually got really close to this gate, seeing if they can collapse on top of these players, but it immediately forced Rocker Academy to take a little reposition. Lucky, as a Kar98K, Real's going to have a little bit of engagement inside this front door, but that little roof shingle or that little awning of the door is not exactly the most strong inside of Grandma's, as Keza does get first blood.
Oh, Journey! Tries to pick up that first blood. Watson going to get him, though, before he can do any damage. Now 3 versus 2, and how about this for a play? Revenge Tour going to get the bomb down over towards B, despite getting those first bloods onto A. So now Lucky in a 1 versus 3. And this is what I was actually going to say as we came into the series, didn't get a chance to. Lucky's effectiveness on this map is pretty muted, down to the fact that he has a sniper rifle. And this is probably the worst map you could get to have a sniper rifle, in his hand. So Revenge Tour going to end up winning that round. Lucky can't win the 1 versus 3.
But, I mean, sniper rifle's not terrible. The Kar98K, you know, you can get that one-shot, waist-up shot to be able to at least guarantee yourself that kill. And we've seen how cracked out Lucky can honestly be. I mean, they do hold one of the highest, if not the highest, first blood percentage in all of EU challengers right now. And a lot of that work does come through with the Kar98K. But the problem is that, you know, for Revenge Tour, they're probably just as aware of that. They're not going to end up just, you know, working their way through the river, and they're not going to just work their way through the tank line for free. They love to play off their information. Now Lucky with the set nades will at least get a hit marker confirming that there is a player over by this B site. But all off that information, nobody from Rocker Academy in an immediate position to be able to collect off of it.
Stalemate we go for now. Real gonna, well, be first blooded here. Nicely done from Watson. The swing wide to take him out of the game. And, well, just like that, the dominoes are falling, aren't they? Revenge Tour looking pretty hot here. Keza won't fall crucially. Revenge Tour win the round.
The deck collectors off of Unforced Errors right now are Revenge Tour. And again, all of the information, Rocker Academy truly thought that they had the read. You know, when Real did get gunned over by the water wheel, I believe that they should have been able to see those two players that were over there defensively, but not fully reading or, I guess, questioning that there was going to be a player up in top Grandma's. Maybe even try to clear away that broken area to make sure that that was more exposed. Definitely going to have to be an adaptation that we see going forward for Rocker Academy, but Revenge Tour do have that 2-0 lead, and because they have that lead, they're going to try to take their hand to be able to push out this B side early.
Here they are. Here we go from Revenge Tour. Quick as you like. Watson going to draw that first blood. Trade's now coming on through, but well, let me tell you, Andy, it's very quickly in favor here of this Revenge Tour roster. Metals left up 1 versus 3. He picks up the first blood. This is now a realistic proposition. Mythic's looking his way, though, and Metals. Jeez Louise. Now Metals in a 1 versus Denza, and now, well, it's time to see who has the bigger brain.
Metals has time to be able to make this wrap happen. They're going to have to come back down through the tunnel, but the thing about it is that Denza's just going to play for the timing. They're on top bar, and they play this correctly, they should be able to drop back down and be able to check it in time.
It's a decision, isn't it? It's really tough. Maybe if he jumps on the defuse there and then it's going to be a round, but Denza's taking his time around the back. Metals has just seen him. Oh, no. No, he hasn't. Metals can't find him in time. Denza just needed to get eyes on the bomb, and there you go. Metals will finish that round alive. 3 in a row, by the way, as well. But Revenge Tour are going to end up not falling foul to a 1 versus 3.
You said who had the bigger brain. I mean, it was just a really good call when it comes down to Denza. I don't even know if you could say who had the bigger brain. It's just a really frustrating type of instance when you are looking at from Metals' POV, right? I mean, you clear out all the backside of the willow tree, you clear down through the tunnel side, and well, then you push all the way over by the river walk to then try to get a little peeksy over by the middle of the map, but you don't immediately find the information. Because Denza, all they had to do was just check the bomb right around that 10-second mark, and they got the read on the Metals, was still looking for the information. Just makes that route happen on the backside of the hedges. So a must-need round going forward for Rocker Academy. Do not want to be 4 down, and that first blood from Lucky has the automaton this time around. It's going to make things just a little bit more easy.
First blood finally going the way of Rocker Academy here. Now, how do Revenge Tour react to this? Because while they are technically on the defense here, you've got to be a little bit concerned as to where these Rocker Academy players are going to be attacking from. See them all on the top side of your minimap. Flying almost towards A. Denza, closest player to deal with this. Metals now on the outside as well. Keza's going to swing towards the back line. Has been spotted out. The call has been made now that Keza's over here. But Keza equally has spotted out both Lucky and Metals in this position. The information will be given over towards Mythix. Mythix gets that blood. Keza with 1 onto Lucky as well. And this round has certainly flipped. The bomb is down.
Bomb is down, but again, you're not reading where these players are trying to break back in through. Journey needs to go big. Keza's going to take them down on the return. Now this 2v1 trade on the inside. If it wasn't going to be Denza, Keza was going to be right there for the trade. But that play is all off of Mythix. Again, you had the big brain call there, Brody. Again, the information got immediately called out from Mythix, who was that island player over by that B site. They resurfaced to the middle of the map. And again, not the easiest shots in the world. They did have the automaton to make it a little bit easier for them to be able to lock down those long-range shots from the middle of the map, that staircase that leads down towards the tunnel over by the B site, all the way over towards the northeast side of the map by that tank where Rocker Academy were located at. Finds that kill, and that forces Rocker Academy to play in desperation mode. Now 4 rounds in, all in the favor for Revenge Tour. Now going to go for this 3-1 split, see if Denza can catch players by surprise off a couple stuns and nades as the rest of the teammates just push out the backside of the water wheel.
Well, this is aggressive, isn't it, from Revenge Tour? They've got quite a lot of venom in them. How much damage can that do? Well, Real going to try to do some, but Watson straight back at you. It's now a 2 versus 2. That bomb is down, unfortunately, though, for Revenge Tour, so they will have to retrieve it. Rocker Academy have repositioned themselves for this round. Watson going to check the back line. Doesn't know that Metals is here, though. Metals, he can get away with that kill. This becomes a lot better of position. And Watson, I was going to say, surely should take him down here. And there you go. Watson will take him out of the round. So now Lucky 1 versus 2. 45 seconds left on the clock here. The good news is Revenge Tour have to still grab that bomb and get it down.
Yeah, it's that one simple reason. I'm not too sure why Metals ended up dropping. Still need to wait for the bomb to be planted. You play for the retake if you are in a 2v2. Instead of trying to press the issue, at least you knew that there was a player inside of the site itself, but Now you have an opportunity for Watson Denza to be able to collect themselves back over, but you're going to be able to run into Lucky. Instead, you run him over. Even got the first bullet, did Lucky, onto Watson, who had a fantastic round. Was able to find, I believe, 3 throughout the entirety of that. And, you know, they tweeted out Vegeta Jiff going Super Saiyan for the first time, and I think that's finally coming through in that search and destroy. What a fantastic collection of kills that Watson was able to find on the backside of the water wheel. Like you said, I mean, he was aggressive. I'm all here for it. Look, you're 4 rounds in. Try to go for broke. Try to force out the issue. Dictate the pace as Watson has ended up finding themselves on 4 in a row now. Up on map point for Revenge Tour to even up the series 1-1.
What is happening right now? Rooker Academy. I feel like they're just being beaten out at every single turn. Clutch moment after clutch moment from Revenge Tour. Now Rocker Academy look to win a round. It's an offensive one as well. And there's a good start. Watson going to fall foul to Metals. Lucky for a second kill against Kez. Can't finish it. At the very least needs to get away, but it's Mythix to take him down. Real. Nice double to take out Mythix and Denza in this round. And very quickly it's now down to Keza in a 1 versus 3. The good news is, I don't think they know where he is. He could actually stop this bomb from being planted. And he will not stop it going down, but at least he gets the kill.
Going to cause a lot of ruckus over here inside of Tools. Just try to bait out some information. The last known, of course, was on top of the staircase, just breaking in every single door. Now going for the reposition on the backside of the Dovecot Tower. But again, they have an MP40. Not exactly the most favorable weapon to be able to take that long-range gunfight, even if they did ADS towards the other side of the river. Will go down. And from an explosive collection off of information and finding a lot of players in the middle of the map, Rocker Academy finally get themselves on the board. What a full sale would honestly be to be able to really be a testament for how strong this team really is at just being able to read the tendencies of the enemy team. But Revenge Tour just playing a little bit final right now. We'll have to see if Rocker Academy can answer back here on the defense and just not allow Revenge Tour to run them over when it comes down to those first bloods.
Well, every journey begins with a single step. Rocker Academy have just taken a big one by winning that first round here in the Search and Destroy. Now it's about following that up with another round themselves. At least it's a defense, right? So you don't need to make the first move in this round. You just need to wait patiently for Revenge Tour to do something. Now they will. Watson going to spot out Metals as he gets a little bit aggressive over towards B. And, well, fortunately for Metals, he will get away.
Still an opportunity to be able to work their way inside the 8-side. Watson is just going to break that door and try to find an opening, but this is now bought an opportunity for Real to be able to work their way upward on the backside of the barn for first blood. Of course, will be traded out. That's going to stall up the offense even more so.
1 for 1 we go, as you say. The offense super slow here. They don't want to make a move and end up falling. I think Journey was watching the mid from that upper top. Grandma's window. Nice blood coming in from Lucky, though, on our screen to take down Watson. Looking for the second as well. We'll go for the 1v1 against Mythix. Has the help of Metals in the play. Now it is just Denza left up 1 versus 3. He's got the first kill through. And, of course, the bomb is down as well. So Denza, all he needs to do is stop these players from defusing it. And at the moment, he's currently outplaying them in this dance around the map. Sit in the corner patiently here, waiting for somebody to come through. He's at least chosen correctly as to where these players are on the map. Just check the bomb, get the hell out of dodge now as well. I think Rocker Academy might have just seen him hit. The call has been made to go and get him. There it is. Metal's going to get the kill. There will be time for a defuse.
And that door that got broken up by their teammate of Watson off the beginning of that entire round was actually the unfortunate problem that actually gave away Denza's positioning there. They try to put themselves in that corner, but because that door was broken, I can only imagine, if not one of the players from Rocker Academy, one of their teammates that was watching their perspectives, probably just confirmed the information that they saw a player through that little bit of a doorway. So, 1 round at a time. If you're Rocker Academy, fantastic collapse as a whole. Again, Real being able to fish out that opportunity to be able to get in the top side of Barn, the north side over by P2, to be able to find that kill, at least going 1 for 1. Was all you really needed to do to stall out the offense and then being able to hold the position going forward for Rocker Academy. Now back on offense. Going to be that 3-1 split. Going to leave Journey as that island player down over by the shed. See if they can collect any information. Maybe catch a player trying to get a little wily and aggressive. But the way that Rocker Academy are playing, they are playing this very slow. All of the information. They got tons of nades and all the utility out from Revenge Tour so far. But not enough to be able to collect not only a first blood, but to feel comfortable enough to work their way inside of Granny's.
Slow as you like here if you're a Rocker Academy. Don't want to make any mistakes here onto the entry into the site. Metals sneak around the corner. Might catch Keza off guard. Keza has actually just been seen, but Metals doesn't get that gunfight. And now inside, the doors are opened and Watson, well, Opens his arms out to take out Journey in the round. Now 4 versus 3 we go. In favor of Revenge Tour, mind you, but this bomb will now be going down. 3 for 3 we go. Mythics trades on out as Real takes down Watson. So, just Metals and Lucky left up here in the play to try and defend this bomb site. Can they get it done? Revenge Tour have broken on through towards the site itself. Denza's going to jump on this defuse. Is Metals even going to check this in time? Somebody has to sooner rather than later. Denza, of course, is going to do it. Lucky will pick up Keza. It doesn't matter. Revenge Tour, proactive as ever, will end up winning this search and destroy, and that's an indomitable scoreline.
Hey, that was such a fantastic call there from Denza and all of Revenge Tour in the end to be able to just recognize, hey, we got numbers. You know, Metals did throw a couple of shots on the backside of the hedges to be able to at least dissuade the player from pushing onto the backside of the hedges. But you said it right there, Brody. One player had to go in and check the bomb at that very specific timing. How would you ever guess that the 2 players were able to work their way in the backside of Grandma's to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to defuse the bomb? Of course, you can end up having one player just hop the bomb, one player overwatch them if you were expecting a player to come through the doorway or through the broken wall itself. You also have the information on Lucky through the middle of the map. It was safe. It was a safety call coming out from Revenge Tour to be able to isolate the information from those last 2 players of Lucky and Metals to then be able to put themselves in position to defuse the bomb. But these first 5 rounds that Revenge Tour did were decisive. They were methodical. But most importantly, was a little bit more of a fumble for a few of those rounds for Rocker Academy, who honestly had the numbers advantage for a few of them.
Yeah, it did feel like Rocker Academy weren't playing themselves here, and I got to imagine this is more of a pick for Revenge Tour here in the series to try and make sure that Bacage did get through. Again, this is the map that we did get to miss last time around between these 2 teams, and I think now for Rocker Academy, we kind of see why, right? As, well, Revenge Tour going to come out on top. They looked pretty good there. Shout out to Watson getting 9 kills overall. That's a 9-6 finish for that man. Mythics 5-4, Keza 7-5, Denza 4-3. Everybody having a pretty good time in Search and Destroy. But, you know, I think that's where Revenge Tour are feeling pretty confident at the moment in that Search and Destroy game mode. That has improved time and time again throughout Season 1. Getting to this point now, we're on Bacage, they look super comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely comfortable. I mean, Search and Destroy, when it comes down to this team of Revenge Tour overall, this is almost what we expect. Look, they are the number 2 a hardpoint team, and I say that because they're losing to the number 1, and the only reason why they are number 2 is because, well, they lost to this Rocker Academy roster just yesterday. But when it comes down to the Search and Destroy as a whole, in between these 2 teams, what I've been able to notice, especially through Season 1 and through the cups that we have been casting from Revenge Tour, specifically when they did pick up Denza, is that along with Watson, you have to think about what that means. Just the overall pedigree between those 2 when it comes down to Search and Destroy in previous Call of Duties. It's only going to be a matter of time until they're able to then replicate that for the rest of the roster to be able to find a similar value for them as well. Very methodical was that Bocage Search and Destroy. Again, just collecting off of unforced errors, just expecting for Journey to be able to make that aggressive play that we know we have seen from the Water Wheel side defensively, and being able to cut down Riel as they're trying to make a other play happen through the middle of the map. It was just, you can just generally tell that this Revenge Tour roster, they did their homework, Brody, and fully understanding what they needed to do to be able to even up the series 1 apiece.
They understood the assignment, I think we could say, right? I mean, Revenge Tour feeling pretty hot at the end of that Search and Destroy. Let's take a look at our map set then, show you guys where everything kind of evens out here for these 2 rosters. And, you know, I think overall now, Revenge Tour will be pretty happy that they did win at that Search and Destroy, and they'll be feeling, I think, a lot more stabilized as they move into a map number 3, which I think you and I would both say here they should be feeling more comfortable out of the 2 rosters here on Gava 2 Control.
Yeah, I mean, at least in recency, I mean, both of these 2 teams, more recent than not, played Gava 2 Control, more especially when it comes down to Revenge Tour, played Gava 2 Control just for the first time in the Season 1 of the Elite yesterday and today. Once against Rocker Academy, which they won 3-0, and then earlier today where they beat the Originals 3-1. Rocker Academy, on the other hand, again, losing 0-3 yesterday to this Revenge Tour roster, beating the Originals 3-2. That round 5 could have honestly gone either way when it comes down to the Originals versus Rocker Academy. And as much as I want to go back and re-highlight the statement of doing one's homework, that needs to be a staple for Rocker Academy. They were over-aggressive, egregious at times were the engagements that they were trying to find in the middle of the map, giving away way too many lives, not really abiding to the crosses in the angles that Revenge Tour were holding with their triple automaton setup. So we'll have to see if all of that can get corrected going in towards the swing map mode combo.
I have to remember last time around, it was that round number 2, right, where Rocker Academy, they did actually have a realistic chance to win an offensive round versus Revenge Tour, and they kind of let it slip out of their fingers. That will not happen today. Rocker Academy are not the kind of squad to let the same mistake happen twice, but will be Revenge Tour starting strong here on the offense, looking for the first wave of kills in their favor. Watson still alive for the moment and going to continue to play that life as he gets that first blood versus Metals, but no more, says Lucky, as he has taken out the play. But I think more to the point here, Revenge Tour have done a great job of getting control of A because they've pushed the player all the way through in the form of Keza.
Yeah, Keza's going to be in that prime position, right? And we actually saw Keza in this exact position yesterday. They went on, what was it, like a 5 or 6 spree, but not going to be able to find much of anything as they wanted to collect at least on the one player. That was going to be Journey, who was pushing over by Dox. And the second that they do, the cross angle is going to be held. So a nice reserve defense coming out from Rocker Academy, looking a lot more tuned than they did yesterday. That's for certain, only allowing that first tick of progress to come all the way through with a 4-life lead.
Indeed, Journey going to fall over towards that rock face. So, Revenge Tour going to get out of their spawn, of course. This is one of the things you always want to avoid, is getting trapped inside your spawns over towards the rocks. Big problem, though, up top on this LST ship is going to be Metals. Now on a 3 spree, looking for some more kills in his favor. Will get shut down before he can do any more damage. But at this point, damage might well be done. Journey, doesn't matter if he's got an MP40 in his hand or an automaton. He's feeling pretty hot. Metals with another kill as well. Those long-range shots from Rocker Academy, they are feeling spicy at the moment. And you can kind of tell the way Revenge Tour are kind of positioned at the moment, they've resigned themselves to losing this round. They don't want to lose any more lives.
There's really no reason to, right? You're going to potentially feed streaks over to Journey if he can find 2 more. That would be the glide bomb. There's 4, maybe to the pistol. Will finally lock it down. Has to hold their life. Almost ended up losing it. But yeah, I mean, what was that? About a +8, +9 differential as far as lives are concerned. You're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy if you are Rocker Academy, because that's something that was not exemplified yesterday on their defense. Again, very reserved, making sure that they always had players over in the middle of the map, top AA gun, being able to get back customs in their favor through that window, making sure that nobody from Revenge Tour could sit pretty on the top of the LST ship. And most importantly, Denza was a non-benefactor when it came down to that offense for Revenge Tour. I think that does speak a lot more volumes, that they were not allowing, Rocker Academy were not allowing Denza to be able to work their way into these very tight spots to be able to find themselves a lot of opportunity. But in towards an offense for Rocker they go. 2-2 split off the rip, 2 players over by the AA gun, and I think Watson's going to be more than aware of this. Well, they should be now, as they have a nade land at their feet.
It's going to be tough for Watson, of course. He does have a good positioning to take down both Lucky and Journey if they do choose to push, but I think more to the point here, he does need to win these gunfights to make sure that they maintain control of the anti-air gun area. He's going to get some help here from Fix coming in from the spawn, but does Watson really even need it? He gets that first blood, now looking for the second here. It's going to be Journey Q. There you go. Will end up falling towards Mythics, and for Rocker Academy, their first attempt at attacking B is going to fall apart, but let it be known, it probably will not be their last. Watson, though, going to continue on this spree. It's 5 in a row for this man, looking for number 6. The strafing run would be more than helpful if he can get it, especially now as Rocker Academy able to put together a set of kills to get inside A.
Stopping that clock is going to be the immediate focus. Again, 30 seconds, lives knotted up 24 apiece. But the biggest issue going forward is that nobody is in a position to be able to read that Watson to the back. You got to be reading names, got to be counting numbers, but will now finally surface themselves. Will take down Lucky top LST. Still have one player that's going to be Journey soaking up that tick progression over by A. Now Watson's going to be looking for a couple of spawn kills to dwindle the offensive numbers. Won't be able to find one more, as this is starting to look like Revenge Tour are going to concede that A zone and just try to set up for a B defense.
Now, Watson dying there, huge, of course, because it means that Revenge Tour won't have to deal with that issue later. They'll effectively have a straight path towards the anti-air gun, towards the records area. Try and get control of B. Good start for Rocker Academy here in this round. Real going to continue that start as well with a second kill, looking for number 3. Denza with the denial will take him down, and the anti-air gun will remain in control of Revenge Tour for now. Denza is still in this position. Now the rest of the cavalry will arrive pretty quickly as well. Keza over here, Watson towards the beach, but Journey and Metals come through. Metals with the stun to take down Keza. Journey uses his automaton to deal with another one, and Journey going to bring this streak down now as well. This is going to be the lane opened up here for Rocker Academy that they wanted.
And Watson actually invests that strafing run to be able to get this back in their favor. Actually invests the glide bomb as well to come back through. We'll deal with Real, and that is a great answer, because if Rocker Academy were not thwarted on this offensive push over towards B, they would have been on that zone, stopping that clock and finding a lot more kills, and that would have been probably, I don't know, somewhere near about like the 6 life lead, now dwindling all the way down to 2. Keza getting Mixie over by the AA gun, has some help by Denza up on top ring, down to 38 seconds, and a 1 life lead in favor of the defense.
Now for Revenge Tour, I think your next objective here with 30 seconds on the clock is you kind of need to belittle that life lead that was built up in round number 1 from Rocker Academy, right? Because you don't really want to be walking away from your first defensive round without one. And Rocker Academy aren't going to give them an inch. This is the veteranship that you love to see from Rocker Academy. But I'll tell you what, Revenge Tour, they're fighting for this one. They're pushing for it. They want to make sure they at least walk away with something from this round. 20 seconds remaining. Mythix, can he find anything else over towards this side? Real and Metals would be the players he could take down if it is anybody, but it's actually going to be Real to take down Keza. So that's another kill kit that will go the way of Rocker Academy, trying to pick up one more kill. Here's Revenge Tour, but it is only a 2 life differential at the end of the round, and that might not be good enough considering what Rocker Academy did in round number 1.
Now, again, if you're new to Control as a whole here, just as a little resurface of information for you coming away from Cold War, it used to be overall tick progression that will garner you the defensive side going into round number 5, but you're in Vanguard, it's overall eliminations that will end up giving you that round number 5 side. If you can hold that life advantage going into round number 5 and continues to go defense for defense, right now it is a 7 life lead in favor of Rocker Academy. Now on the defense, Revenge Tour, though, looking to get a little bit saucy inside of the LST ship. They actually have all their numbers over here, and because of that, that allows Journey to be able to find the flank, but it gets read perfectly. Not a single kill to speak of, as it is a clean opening for Revenge Tour, as Mythix is just piecing on a 7 streak, fully getting all of those streaks in their favor, as the A zone is looking to be rather secure. Rocker Academy, no reason to throw more lives at this.
Mythix was doing terribly prior to this round. He was not having a good game. It really is that simple. He's like 4 or 5 kills right now. A 7 streak in a row to open up this round. How about this from this man? He will finally get shut down, but jobs are good, and he's already got streaks in the back pocket ready to go for the inevitable push over towards B. And we talk about that inevitable push over towards B because A is gone. There's nothing that Rocker Academy are going to do about that, and this is as good as you can get. The start of this round, they want to keep the ball rolling with the kills towards the backside. They want to keep the ball rolling with the streak coming on through, and you can't really blame Revenge Tour, can you? They're looking pretty hot, but Rocker Academy, they do have an answer back. Lucky and Real will pick up a couple of kills. There are still players in the back line, though. You've got to keep an eye on Watson to do more damage here to this Revenge Tour defense.
Watson trying to get back towards this very small rock for safety. Lucky's going to cut them back down. And yeah, the battle on 2 fronts will slightly favor Rocker Academy. You know, they originally dealt with Denza in the back when that glide bomb was being called back through. Mythix was still all the way over in the offensive spawn, so not a whole lot of position to be able to grasp off of that. And while it was all ensuing, Rocker Academy, they deal with the players on the flank all the way back through. Strafing run out being called in by Mythix, trying to find them space to be able to be provided for them, to be able to hop into the B zone and stop the clock as the 10 life lead will start to build even more so for Revenge Tour.
And that's why they are doing this right now as well. They want to make sure they diminish that life lead that was built up in round number 1. They want to keep this aggression up as they look to capture a B. So far, it is now just Watson left up, and I don't think that Rocker Academy are aware of it. He's trying to take some long-range gunfights towards the mid-map. It is just Metals up close and personal that he would have to deal with, but a nice nade from Lucky is going to take him down. So, stabilization for Rocker Academy here momentarily. They're not going to be dealing with any immediate threats. I think the biggest problem, though, for them at the moment is that life deficit. They are in a 10 versus 20. They will need to try and bring this down quite significantly in the next few moments. Lucky could be the player to do that as he tries to make his way up towards the anti-air gun. It is just Keza to deal with for the moment, but it won't be long before Mythix joins the party. As elsewhere, kills going to go in favor of Revenge Tour. Rocker Academy need these kills. There you go. Metals picks up 2. Lucky with another one as well. They clear out the anti-air gun.
It helps out when Denza falls to their death from the top side of the LST show. I don't know if you saw that one come through the kill feed, but even still, down to 38 seconds. Dwindling the kill deficit just to 7, and I say that marginally because it was about 10, if not 12, just a few moments ago. 30 seconds remaining. It's about to be Revenge Tour's last attempt to be able to get themselves over towards the B zone.
It is. This is an offensive round, by the way, as well for Revenge Tour. Big win if they could grab it. Denza in from behind now. Wants to try and capture the point. Needs to get inside this little boat. And he will do. But, of course, you can shoot through this. So we'll face quite a lot of pressure. Now as Lucky trying to get up close and personal. Will take him out of the play. But now a 10 versus 4. Rocker Academy could still win this if they just take these players in close proximity down, and they will do. So now these players kind of need to kind of hurry up the pace here. Over towards the anti-air gun, Journey can kind of just zone these players off. Getting over towards the beach he goes. Now looking for the first kill against Keza. Nicely done. Denza, though. Can he touch the point? Yes, there is a player to do exactly that, but Lucky takes them down. Rocker Academy, they survive. The closest brushed with death they probably will do on Gabby 2 Control.
Yeah, you have to assume that maybe if this last kill ends up coming through, if Denza gets the better of Lucky with the wrap pistol, then they extend the round, and that would have been ended up, what was that? What would that be, like a 1v5, 1v7 at that point? I'm not too sure. I didn't end up seeing it, but even still, for Revenge Shore gave themselves a real good look for maybe trying to convert that B zone, all thanks to the explosive hit that they had off the rip over by the LST zone. But still, Rocker Academy holding strong, just with about maybe a 1 or 2 life lead heading in towards round number 5, unless they can convert this offense. And because of the previous attempt on offense where they did a 2-2 split this time, they're taking all 4 of their players to try to combat it against Watson over by this B zone.
And this is risky. You can always kind of lose this initial wave of gunfights and get set back to the respawn point. Metals, though, going to bring their streak down. This is a coordinated effort coming through from Rocker Academy. They're feeling pretty confident about it, but Denza comes through. He is going to shut down the party just like that. Journey and Metals now the last players left up over towards that side, but you can already tell now Rocker Academy really going to start to split their efforts. These 2 players are still over here, still causing problems, by the way, as Journey picks up that blood against Watson, but it is all just a ruse. It is all just distraction. A real effort here from Rocker Academy to try and capture A.
2 life lead for Rocker Academy, and, well, they were trying to throw a lot of pressure over towards B because if they wanted the immediate turnaround, if they lost that battle, which they did, to be able to get presence over towards A, but the biggest consideration is that defensive players can just, quite frankly, move their way from that little cross over inside of the customs building and get themselves a nice little angle to take a look at A, but now it comes down to Watson to be able to make a flank play happen up top. They will collect on top of that, as well as 2 of their teammates to find 3 dead in a row. Now down to 44 seconds, and you got to start finding these favorable kills if you are Rocker Academy to be able to get yourself onto one of these zones to stop the clock and extend the round.
A reminder that Rocker Academy did lose quite a lot of lives in that last round. It was an 8 versus 1 in the end as that round ended. So that 10 or so life deficit that they built up in round number 1 might not mean much if they don't end up bringing that deficit down in this round. Journey and Metal's going to combine for 3, though. That's a pretty good start. Put together an effort here to get on towards a point. It is now just going to be Journey over towards B. Real onto the point on towards A. But his player's going to be falling around. You're going to need to see some heroics coming out from Rocker Academy here. Journey going to fall on the point. Now it is going to be down towards A. Real will capture the point. We will see another 60 seconds on the clock.
Only 2 life deficits so far for Rocker Academy. This is very doable if you have anything in your back pocket, but I believe that Metals utilizing that glide bomb to start off the round over by the B zone was the last streak in their back pocket. Yeah, it absolutely was. No streaks to speak of from Revenge Shore and Rocker Academy to be able to use in their favor. It's going to have to be overall gun skill going forward for themselves. And while off-screen Mythics is showcasing that they can do that, plus some more. Again, was about triple negative a few rounds ago, now up to 20 and 21. Even off of that, again, down to 45 seconds for Rocker Academy, who are on offense to try to make this push end up happening for themselves. Might just concede the space, Brody. Might just try to find themselves a couple of isolated kills to guarantee themselves that round 5 defense.
Indeed, they might. They have to spot out Keza, by the way, over towards that anti-air gun, so we'll want to deal with him, and that's the first step done to try and capture B. Nicely done by Journey to take down Watson over by Records. Kills now going in favor of Rocker Academy here. They have a way onto the point, but they didn't quite account for Mythics here. He was sat in that corner looking to cause some problems. Now they've made their way across. Keza just going to wait for a second. Denzel lands a nade right next to the player inside the boat, so that's one threat dealt with. Revenge Talk here still want to get a few more kills in their favor with 10 seconds remaining. Rocker Academy, do they go for this, or do they just want to try and focus on the deficit? Well, they are going to go for it, but as that player does end up falling, can anybody touch this point now? No is the answer, but a couple of kills do go Rocker Academy's way as we go towards a round number 5.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close, and I lost track. I'm not going to lie. I was waiting to see if these kills ended up coming through. Look, it got really close right there. Those final few moments, Rocker Academy almost had a great opportunity to be able to get on the B zone, but I think that it was still favoring for Rocker Academy to be able to get the defense. No! It actually goes to the favor for Revenge Shore. If you got defense on round number 5 in this swing map mode combo, Rocker Academy, they have to win this opening gunfight decisively. And I was questioning whether or not they were going to go back to the 2-2 split, the original offensive push for Rocker Academy, or if they're just going to hang back and see if they can try to find an opening pick for themselves as well. Lucky is going to be late to this play, seeing if they can catch any players off the rotation. That's going to buy an opportunity for Mythics to see that there's a lot of players up by the AA gun. Now it comes down to Watson again to collect off this damage that is being found. We'll find at least one with the stun grenade, but now if you're Rocker Academy, you're quite frankly trapped. And if you try to work your way over towards the A zone, you have to deal with Keza over on the jungle walk.
Good push coming in from Real here. That's definitely an opener that you want to see if you're this player, if you're a Rocker Academy fan. I know there's quite a lot of them out there. Real looking for some more damage, though. Unfortunately, will not find it. Takes a gamble that he can probably make his way out there towards the beach line unscathed. And it's a gamble that doesn't work out here, Andy, and potentially a really, really negative one as well. That push over towards B has faltered. It's failed. Now they need to go back to their default. They need to push towards A because they've got no presence on B. This A push needs to work, and at the very least, they will get those first opening bloods on through. Even better, Lucky picks up a second kill here, and Rocker Academy now have a way onto A.
Yeah, it took a lot of time to be able to make that B push happen, didn't they, Brody? Rocker Academy exhausting about the entirety of the round down to 34 seconds, but looking to extend that clock. You get an extra 60 seconds on the board if you do capture that A zone. And the way that Revenge are trying to play it, they want to try to pinch it on the opposite side. You could also concede this if you are Revenge because you don't want to lose as many lives to make it even easier for Rocker Academy to find themselves in the back. And speaking of players in the back, Journey's going to get spotted out from these Revenge Tour players, and that's going to buy now Mythics an opportunity to try to set up a little bit of a flank play.
Indeed it will. Mythics could cause quite a lot of problems here for Rocker Academy. They have put an extra 60 seconds on the clock, though, overall. So they got quite a lot of time to work this out. And, well, there you go. Mythics has been taken down. So no longer a problem is Mythics. But still, you don't have control of the anti-air gun. Kez is up top there, causing some problems. There's an even bigger problem as Metals will end up falling. But fortunately for Rocker Academy, they have got control of records building for now. Lucky and Real are over there. But they need to get in from behind. Lucky has been dealt with, so it is now just going to be Real over there to try and take down these players. But again, it is this anti-air gun positioning that is just so brutal right now for Rocker Academy. As Real, he was really the last hope on that push. He doesn't do anything. Revenge Tour continue to hold control of the map.
You're right to highlight the anti-air gun position, Brody, because now it's going to funnel all these Rocker Academy players into where Watson can just absolutely gun you. But they will be dealt with in kind. But the moment that you thought that you were safe dealing with that spawn trapping player that was Watson, it comes right back down towards this green control, which Keza has been holding for the past, I don't know, what feels like about 50 seconds or so. Now gets themselves a 5 streak, calls in the glide bomb, gets themselves a free. I thought it was just going to be 1, but they understand the overall circumference of the blast radius from the glide bomb will deal with 2 more, and they find 1 more to come through, gets themselves a strafe run, calls it in immediately. 8 seconds remaining. Rocker Academy have no respawns. Brody, Revenge Tour are going to take a 2-1 lead in the series.
Well, there it is. 2-1 up they go in the series. It's a much, much closer control than it was yesterday. Rocker Academy fought a lot harder, and they didn't make the same mistakes they did. They played that as by the book as you could possibly get, but ultimately, it wasn't enough. Revenge Tour are going to come out on top, and they continue to be strong on Gary 2 on control. That's a 3-0 record for them so far in in Season 1. In Season 1 playoffs, by the way, because they didn't play it before playoffs, and it continues to be their secret weapon, right? Again, we were surprised it was even in the series as we got into it. We were surprised it was made through the vetoes, because again, Rocker Academy, they chose the map there for map number 3. You and I think we both thought it was going to be Tuscan. It wasn't, and hey, maybe we thought, look, Rocker Academy, they've hit the VOD. They must be pretty confident to allow Gavitu back into the series again for this grand final, but even now, they showed improvements. It wasn't enough.
Look, for Rocker Academy, they obviously did their homework last night as well. They were able to showcase the one thing that I was mostly worried about when it came down to the Gavitu control, right? And that was throwing away way too many lives defensively to try to get the A zone back in their favor. It's just never going to work in your odds when you are trying to just, quite frankly, throw some lives away. And well, it was just Revenge Tour just by the war of attrition being able to get themselves that round number 5, Brody, off of an explosive second round where they had themselves that 6-7 life lead. Even down to the wire, that last round number 4, holding on to that extra 3 was the difference maker that they needed to give themselves that defensive round here on Gavitu. Again, the war of attrition worked in their favor, and they were just dealing with Rocker Academy, who, by the way, wasted so much time off that 3-1 split offensively in round number 5, trying to get that B zone in their favor. And quite honestly, a lot of teams do find it to work when they do go for broke on an offensive push to try to get players in that position to be able to get on the B zone early, get some tick progression. But Watson was undeniable there defensively 3 rounds in a row that I'm almost shocked. I'm truly surprised that Rocker Academy in that 5th and final round that they didn't try their hand to explode their way over inside the LSC ship and to extend the round through the opening rip.
Yeah, I gotta say, for me, it was that round number 3 that really made all the difference there. You know, whenever you get a massive life deficit on an offensive round, it's just so huge, I think, overall. And the Revenge Tour were able to edge out the kills for the defense on round number 5 and looked pretty confident. And, well, here's why. Watson finishing 32 and 22. That man with an automaton, he, he said in the past that he feels like he has a lot to prove here in European challenges, and what a time to go off as well in the grand final to take a 2-1 series lead, and what would be the first best of 5 of this grand final. Watson had a hell of a game.
Yeah, I mean, Watson walking in towards this series had about an 83% non-traded kill ratio. Yeah, I think that kind of goes hand in hand with those 24 that you see on your screen. Again, as the automaton player for this Revenge Tour roster, the main AR, if you will, just understands the position that they need to be in to be able to cut down these Rocker Academy players before they can actually get from behind, before they can actually work their way in towards that beachfront to get on that B zone. Again, undeniable, I would say, is Watson, when they are playing that sole defender over by B, buying so much time for the reinforcements from Revenge Tour to work their way back up the gut in the middle of Gavatu to be able to stop that push from coming out.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Watson, and now Revenge Tour go 2-1 up in the series here. And, again, has to be 2 best-of-5 victories for Revenge Tour, but they're well on the way to winning the first. Again, with that Search and Destroy victory, 6-2 there, and now round 5 victory on Gavutu Control. We are going to be returning to Gavutu for map number 4, but this is a map that will favor Rocker Academy on paper again. Technically speaking, they are the stronger hardpoint team, and they did win it last time these two teams faced off.
Yep, this was map number 4 just last night between these two teams, and it was the final map within the series of which Rocker Academy were able to win 250 to 204. And keep in mind, Revenge Tour were also holding a hefty lead during the entirety. It was almost like a 1-to-1 of what happened in the Berlin Hardpoint. Revenge Tour were holding the lead. Rocker Academy, they were able to adapt to the positional advantage that they were needed to be able to get themselves a lot of time in winning rotations from 3-4, then going in towards 5 with that leader's advantage is where it all came down to end. But as far as what is concerned, you couldn't ask for a hardpoint that could be more even between these two teams. The only loss that Revenge Tour do have against another playoff team was last night versus Rocker Academy. The one thing that's still going to be holding over the heads for Rocker Academy heading in towards this one is that this was the very first map that was played for the season for them, Brody, of which they did end up losing it 250 to 134, I believe, or no, winning it, excuse me, versus Money Form. But even still, I think you have to look at one thing to be for certain, is that it has been cemented in previous matchups, specifically last night in that reverse sweep, and just off that Berlin hardpoint again. Rocker Academy are definitely the better hardpoint team, and they have to showcase that if they want to extend it to what almost feels like home for them on that map number 5 of Berlin Search and Destroy.
Yeah, absolutely. Gavutu, I think it's going to be a serious battle between these two teams. And we've got to really focus, I think, on how the Gavutu hardpoint ended yesterday, because it was a bit of a wild one, right? I mean, we see something that we kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say rarely see, but at the end of the day, I think, between these two teams, we were still a little bit surprised that we did see it, right, between these teams, where they both kind of traded off full 60s. We saw LST going the way of Rocker Academy. Then we saw the rotation over towards the boat, and it would be Revenge Tour that would be able to pull off a full 60 on that hill. Ultimately, though, it was a great hold coming through from Rocker Academy on the Radio Shack hardpoint, where they're able to come out on top. And then finally, as we move over towards the dock side, an early break from Rocker Academy. They looked methodical, they looked surgical in that break. I think today Revenge Tour will have learned from those, not necessarily mistakes, but what went wrong in that hardpoint. Will they let it happen again? That is the question. They win this map, they force a second best of 5, we see a bracket reset, and we go again for another veto process. It'll be very interesting to see how things do change, if they change at all. But Gavutu hardpoint, I'm excited to get into this one again. This is going to be a nice playground, I think, for a player like Watson, who just went off in the control on this map.
We'll have to see if that consistency can at least hold here for Revenge Tour if they want to try to reset the bracket. Again, Denza is that guy when it comes down to overall Slayer rating. Number 1 as far as what European Challengers is concerned. Going to feel a little bit more pushback when it comes down to Gavutu as a whole, as it is much more of a flex land. You need your SMGs to be able to pull out both the automaton, but resurfacing themselves early inside P1, Revenge Tour not going to allow Rocker Academy to be able to get set up for all the time in the world here on 1.
And Rocker Academy, I think, with 20 seconds remaining here, do want to kind of keep a toe into that next rotation. Real going to come in from behind here to try and deal with these players. Metals has already taken down 1, so the job will be a little bit easier, but, well, easy probably wasn't the word, was it? As Denza and Watson will combine for 3. Revenge Tour looking to hoover up all of that scrap time. And now for Rocker Academy, you kind of need to win this next rotation. You never really want to let Revenge Tour come out the gate swinging.
No, you absolutely don't, because we know what Rocker Academy could look like when they start to get momentum, and not to mention if you allow any players to get streaks, how influential they can honestly be when it comes down to snowballing the map here on Gavutu going in towards 3. But The only player that's really might be able to make an argument for that would be Denza. They are able to actually find that 5th kill, so the glide bomb has been achieved, and they also find themselves a pretty darn clean feed themselves. Now on 6 in a row, Mythic's just going to be locking down this push that's happening over by the jungle walk. The rotation from 1 to 2, quite difficult when you looked at it from Revenge Tour's perspective, but they are doing a great job just zoning away Rocker Academy to the back side of that radio shack.
So far, neither team has really been able to get a foothold over this hard point. Perhaps now Watson would be able to. Going to run out of bullets, but luckily the help from Mythics is in. Revenge Tour, I think, crucially here, even though themselves, they might not get all that much time off the back of this hard point, they do have the rotation towards the money hill. That will be next. So, Rocker Academy, they want to break this one quickly. That's a good first blood coming through from Journey to do exactly that. Real and Lucky over towards the anti-air gun side. Going to have to deal with Kezer, though. Inside, explosive to kick off this hard point for Revenge Tour. They will now get a bit of breathing room here and really starting to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, they are just about a whole hard point in the lead over Rocker Academy. This is not looking good, and they might not honestly have any information as to where Denza is as well, just being a little bit of a rat, a beach rat. I don't even know what type of animal that would honestly be. But would even still, you're mostly looking at Denza to be able to make an explosive play. Now we'll finally surface themselves. We'll deal with one. Has Real up top, but that's all they're going to be able to find as Rocker Academy will be successful in breaking from the front, albeit it takes 30 seconds to do it. Rocker Academy will be successful in still looking to keep Revenge Tour trapped on the backside of these P3 spots.
Journey is in, but he will be dealt with. Again, Revenge Tour continue to soak up this time. Finally, Lucky inside the hard point will take down one, but immediately traded on out as Revenge Tour now going to pick up the remainder of this time. This next rotation will be a good opportunity, though, for Rocker Academy to get back in this game. They currently hold the spawns for it. They've got the players to try and zone them off from getting anywhere near the hard point. Journey, though, going to fall. So Revenge Tour have got out of that rotation. Real, though, what can he do? And actually, we're going to see that streak now coming down from Denza. Revenge Tour kind of want to break this early on. They've got the utility to get it done. Unfortunately for them, though, that glide bomb is only going to remove the first wave of players. Rocker Academy going to continue to regenerate themselves in the back line. It doesn't matter, though. Look at the kill feed. It's all Revenge Tour coming on through.
Yeah, it is, but that glide bomb, when it comes down, you're really relying on the players to be able to storm the beaches from the front side. Denza's still on a tangent, by the way, now on 3 in a row, breaking from the hard point from the front single-handedly. And although, again, my point was going to be that you want to use those glide bombs to break inside the spawns, now you can start really spawn trapping Rocker Academy. Denza is getting mix heavy over inside of this Radio Shack hill. Will end up going down. Watson for the trade, and he will now get the information, hey, all of Rocker Academy are still spawning over here, by the way, as now he finds himself on a 4.
Indeed he does, Watson. Can he get the kill here to get number 5? He will not be gifted it for now. We'll have to walk away towards the rotation. Rocker Academy, though, you've got to remember a little flashback towards the last time these two teams faced off. They were able to break in. In from behind they went, and Revenge Tour quickly lost a grip over the hard point. Will this happen this time around, though? No! Denza will hold on with the first 2 kills, but now Rocker Academy going to be spawning in behind. Step number 1 is done. They've managed to break those spawns for this hard point. Now they have to break on through, and here comes the kills from Rocker Academy. A set of kills in their favor. They now have control. And Andy, just a reminder again for everybody at home, you've got to remember what happened in map number 1. It was a scoreline pretty similar to this one that we saw, and it was Rocker Academy that came out on top in the end.
It was almost exactly similar as this. It was an 80-point lead for Revenge Tour at the end of the first set, and then Rocker Academy started to collect and read the tendencies in what they needed to do in towards the second set. And Lucky's making a flank play happen. We'll find 2 up top on P1. One more player will be over here. Denza and Journey will clean them up with a smile on their face. I'm sure of it. 15 and 15 for them on a 5 streak. Gets themselves the glide bomb. That's going to be crucial if Rocker Academy really want to come back into this game through the second set.
It will. Journey now looking to continue this spree. If you can get the strafing run, great. And there you go. Strafing run has been obtained. Lucky also here for the help. Rocker Academy will be feeling very confident now on this rotation, but they've got a long way to go before they get back into this game. Journey up top, facing down a lot of fire. What can he do? Well, it's going to be a wave of Revenge Tour players able to find their way on through. It's just Real left up on the point, and look at that for a break on through. Revenge Tour, they don't want to give any momentum towards Rocker Academy. They've found their way back into this game, and this is a smart play, I think, from Journey to utilize this streak straight away. You'll want to make sure you get at least one of these players off, but that is all you're going to get here. And now you still really need to fight for the scrap time to make it worth it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not actually a big fan of that glide bomb. Look, you were going to lose that back 20 unless you just brute force your way back in. Would have loved to be able to see them cut down the reinforcements that were actually working their way over towards LST's ship for Revenge Tour instead. Now Rocker Academy on a more steep of a back foot than they were previously. All spawns coming in on the backside of the antenna. They have to be able to really force their hand coming out from the records building to be able to put themselves in a position to break in early, but Denza's on a tangent through this map. 24 and now 14 as they get cut down from the front. So Rocker Academy, again, checkbox after checkbox. They have to break into these hard points early, but most importantly, Brody, they have to hold.
This is a really rough position, I think, for Revenge Tour to be in, I think, in terms just of this map, just in terms of this hill and the next one as well. Rocker Academy can get this scrap time right with 30 seconds remaining. Then, of course, they can move over towards the rotation and get that next 60. That is quite a lot of if and buts, though, right? They need to do those things pretty perfectly. Metals will have to play a big part of this play, considering he is the only player over here with any presence for Rocker Academy. There's kill number 1. Looking for the kill number 2. Will not get it. Will make Watson quite weak, though. That should bat him up for a journey, who now needs to clutch up here. Importantly, that step number 1 of what I was saying is done. Rocker Academy have got the scrap time onto that LST. Now as we move over towards the beach, though, can they get these opening gunfights? Journey looking for these kills. There's kill number 1. Will get taken down by Watson, who is now the last remaining player. And there you go. Rocker Academy, they've done it. That first wave of kills will be theirs.
A full 50 would actually put them right back in towards an even game here, Brody. And P3 is very, very monotonous to be able to be broken, especially in a second set, unless you have streaks. Now, we know the Revenge Tour, they still have one. There is Denza calling in the strafing run. But again, much like on the glide bomb in the back, there was nobody in position for Revenge Tour to be able to work their way forward to be able to get the positional advantage that they needed when they had all of Rocker Academy trapped. Another 4 feed, glowing in purple for Rocker Academy. And you also have Journey trying to be that route man to work their way into the back and influence spawns heading in towards the next hard point.
Unfortunately for Revenge Tour, Journey will end up falling, but of course, as you already say here, the 15 seconds will go the way of Rocker Academy. They have blasted their way back into the game, and my skin's crawling. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu here, Randy. This is exactly what happened in map number 1. Revenge Tour, they were up by a huge margin. Rocker Academy, well, they kind of just waltzed their way back into this game. Surely the same thing won't happen again here, because we saw how that one ended. It is going to be Revenge Tour in control of the radar station for now. Rocker Academy, how do you find your way back in? Well, you've got to get past the automation shots of Watson and Mythics first and foremost. At least initially, they haven't been able to do that. Lucky might help the key to this towards the back line. Keza up top in this Radio Shack, though, causing some problems. There's the first kill from the front. Denza with another one as well. Rocker Academy, they just can't find these kills.
No, and you needed to break this hard point. Even getting these players for Revenge Tour off the hill time would be just as good, but you need to be able to do it consistently and more or less try to keep them trapped, as Mythics will now resurface, take down Real from the front. Journey needs to hit this one more time and find many kills as they possibly can, but the problem is that this has been about a solid 45, if not a full 50, coming through for Revenge Tour here on 4, putting themselves with just about 25 seconds or less to be able to close out this game, and if they can break inside 5 early, then we got ourselves a bracket reset.
Indeed we do. Revenge Tour, 1 break, and it will probably be all she wrote here for this series. Watson, there's kill number 5. The glide bomb has been earned. Streaks galore, I've got a feeling, is what we're about to see from both of these two teams. Watson and Mythic's going to get those opening bloods. They want to break on through here for Revenge Tour. They have a little bit of time to make this happen, and the glide bomb comes down. Doesn't actually do anything. It's actually just sent Real away inside. That's Lucky, apologies. Inside, but he picks up 2 huge gunfights. There's one more player in front to deal with. That's going to be Denza. Has the help of some teammates. Lucky just going to run around here, and will survive for a little bit longer, but Keza and Denza are going to pick up those first 2 kills. Revenge Tour continue to batter and bruise Rocker Academy here. They can still finish it, and now they could do it. Just 18 seconds is all they need. Rocker Academy, can you find your way on through? Even if you don't, by the way, Revenge Tour have control of that rotation on towards next. Real gonna fall. The kills are going in favor of Revenge Tour. Metal's gonna desperately try and touch. They now will need this rotation through. 3 seconds. All that Revenge Tour need for victory. You're gonna have to go in up this 1 by 1. Just Real on the point. He will fall. Revenge Tour are going to reset our bracket here with a 3-1 victory in our first best of 5.
Oh, Brody, it's happening. We said, even in the digital green room, that this was the best possible map set for Revenge Tour to be able to come back after losing a similar one yesterday, to be able to reset the bracket, and it pays dividends. That first hardpoint rotation was just such a big lead that Revenge Tour were able to build for themselves. And obviously, yeah, big stark differences in between Berlin and Galbatu. That much I know for sure, but the difference maker is that these hard points, specifically on the 4, when you're taking a look on 3, from both different sides, those hard points are so hard to break to be able to get those spawns into your favor. even if you have streaks, those streaks are going to be used to put yourself in a position to be able to then hit from the front and keep the enemy team trapped. But when you're looking at what Rocker Academy had to do going in towards 4, over by that radar station, albeit being able to at least find some rotational gunfights, because they were hesitating so much to try to flood their way in from the front, it just allowed Revenge Tour just to kick their feet up, just wait for the engagements to come towards them. And by the time that they did, Rocker Academy just all dropped like flies, and they put themselves with just in 20 seconds necessary to be able to clean things up, all also off of the glide bomb that was earned by Mythics there at the very, very end. Definitely going to be helpful in being able to pursue themselves to break inside 5, and of course, holding the rotation over towards 1 doesn't hurt either, but it was just that leader's advantage, Brody, that Revenge Tour were able to get for themselves, just making sure that when we went back over towards 2 in the second set, Rocker Academy, albeit holding those power positions, could never actually get a formidable setup inside of P2, and because of that, they were never allowed to really bring themselves fully back into the game. It was, what, a full 45, 50 off of P3? That was the biggest hard point that we saw out of Rocker Academy. Otherwise, it was scrap time here, somewhat of initial time in other hard points, but Revenge Tour just relentless on making sure that they got the majority of hard points on every single hill.
Well, look, Andy, mate, they let it slip in map number 1, didn't they? You got to think that 80-point advantage that they had, they let it go on Berlin. They didn't let it happen here again. Albeit, you know, Rocker Academy, they almost made it look like they could go 2 for 2 on those massive comebacks in the hardpoint in this series. But Revenge Tour aren't going to let it happen this time. They made sure they held on towards the Radio Shack hardpoint. And then, of course, a good rotation out from them as well to try and break Rocker Academy's early hold on to that last hardpoint. But, Andy, I'm speechless. I love European challenges. I love challenges just on the whole. What it can bring to the fore, the massive twists and turns continue here in EU challenges, as we will be seeing a bracket reset off the back of Revenge Tour taking 3 in a row. You know, we discussed this, you know, would this be possible with the map set? I think looking at it, I still think there were a few mistakes from both of the teams in terms of the veto process, right, Andy? Because we discussed this going into it, the Berlin hardpoint, I think looking at that specifically from Revenge Tour, the Gavutu control, looking at that specifically from Rocker Academy. Going into a potential second best of 5, do we see the change in the map set for those 2 maps?
I think you have to, if you are Rocker Academy. There is no reason going in towards a third time that you want to face Revenge Tour within a 24-hour span, keep in mind you, on Gavutu control. Bring it to the Tuscan. Bring it to what you know and what started that reverse sweep during the round robin, being able to beat Revenge Tour on that map mode combo of Tuscan. On the other side, to your question for Revenge Tour, do you ban out that Berlin hardpoint? Maybe. But also at the same time, Brody, you have to remember, they have been hard vetoing Bokaj hardpoint the entirety of the season. Clearly, they don't feel comfortable on that map mode combo, whether it comes down to scrimmage time, whether it comes down to what happened in previous cups. They don't want to go there as a whole. And they gave themselves a real good look to being able to close out the Berlin hardpoint yesterday and today that we'll probably end up seeing it coming back around. But that control is going to be a main focal point going in towards the second best of 5, Brody, that if you are Rocker Academy, you do not go back to that Gavutu control. I will be appalled if we see it again.
I'm not making any predictions this time. I've already done it once. I'm not making the same mistake again, because honestly, look, maybe they feel like they maybe learn their mistakes. I don't know at this point, honestly. I think we should probably see a Tuscan. Regardless, though, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we've got that second best of 5. We promise, guys, this will be it. The end-all be-all. We're going to crown somebody Season 1 champions here in Europe. Welcome back, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite 4. What will be the final time? We have one more gift for all of you challengers and Call of Duty esports fans out there. It's time for a rematch, as the bracket has been reset in this grand final between Rocker Academy and Revenge Tour. It has been an electric series so far, and Addy, proper, I'm so glad that you have joined me for this one, because you and I, we've just had a hell of a time, and the train ain't stopping anytime soon, as we've got this second best of 5 upcoming.
The train will continue onwards. This is, right now, for me personally, this is the El Clasico of EU Challengers right now. Because when you look at it for these two teams, now the overall head-to-head is tied up 2 apiece. And this goes even further than the Elite Season 1. This also goes back to the Cup that we also saw, where Revenge Tour were able to get the better of this Rocker Academy roster. Now tied up 2 apiece. This is the end-all, be-all, and what a better way to do it than what the rack and a half of a cash prize at the end of it.
Yeah, we haven't even really spoken about that, right? We probably should tell people, by the way, that you don't just get the glory of being Challengers Elite Season 1 champions. You actually get a few racks and a half to work with as well. $20,000 with a $50,000 prize pool. Will be walking away, to the first place winner of this event. And honestly, I don't know at this point who it's going to be, because Rocker Academy, while they have undoubtedly been the #1 European team this season, they have looked so good. Revenge Tour, they have gone from strength to strength, getting to this point, Andy, where they were able to just win that first best of 5 against the Rocker Academy roster, despite losing the upper bracket final to them previously.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, when you're thinking about this for the Revenge Tour, again, Denza coming in for the namesake, think about what this is honestly doing for the rest of the team. Not only just the vibes for the comms, but for the overall presence that they're bringing on the map as well. That first lower final matchup that they faced against the Originals, they came out swinging, and they continued on with that momentum and resilience within that Grand Finals #1 that we just saw versus this Revenge Tour roster. Again, being able to get the bounce back on that Gavatu hardpoint, the one that they lost in that Winners Finals matchup. Again, winning the Gavatu control as well, and that Search and Destroy was a lights-out performance for Revenge Tour.
Indeed it was. Well, before we get into map #1, let's quickly show you the maps to show you what's going to happen here in this second best of 5. You and I had the very quick discussion before we went to break about what would change. I thought maybe the Berlin hardpoint and the Gavatu control. It is just the latter that has been removed from the series. Rocker Academy have decided they don't want to play it again, and I think you and I are probably really glad about that, because I think it probably would have been, as Fast would say, the definition of insanity trying to play that one again.
If I saw the Gavatu control here in the second Grand Finals, I probably would have ripped out my man bun with my own bare hands. I'm not going to lie. That would have been absolutely the definition of insanity. Look, in a 24-hour span, you lost it twice to this Revenge Tour roster, who, again, keep in mind, you had not played the Gavatu control all Season 1 long. That the first time that we saw it was last night, where they absolutely milli-whopped this Rocker Academy roster on that swing map mode combo. Now we get the Tuscan, where both teams are very comfortable on it, keep in mind, you. But again, to your point, that is the only change that we will see. Revenge Tour, again, getting rid of the Bokaj hardpoint will allow the Berlin hardpoint to come back in for this very first map.
And this is the question, right? Because again, we did kind of ask this before we went to break. Is that a mistake on behalf of that Revenge Tour roster? Because you've got to remember how this map #1 did go. It was a really map of 2 halves, if you will, because from the very beginning, we saw a great start from Revenge Tour. They went up 80 points or so towards the end of the first rotation, and then P5 happened, right? Where Rocker Academy really started to get the ball rolling, and throughout the second set of rotations, including the P5 at the end of the first, they didn't really give any time away, to be honest, towards the Revenge Tour side, and it was Rocker Academy who ended up winning that map #1. And the reason we kind of ask, is it a mistake, Andy, is because of the fact that at the end of the day, off the back of that victory, Rocker Academy still haven't lost a Berlin hardpoint. They are 6-0 now off the back of that victory.
Yeah, and that goes across everybody that they have played throughout the entirety of Season 1 of the Elite. I mean, that's just an impressive stat line, again, within its own self. That 252.03 scoreline that we did have was 1 point shy away of being the closest that one of these teams have ever taken Rocker Academy on that map mode combination. I think going forward off of it, I don't think it's a mistake, because if Revenge Tour are that comfortable allowing the Berlin hardpoint to come back through, knowing the strengths, knowing that you still have lost to Rocker Academy now twice on over within a 24-hour span, on this map mode combination, I'd be really scared to see what would have ended up happening if they didn't get rid of that Bokash hardpoint. Again, the only time that we had seen Revenge Tour play that map mode combo was when they won it all by 17 points. It was 270-200 against United Nations in their very first match of the season. So I don't think it's a mistake, Brody. I think that you just need to be able to find the consistency from that first set and immediately rectify what ended up happening throughout that P5 at the end of the first set and continuing on with that throughout the entirety of the second. Just don't let Rocker Academy play their style of making sure that they're always playing for the spawns, always making sure that they're holding down those longer lines of sight, and then allowing Real to go absolutely on a tear, which they did in that first time going of Grand Finals.
Yeah, I mean, right, so that's the discussion on Berlin hardpoint, right? That's the first map in the series. As we said, everything has stayed the same apart from that map number 3 where we see Tuscan control instead of Gabitu control. But what about Bokaj Search and Destroy? This is something that you and I actually didn't get a chance to discuss in the break when we did look at the map set, right? Because this is a map where Revenge Tour, they looked very comfortable on it. They ended up winning 6-2, I believe was the final scoreline in the end. They got like 5 rounds in a row. They came out swinging, and it really felt like a map where they kind of oppressed Rocker Academy in a way.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, they were just not only just outgunning, but they were outmaneuvering all of Rocker Academy through the entirety of that Bokash Search and Destroy. And keep in mind, through a lot of those rounds, Rocker Academy certainly had the opportunity to be able to win those rounds out. They had a numbers advantage, Brody. But when you were dealing with a player like Watson, who was just getting away with highway robbery, not only in the trade department, but also in certain instances where they were putting themselves in positions to be able to clutch up a certain amount of rounds, that allowed one player in particular, you gotta highlight it, is in fact Denza. Is that guy to watch out for when it comes down to the Search and Destroy. Big shout out to Waldo and Patrick hanging out with us all day long here for European Challengers, giving us the views, giving us the utmost best perspectives that we possibly can for the action. But Brody, I think this first hard point is going to be quite telling. If Rocker Academy do end up in fact winning this again, then they'll go into that Bokash Search and Destroy, and maybe we might see the big adaptations come through in between the two sets of Grand Finals.
Well, equally, this could well be a very important map for Revenge Tour in the grand scheme of things. They looked so hot on it at the start of the last engagement, and they will actually win the first wave of gunfights straight away here. But keep an eye on Lucky making these flanks, as he always does. Gets the first kill, looking for some more. Will be shut down before he can do any damage. So, Revenge Tour in for the first set of time here. And again, a reminder for you folks at home, if you missed the first best of 5, well, Revenge Tour, they started just as well as they do here on that one.
Being able, again, to be able to win out the opening trades, being able to get themselves in early for some solid 26 seconds worth of time. Journey's not going to allow this to go over for free. We'll end up going 1 for 1. Lucky there for the trade to be able to at least mitigate some of the damage. But Revenge Tour just cycling players in and out. Lucky for 3 swaps to the pistol to get the whole-on hat trick inside of the office. But it's just for 5 seconds. And this is the same thing that we have seen from Rocker Academy from 1 to 2. You hit late for the break while you make sure that you hold the rotation going over towards the second hill.
Indeed you do. Journey up top in this third story position. He's always been a problem, I think, for any player trying to take him on, especially in a power position such as this. But now we need to get up close and personal into the engagements. Unfortunately, won't be able to do that as Rocker Academy is sent back to the spawn point. Fortunately for them, though, they are spawning over towards that docks area. So Revenge Tour here we'll have to deal with them. Rocker Academy will get another go at this hill. Lucky may well be the key to get back in, and he does get that first kill. Denskin looking for some more here. Mythics will end up falling. Rocker Academy have found their way on through for that 20 seconds of scrap time.
Much better of a P2 in the first set comparatively to what we saw in the first set of Grand Finals number 1. Now, the biggest difference in between those now is that you're actually able to have players on the rotation. Journey's already trying to influence their presence over through the upper courtyard, but because they lost the running mate of Real down low inside of Fire, Journey's now going to pick up that angle and try to influence an opportunity for Rocker Academy to try to get their way in to break 4-3 early.
Revenge Tour here getting quite a lot of time off the back of this hole, but you can see kind of Rocker Academy slowly one by one picking these players off, and well, off the back of that, Revenge Tour now going to be spawning out. There's quite a lot of time here for Rocker Academy to really start to pick up, and this definitely has not started in the same way than that last hard point did the first time these two teams faced off on this map in that last best of 5. Rocker Academy, they're putting up much more of a fight this time around. Can they hold on to the last 30 seconds of time? Journey able to pick up one inside Fire. Ends up to come back and pick up 2 kills of his own. So you'd imagine Revenge Tour will end up going for this, but Rail going to be L-triggering here with his Automaton, has an MP40 in the back pocket as well. Will look for some kills. Fortunately, only able to find 1 here. Watson able to pick up 2 kills. Revenge Tour will find their way in anyway for what is going to be 10 seconds of scrap time. But Rocker Academy here, Andy, they are in for that rotation. Keep an eye on number 4, though. He could be a real problem for Rocker.
Mythic's trying to play for the spawns in the back. Is going to have an engagement versus Journey. Is able to lock it down via the headshot, and that was a lot of trust for Mythics to be able to make that play happen in the back. It's Keza through the center of the map that is able to find an elimination in the front side of P4, but you still have more members of Rocker Academy to deal with. That's going to be Real. This cleans up both those players, trying to make the rotational gunfights go in their way for Revenge Tour. Still holding on to a favorable spawn will be Rocker Academy, but Revenge Tour hot off the bounce to try to make their way inside of 4 early, as Denza now finds 6 in a row for both first streak.
Never doubt Denza, man. He's just continuing to do what he's done all series long, all season 1 playoffs long. Now on a 6 spree, looking for some more kills, of course. Lucky may potentially be the next victim in his spree, but Lucky's actually going to spot out exactly where he is, take him down, and just like that, Rocker Academy not going to give any more time away towards Revenge Tour. They will break in for the last 10 seconds of scrap time, and even better now, Revenge Tour are going to continue to spawn in that back line. As, well, Revenge Tour kit now trying to find their way towards this P1 hardpoint, or P5 hardpoint, sorry, and that wave of kills will be good. Andy, you and I have just noticed something here. The streaks seem to have changed in between this series and the new one.
Yeah, I think this was the patch that legitimately came through all of, like, what, 20 minutes ago almost, but hey, I'm here for it. Look, the glide bomb you get at 6, and then you get that 7 kill streak. You get the glide bomb. The strafing run will come first as the less influential streak, I would say. You kill more teammates with that bad boy than you end up doing with the glide, but even still, might not be necessary if you are shooting absolute nukes out of your automaton like Lucky right now. 17-9 for them. Denza, though, up to 13-10 for themselves. Still has that strafe in their back pocket to play with as we go inside of 5. And what's been crucial in between the first Berlin hardpoint into now, especially through the first set, is that Revenge Tour, well, they were not allowing Rocker Academy to get set up inside of 5 for some massive time. But heading in towards the second set, it will be a slight lead, and I mean slight, just 6 points in between these two teams. The difference makers at Rocker are set up inside the office first.
Rocker Academy, they are going to be here first. How much time can they get before Revenge Tour ultimately find their way on through? Does that even happen, to be honest? Watson, he will have something to say about it. Looking for the first kill, looking for the second, looking for the third! Mythics will come through to pick up that gunfight. Revenge Tour are going to break on through, down to the heroics of the AR players for this Revenge Tour roster. Rocker Academy going to continue to knock out the door, but Watson is here to slam it right in their face. We're not taking trick-or-treaters today, and, well, if anything, I've got a trick for you, as Rocker Academy still going to try and find their way on through, but once again, it is Revenge Tour looking a little bit too strong. Rocker Academy cannot get a foothold over this hard point. Finally, they do, but it will be for 20 seconds of scrap time, and now we turn our attention towards that rotation, Andy.
Rotation's going to be held by Rocker Academy for the time being. You have 3 players for Revenge Tour trying to work their way down that B lane, but you're holding the crosses if you are lucky, being able to find yet another 2-piece. 20-12 now for the young Spaniard. You have Denza that's able to at least slip the net, get inside the B hut. I believe that Lucky didn't, in fact, see them inside of there. And yeah, they absolutely will. Now on 3 in a row. 4 spree as well for Metals. 2 kills away from getting themselves that strafing run as Lucky also joins them now on a 4 spree. Real just playing the corner inside of the office here in Mailroom was shut down. That flank potential to come all the way through. The initial time has been secured for Rocker Academy here on 2.
What was that, like, what, 14 unanswered kills in a row for Rocker Academy there? They were feeling pretty hot. Journey is shut down off his streak, though. Metals and Lucky now, can they get theirs? No, Metals will not. Lucky will get a 5th in a row. Now, before the patch, that would have been a glide bomb, but it's no longer the case now. Just looking for a strafing run. He will be denied it. So Rocker Academy, no streaks despite all of their heroics, but what they do get is the majority time off the back of this hard point. 15 seconds left. Revenge Tour will give this one up and go for the rotation, but they have to be careful. Metals is over here to cause some problems, and he's still playing his life as well, by the way. He will finally get shut down. Now, this will be an important rotation because Rocker Academy, for the first time in this game, have just got a full 60 off the back of that hard point. Lucky trying to cause some problems in the mid-map. Will survive down to his teammate.
Yeah, thanks for the good help. I'm sure Lucky is saying to Metals, who's also in a 1v1 versus that broken panel, but one, of course, winning it. But still, what you're looking at is that Rocker Academy, they are just relentless on making sure one thing happens on the minimap. Yeah, Denza shuts down Metals coming through from the front door inside lobby, but Rocker Academy just brute force their way through the B lane. They get the favorite spawns. Yeah, it took them about 15 seconds to do it, but now they're over the 200-point margin, getting a lot of time here on 3.
Nice kill coming in from Keza to take down Journey here, but it will ultimately be Rocker Academy to have the final say in this play. With 20 seconds left, you find yourself in a bit of an awkward spot. If you're Revenge Tour, it is ultimately just 20 seconds comparatively to the spawns for a new, and I think Revenge Tour here trying to push their way on through towards the train station, but as Watson and Mythic spawn up, it's going to be a bit of a light bulb moment and not a positive one. They recognize that somebody has slipped the net. Rocker Academy have found their way on through. Rail now on a 5-kill streak. 1 kill more, and he gets a strafing run here in this game, but just 17 seconds is all that Rocker Academy need here, Andy.
And the glide bomb's going to be called in by Journey. Won't be able to find the kill, but it's a lot of information that Rocker Academy are able to find. Now they're in for 4. You got to break early, and you got to fly if you're Revenge Tour to get back in.
Well, Metals will be able to get 1. This is a nice set of kills coming through from Revenge Tour to at the very least hold on here, but how long for? That's the question. It's a very slippery net you find yourselves in. Rocker Academy only need 10 points. It's really, really tough to hold on to this game, but nonetheless, they are doing a good job of it at the moment. Denza trying to win some fights inside train station. Lucky wants to play his life, and that's a nice 2-piece at the very least to open up what will inevitably be that next rotation. But even now, you still need to fight for the scrap time. Metals comes through, picks up 2, looking for number 3, will be denied it. Denza still needs to fight for this time, though. 7 seconds. Now all that Rocker Academy need.
Or break. That's all they need to be able to close things out. The strafing run comes in, finds 2 plus a teammate, but that is more than enough opportunity for Rocker Academy to get back in. But it's not enough time within 4 to be able to close things out. They can still do it here on 5. They just have to be able to collect the kills from lurking members from Revenge Tour to do so.
Journey able to pick up 2 kills, and that should be all she wrote. There you go. Finally, they're able to get on the hill for the last few moments there. Rocker Academy will close out map number 1 in a more convincing fashion than they did the last time these two teams faced off in our first best of 5. Andy, it didn't go the same way I think Revenge Tour expected it to.
No, I'm more than certain of that. I mean, that was actually a lot more close to what ended up happening at the Winners Finals last night, Brody, in between these two teams, where Rocker were able to win 251-77 this time around, minus 11 points, 251-66. So yeah, a little bit cleaner than what they did last night, and a lot cleaner than what happened just about an hour and a half ago. So yeah, Rocker Academy, again, coming away from that hard point, just relentlessly striking where it is necessary, making sure that not only are they battling for the scrap time if they are spawning out, specifically looking at the rotation from 1 going into 2, and it was a lot more potent in the second set, wasn't it, Brody, where they were able to get that full 50, it felt like, if not 60, on P2, but even more so than that, knowing that Revenge Tour were holding on towards those dock spawns, they knew that they had to buy time for players for Rocker Academy to be able to hit through the B lane and get into the backside of the docks, while other players were catching Revenge Tour by surprise through the front. It's a lot of blind trust that the Rocker Academy have, but we know that these Spaniards absolutely have that trust within themselves to be able to make that play happen. To break inside 3 like that was exactly where this hardpoint started to spiral out of control.
Yeah, I do feel it was kind of the mailroom hardpoint, right, where everything really changed. We had like, I think it was 40 unanswered kills in favor of Rocker Academy, and from that point onwards, they get the full 60. The game just kind of snowballs, and that's how hardpoint works ultimately on Vanguard. It's very easy to do that. Brilliantly played from Rocker Academy, as you say. They break into P3, and everything goes out of control for Revenge Tour. It doesn't happen the same way it did in our first best of 5, and I think Revenge Tour will be really, really annoyed about that fact, because again, I still think this was a risk. Letting Berlin hardpoint into the rotation, I will stick to this. I absolutely think it was a risk, because at the end of the day, Rocker Academy, they've beaten them twice on it. They are unbeaten on this map, and they continue to be so with a 7th victory here unanswered from anybody in European Challengers. That risk has not paid off, allowing Berlin hardpoint into the rotation. At least now they'll feel a little bit more comfortable moving forward, as the rest of the map set might favor them.
Yeah, look, map 1's gone. Okay, Rocker Academy were probably more of a given that they were going to be able to take a Revenge Tour again in the first grand finals. Had a real good opportunity to be able to take it. But I mean, just look at some of these numbers coming all the way through for Rocker Academy. Again, Lucky is just disgusting. A phenom. 2,800 damage, 21 non-traded kills, 22 non-traded kills from Real. By the way, went on a little bit of a silent tear, I would say so myself, at 23 and 18. And Journey, of course, being their sub-duo at 27 and 20, definitely helps things out. When you look on the opposite side, that Keza, for an SMG presence, was a non-benefactor at 15 and 26. Really gave themselves a lot of opportunities to maybe break inside the hill, but when Revenge Tour were set up every single time, it just felt like Rocker Academy were upsetting them from the back and breaking inside their spawns. Just real good conditional hardpoint when it comes out of Rocker Academy is what we expect out of the #1 hardpoint team here in Europe.
Yeah, indeed we do. It's pretty standard, I think, from Rocker Academy, and that's the scary form that you do come to expect when, as you say, the #1 hardpoint team in Europe, these guys have been doing it all season long, all preseason long, by the way. That was like the biggest thing that we were talking about when Rocker Academy were winning these Challengers Cups in preseason. We were like, well, the reason they're doing it so confidently and so blazingly is the fact that they are just so dominant in hardpoint. You know, back when teams were playing 3 hardpoints via the agreements, they were pretty happy off the back of that. And, well, Rocker Academy, yeah, they're feeling pretty confident at the end of map number 1. You can see that the stat lines as well. Lucky 27 and 17. He continues to impress. Honestly, I feel like we should probably not talk about it anymore, if only because I think it's kind of a pointless conversation.
Just an expectation.
He just does it. When we don't talk about it, guys, just presume that Lucky has gone off because it's normal at this point. Journey 27 and 20 as well. Real 23 and 18. Metals 22 and 20. Again, this is very much like what we saw last night in that winners bracket final, where everything was a team effort. But we're going over towards Bacage Search and Destroy now for map number 2, and this one should favor Revenge Tour because they dominated Rocker Academy in the first best of 5 here on this map.
And Lucky's still going to go towards this round 1 sniper with the Kar 98K. Remember, Lucky's actually still the overall breadwinner when it comes down to overall KD for Search and Destroy at 1.74. 75% first blood percentage, but this is all like great bait for information. Journey's going to find 2. Lucky's going to clean up the 3rd as well. This entire round has fallen by the wayside unless Mythics can get an ace.
Well, I wouldn't doubt Mythics in this position. It is a really tough thing to do, though, on Bacage. You kind of have to separate out these players. You have to get really lucky. Or just get lucky here in this particular 1v1. He does do that, but now, of course, Domino should fall. Wait. He lives to see another day. Mythics, if he was a cat, he'd probably have a few lives off his tally now, wouldn't he? 30 seconds left on the clock. Remember, he's still got to go grab that bomb. Or he could just eliminate these players. Has he got in from behind? Does he expect Metals? Oh, he might just go behind.
Wait
There's one.
a second.
There's 2. Mythics with a 1 versus 4 to open up us here on Bacage. What?
I said he can do it. I said he can do it, Brody. And, yeah,
What?
that's, like, if you don't know who Mythics is, one of the rising stars in European Challengers, you just got a quick little instance of everything that needed to go right for them. Brody even had the call. You had to isolate the players. You had to find the timing to get in from behind is what you saw. Winning the 2 upright like that. Oh, boy, Mythics making me feel some sort of way right now, I'm telling you. Full-on ace for the first round. Just a few kills away from getting themselves that strafe. This is going to really put a wrench into the system for Rocker Academy, who should have been able to close out that round, but won't stop Real from getting that first blood inside of Grandma's.
Yeah, I don't think first bloods mean anything anymore, to be honest. After Mythics just did that 1 versus 4, I'm not counting anything here. Journey going to take the kill against Keza. Mythics now down. Look, Mythics got a 1v4. Can Denzer now do it? Of course, he's been the headlining player for Revenge Tour. We'll have to face down all 4 of these Rocker Academy players. Spots out Real. There's the first kill. I guess the second as well. Look, Denzer.
Oh, boy.
I need my brain for the rest of this series, mate. You don't do a 1v4.
He could do it. He could do it, man.
Don't humor it, man.
I'm a humorous individual, what can I say? But even still, that nade, is it going to find any information? No, it's not. Not even anywhere near. Hell of an arm, though. We'll end up trying to find the full-on wrap all the way back through, and this is a really good call for Rocker Academy. Try to put themselves in at least extending the round planning here at A, and I think that Denza might at least get the confirmation here. Yeah, mutual information. Will they find a player exiting? The timing's not good.
You see him? I don't think Lucky saw him still. I don't think that happened. Now the information's come through, though, as you make a hell of a noise when you jump out like that. Denza, he gets the first kill. Now a 1v1, but Metals will finish him off. The first 1v4 comes through in round number 1. The second one is denied. Oh, sigh of relief on all the Spanish fans' faces there. Woo!
My brain is about to explode. I don't know who's going to, like, Denza really gave himself a real good opportunity here, but, again, there's only so much you're going to be able to do, right? 26 seconds remaining. You do find the first player trying to challenge you out inside of the Grandma alleyway. Be allowed to find that last player of Metals all the way on the backside of the tank caddy. So, evening things up. First bloods don't mean anything. 4 players stacked more or less down by the B zone defensively for Rocker Academy.
Now, we could probably go to tell Easy Mac right now, can't we? Just be like, yo, by the way, First Bloods, don't worry about tracking them anymore.
Oh, he's watching. I'm sure he's aware.
They don't mean anything at this point, but I think they might mean something here in this round. Mythic's able to pick up 2 to start out the round. It's now 1v4 for Real, and he's going to get shut down before he even gets a look in. That is a clean round from Revenge Tour.
Going for broke there were Rocker Academy as far as the defensive hold was concerned, and it wasn't even really a hold. Let's be candid with this one. They just sent 3 players, try to aggressively push through the river, try to maybe get behind the play, cut down players to the middle of the map. Look, this Revenge Tour roster, when it comes down to Bocage Search and Destroy, are just so wise. They're not going to allow for that to come all the way through. They play such a reserve Call of Duty to be able to play off the information that when you just lightly throw a shoulder looking at that specific angle, someone was already holding it. Easy numbers game coming out from Revenge Tour. Mythic 6-1 off of that ace from round number 1. And we go over towards an offense for Rocker Academy, where, again, they are trying to their hand at Methodical Search and Destroy, try to play off some information. The nades and stuns, I don't believe found much of anything, because, quite honestly, Revenge Tour are giving the Rocker Academy absolutely nothing to play off of.
Denza has spotted out Metals. Look at this. Oh, it's a game and a half, isn't it? Denza are going to look through the slightest crack in the window to take down Real. Now Metals in from behind. What can he do? Oh, misses the first few shots. You won't get away unscathed from those ones. Now Journey, the bomb carrier, 1 versus 4. Mate, how many times have we said that to date? As he will not get it this time around. I mean, what? The last 2 1v4s we've seen, both of them have been last players for Rocker Academy, and in both cases, they haven't even got a kill.
Really tough. I mean, especially when it comes down to Revenge Tour, they collect off of all the information that is given to them, and the way that they played out that defense again. You know, you had one player looking through top grandmas up through the little broken doorway, flirting with death for sure, but utilizing every little bit of information, every little slightest crack and crevice that is offered to you on defense to be able to get this information and to find those kills to stop that plant coming through was awesome to see. Now Revenge Tour trying to get inside this ace site very quickly, has to deal with Journey first.
Denza, he tries to make his way in from behind. Flanking with the bomb is never really a good idea, Denza. And there he finds out exactly why. But Mythics will trade things out. It's not quite even just yet. Still a 2 versus 3, but never doubt the damage that Mythics can do. Unfortunately, he's only going to be looking towards the sky. His teammate falls simultaneously, and Rocker Academy, they're going to wipe them out here in this round.
Definitely a lot closer than what it was in Grand Finals number 1, wasn't it, Brody? 5 rounds in a row that Bocage Search and Destroy went. First Grand Finals of things, but able to quickly answer on back. And you would truly feel like this would actually be a 3-2 if, you know, Mythics didn't get away with highway robbery, some Scooby-Doo-esque antics in that first round of winning a 1v4 and getting the ace to boot. But even still, more work has to be done. Offensive push now for Rocker Academy. Going to take a keen focus over towards this tank formation, and Revenge Tour are going to be set up for it.
Indeed they are. They've pushed themselves very far back here. They've given up quite a lot of real estate towards Rocker Academy, and here's why. Nice nade landing right at the feet of Metals. Going to take him out of the play for Rocker Academy. Now they'll feel a little bit more uncertain, but I do like it from Journey. Wants to make sure they have control over the site. In a 3 versus 4, that's probably the best thing that you can do. Real now going to pick off Mythics in this one, but Watson comes through. Certain as you like to take down the bomb planter. Now Lucky in a 1 versus 2.
Little hidey hole inside the door. Lucky's not going to find the best timing. Can they get out with their life? No. And that was, oh, that was just so silly. Little hidey hole inside the door. We'll end up finding the bomb planter of Journey. And then Keza, again, just isolating the kill there on a Lucky. Just could not get around the corner in time to get away from Keza's grip. So, now a big deficit is starting to be built here for Revenge Tour, who are clear-cut, at least on the date, the better Search and Destroy team as it stands. Mythic's still looking pretty darn strong, 9-3. Keza on the 3 spree through these rounds. Be taking their odds to be aggressively hitting their way towards A again.
Oh, well, look at that.
Boy.
Look at that. Keza and Denza. Aggressive as you like. Now Metals has been spotted out as well. Watson will go to deal with him as the stun has been thrown out by Denza. Lucky does pick up Denza there in the play, but if anything, all that does is really reveal his position. How much damage can Lucky do here? The bomb, of course, will be down. Lucky needs to go and get the defuse. It's a tough one for Lucky here in this position. How many players can he take down? Well, there's the first one against Watson. Keza now coming in on the flank. Lucky has actually managed to dodge away. 20 seconds on the clock here. It is still technically possible. Needs to quicken up the pace. And that's actually just spotted out Mythics. He checks the corner for him, and Mythics has already slipped away. Lucky will get taken down despite Well, if there was a heat map, I think for Lucky there in that 1 versus 3, the entire map would just be hot. It would be fully red.
Revenge Tour roster feels like an if-then statement inside of a spreadsheet. Like, everything that they're doing then has an immediate follow-up. The stuns, the cleanup on the Godheady of the tank, the overall flurry that we saw of the opening rip inside of the front door of Grandma's. I mean, you had one player at the very least for Rocker Academy that was hard out-triggered looking at that doorway, but it didn't matter because of the veracity that Revenge Tour just came in, flying in. They knew exactly where to look. They isolate the kills very quickly. Now on defense, they're trying to make 2 players work their way over towards this B lane. And from a set nade out of Denza, it's going to take down Journey, the bomb carrier, for first blood, and Lucky's going to fall up top. Oh, this is all looking like it's the similar scoreline of what we had in the first go of things, Brody.
Well, look, we've already had one before, right? And that was from the new kid on the block for Revenge Tour. So for Real, the 18-year-old Phenom, can he pull off a 1 versus 4 now? It would be quite poetic, wouldn't it, if he could get it done? Gotta find something first to get this going. Has the information of the player over towards Tank and gets that first kill, but look at that reaction from Mythix to make sure that a kill is traded before the 1v4 comes through. And, well, you were right, Andy, which is not a phrase I really like saying. 6-2 is Revenge Tour in the Search and Destroy. It's exactly what happened in the first best of 5.
But it's something you find yourself saying quite often.
It is, isn't it? It is.
Yeah. And man, are you just going to be annoyed by the end of this season. But even still, I think what you're mostly looking at, again, you know, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, specifically on Bocage, for this Rocker Academy roster, is that you are flirting with just the absolute Grim Reaper that is this Revenge Tour roster. Because we have seen this in previous weeks, not even just on that map mode combo, Bocage Search and Destroy, through a lot of different Search and Destroys, where they're able to just fish out so much information and collect off of it, Brody, using every single crevice, every single little hidey hole that they could possibly find. That 1v4, that ace out of Mythix in round number 1, had to have been the statement of the entirety of the Search and Destroy. It should have been a lot closer of a scoreline leading into those last few for Revenge Tour, but Rocker, they were just getting caught off from all these different set nades, all these different timings that Revenge Tour were able to exploit for themselves, right down into this very aggressive challenge. They came in with a plan for every single round. They executed it from every single commitment that came their way, and it just garners them so many good Search and Destroy maps where they walk away with this one 6-2 as Mythix, again, off of that ace. 13-3 for the kid. 1,300 damage. Good lord.
Yeah, I think, so I know that Shift will be watching this at the moment, and he likes to produce a top 10 plays, right, of kind of the week for a challenge.
Found your number 1, Alan.
I think he's just found his number 1. Mythix with that 1 versus 4 clutch. He traversed the map perfectly in behind those last 2 players, and as you say, Andy, I mean, 13-3, that's, I think that's probably Mythix's best performance as a solo player so far, because we always kind of talk about Revenge Tour, right, and Mythix, despite being the new kid on the block, always goes as kind of this untalked about player, if you will, right? Because we're always talking about Denza as the flashy player that joined the roster and has really lived up to the name of the team in getting revenge against so many different teams, namely the Moneyform roster that dropped him, and then, of course, everybody else that I think this roster felt like they had to prove themselves against. And then, of course, we talk about Watson, his resurgence back into the scene, you know, the fact that obviously the last title where he was able to do anything significant before last season was probably World War II or Infinite Warfare, right? And he's just come back in, and it felt like he's never been away, basically, from the Modern Warfare season with Amelia Strays. Then you talk about Keza, right, as a player, you know, maybe not the best season last year, started off pretty well alongside Train Hard, but couldn't quite replicate that top 3 performance once Hydra left the team. And now I think this roster, it's coming together. It's all coming together for Revenge Tour. They're feeling pretty happy at the moment. Things have stabilized much like it did in the first best of 5. They lost the hard point there, then they won the Search and Destroy. Now, things might be different because the one change that's happened from the first map set in the first best of 5 to the second is the Tuscan control that's being added in. Gavutu control, it's gone, Andy. We question this. Are they going to play Gavutu again because Rocker Academy have the choice here? The answer's no.
My man Bun thanks you for not having to rip it out of my scalp, for not seeing that Gavutu control come through a 3rd time in between these 2 teams within a 24-hour span. This Tuscan control is going to be quite telling. You bring yourself all the way back to week number 1 of round robin play. That when Rocker Academy were playing underneath the moniker Young Galactics, this was the map mode combo that started the reverse sweep. Now, Rocker Academy, they won that 3-1. And when you're looking at it as a whole for Revenge Tour, they are only 1-2 versus playoff teams. They have a 3-0 win versus the Originals, and they have that 1-3 loss as well. So actually a 1-3 record, excuse me. This is not looking pretty good for the side of Revenge Tour going in towards this map. Though on the other side, when you're considering the odds for Rocker Academy, they are 4-2 on this map mode combo altogether. They have fantastic wins. That 3-1 win over Revenge Tour. We're able to 3-0 sweep United Nations and Flux Esports. But when it comes down to facing off against playoff teams, Brody, they are only 1-2. But the biggest one of them all is that 3-1 win over Revenge Tour, the 1-3 loss versus the Originals, the 2-3 loss versus Sukari's Bakery. This is going to be quite telling to be able to see, are you going to be able to get that momentum back in your favor in the tried and true swing map mode combination that is the Tuscan Control for Rocker Academy, going back to the Tuscan Control, knowing that you did beat this team of Revenge Tour on it the last time you played it here? Or are Revenge Tour going to come out like a bat out of hell and just continuously influence that numbers advantage that they always seemingly had in those later rounds on Gaba 2 Control?
For me, at least, I think it's been a no-brainer for Rocker Academy to play Tuscan, right? They get the choice in these situations. That's just how the veto system works. They are the highest seed coming into season number 1. They've maintained that highest seed because they, at the end of the day, topped season 1's round robin stage for European challengers. To me, it's always been, why wouldn't you play Tuscan? Why would you try and play Give It To? I get it the first time because in a way you already know that, hey, you've got this Revenge Tour roster that haven't played Give It To, right? I mean, back then they were 0-0, didn't know what you were going up against. You kind of thought, well, hey, we're the veteran team in this situation, maybe kind of outside of Watson. We can be the ones to kind of throw them off balance and really win them because we know we can do it on Gabutu. It didn't go to plan. Then they play it a second time, and I think that was a bit of a confusing decision from my perspective. Maybe you feel like you want to learn from that VOD review from the first attempt, but I really feel like Tuscan, you're just so strong. There's such a strong team on this map mode combination just because of the amount of SMG pressure, and this is what I referenced back in that first best of 5. You've got Journey, you've got Royale, and then of course you've got Metals as well, who would be picking up a third MP40 for this map. And it's just such an indomitable SMG line. And that's always been, I think, a strength of this Rocker Academy team, despite the fact that obviously Lucky is the best performing player with the Automaton. It has been this core SMG presence on the roster that's just so dominating. It's the pace that Rocker Academy are able to set, I think, early on when they were Young Galactics during the first 4 Challengers Cups of the season. And that was a massive reason why they were able to win those first 4 Challengers Cups of the season. Tuscan just fits them like a glove, and I feel like that is a really threatening thing here to Revenge Tour. That said, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I'm glad that you brought up the SMG presence because that said, the triple SMG presence that's going to come out of Denza, Keza, and Mythics can also be as deadly. Look, I respect everything that you just said. Journey is overall the highest, or the second highest kill per minute player when it comes down to control in the European Challenger circuit. Who's got them beat, Brody? It's Denza. 1.2 AKD, averaging about 2.5 kills per minute. And 78% of their kills to this very moment in time are not traded. The number 1 player for non-traded kills in this mode for European challengers is Watson. As a main AR, can get just as dirty as Lucky. Journey trying to get their hands dirty up in top church as far as what they're concerned to do, but come up a little bit short. But as we know here on offense, when it comes down to Tuscan, it's just about trying to find presence in the middle of the map, as that A zone, more often than not, will be conceded over for an extra 60 seconds for the offensive team.
Now look at this venomous start coming through from Real. Already picking up 2 in a row, looking for number 3. Will not find it, but if anything, his presence is just a nuisance that Revenge Tour needs to deal with. A square one, if you will, on the journey to try and stop in this A capture, but it's just not going to happen, is it? A has definitively fallen by the wayside now, and Revenge Tour might as well prepare themselves for a B hit that will be coming, I think, a little bit faster than they maybe initially imagined. Those players already on B. Journey will fall foul to a nicely placed nade by Watson, though, and Revenge Tour, at the very least, can hold strong for a moment, but Real still on this spree.
2 kills away from getting themselves. The strafe will be able to get out of dodge. Denza's going to have to pick it up back here on the Godheady, but now you have this trust that needs to come through. Real needs to be able to get into the back because now the gunfight's over by the front, over by the column, is actually coming up all Rocker Academy.
What is this start from Rocker Academy? This is why they wanted to play Tuscan Control, by the way, and now you're really starting to see this Rocker Academy roster in full force. Stack the point. Oh boy. Andy, they have just made us happy casters because they do the one thing that we have asked teams to do time and time again, stack the point when you're in that position. They do it, and how about that for an opening hit?
You may be across the pond from me, Brody, and I can't even look at you on your camera right now, but I can just hear you smiling from ear to ear.
You know I am.
I know that you are. I mean, look, that was definitive, decisive, other words. Rocker Academy, Real's on a 5-3 going in towards this next round. They only lost 4 lives, by the way, so yeah, pretty good. Coming out from Rocker Academy, now over towards the defensive side for them. Revenge Tour need to be able to replicate that. Losing an offensive round like that basically puts you on the back foot. You have to be able to do the same of what your adversaries just did. And I love this initial play that came through. You ended up having Keza and Denza try to come through and find some timing inside a church. One defender over here will be Real. They will be dealt with, but Journey, the sub-duo, have a double weapon setup. Will pick things up for themselves, and well, that'll stall out the push over towards B, but still presence of mind for Revenge Tour to get over towards the A zone.
Indeed, it's been much less decisive this time around, I think, for Rocker Academy to try and capture this point. We've already just seen that streak come through from Real. That's going to be a strafing run that has been utilized to try and maintain control of A. Keza wants to try and put a full stop here on this play, though, and I think could do it, despite the fact that he has fallen. Revenge Tour will probably be happy here to try and capture this A zone. Metal's going to fall now. I think that might be the deciding factor here for Rocker Academy to not invest any more lives in this.
No, there's no reason to, right? I mean, albeit it's just 22v23, but most importantly, you just want to make sure that you can maintain the space. You got one player inside of bunks. That's going to be Real. They're going to have to be the immediate benefactor of dealing with this push that's about to be coming through. Even going 1-for-1 from these 3 players that are bursting out of maps would be good for Real.
Real, he's holding strong. He is not feeling threatened by those shots by Keza at all. He will back away this time, but it's only to check over towards sandbags, and that might provide the perfect timing opportunity here for Revenge Tour to get through. Unfortunately, the problem is Mythix has just fallen and been sent back to the respawn point. So for Revenge Tour here, it is kind of a waiting game in this position. You never really want to push out of your position. Here we go. Real going to be gifted the first kill. It's actually Metals who will grab it, but he will grab the second Real. Now Mythix and Denza, the closest players to do anything.
Denza's been actually sitting over here for the past, like, 10 seconds or so, and you can see immediately, just on the minimap alone, all of Rocker Academy were fully aware of it. Now that Denza will finally reveal themselves, they did take down Journey, but that's all they're going to be able to find. That's the push that needed to come through for Revenge Tour. The same thing that happened for Rocker Academy on their offense. You have that push be successful on the backside of Church, but the push over by Patio has to be just as successful. It comes up flat. Now we're down to 55 seconds remaining for Revenge Tour to make this push happen over by B.
Mythix loses that first engagement. Keza will get one, but that's all he's going to get as Metals will trade things out. And this is ultimately the big problem, I think, for Revenge Tour when it comes to these B hits. You need to do it as a team, and every time you even lose 1 or 2 players, it forces the players that are left up to stop. That said, Watson is going to go against the grain here. He will push on and pick up the first 2 kills, but that's all he's going to get. 30 seconds now remain on the clock here. Rocker Academy feeling pretty confident. Revenge Tour probably have 1 more hit.
Last hit coming through, 4 life lead for the defense, and yeah, I mean, you're gonna try to invest all of your players and maybe try to break in through the backside of the church. A lot of work has to be done for Journey. They're gonna have a good look at it, but Watson will take them down. So play is existing into the back, so Revenge Tour might have an attempt to get over towards the B zone.
And of course, Mythic's actually going to win that 1v1 against Metals up the front as well. So Real now, what can he do to put a stop to this one? Well, exactly that. Yeah, 1 more player on the point to deal with. Watson even loses that fight in from behind against that player coming freshly off the spawn. And Rocker Academy, of course they do. They win their defensive hold here on round number 2. And things are looking pretty hot here for the Spaniards. And again, this is why we wanted to see them play Tuscan Control, because when they do, they look this good.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums up the very long analysis that we had yesterday of questioning why they picked Gavatu. I don't know. Weird, really.
What do we know, Andy?
Nothing. I just watch Call of Duty to scream out numbers and names and kill streaks. But Rocker Academy now have an opportunity to be able to close this out in 3 as decisive as Metals just pieces 2 up top Church. That's not very holy of you, Metals, but my word, is that going to put Revenge Tour on the back burner.
I feel like I've just watched the Terminator. Metals is shredding through these players. It's so systematic. Boom, boom. 2 players down. Rocker Academy right at the start. They are coming up swinging here into round number 3. Revenge Tour already starting to feel the heat as 2 players starting to capture a zone A. Revenge Tour could technically hit a hit together in from behind, and Keza, Watson, and Denza are all combined for 3. Mythix for number 4. Hey, everybody wants a piece of this pie. And they're eating good tonight as they will make sure that A is not captured for now. But 2 ticks of aggression here, Andy. This is going to be tough for Rocker Academy, or tough for Revenge Tour, sorry, to hold.
Oh, and they read that Keza was up here. If Keza does find both those kills, the play will still exist. But the problem about it going forward is that you still have Mythics making a flank play from behind, and they'll clean up those last 2 players, albeit Real did take down Keza up in top fire. You're still having players from Revenge Shore proactively working across the flank, and they're also reading the split hit that's about to be coming through. You can see Rocker Academy fishing with the idea. Journey, Lucky, trying to work their way through the rooftops while they're trying to make a lot of a ruckus to make their way back over towards A at the same time. But again, Keza just hits it. Keza just ends up hitting it outside of the L turn without even going 1 for 1. Will stall out the offense. Down to 28 seconds. The Rocker Academy, they need to make this push be an effective one.
This has been a pretty good round, I think, overall from Revenge Tour. They've weathered quite a lot here, considering Rocker Academy have already put 2 ticks of pressure on towards A, but it is still a shaky hold from Revenge Tour. It does only take 1 slip of the net for Rocker Academy to make their way on through, but Keza and Mythics will deny. 10 seconds for somebody to do something here. Look at the amount of pressure that Revenge Tour are piling on Rocker Academy and want to invest no more into this round, and that is the answer that Revenge Tour needed.
Hey, they needed that. You're absolutely right. That is the round that they absolutely needed. If you were going to win that round, you had to win it decisively in the lives remaining. That was an 8-life lead for Revenge Tour in that defense. But the problem still remains is that they have to win an offensive round, Brody, to be able to put themselves in that round 5. That if you can do it convincingly, might be able to make an argument for that first round that Rocker Academy came out and just wiped the floor with you. Potentially get that defensive round for round 5. Off the rip, though. Revenge Tour going to put themselves over by this A zone, all stacking numbers. The only player that's going to be lurking behind is Mythics to make sure that that mid-map cross, well, of course, will be covered.
Nicely done by Mythics to pick up that first blood here. Yeah, have those streaks in the back pocket now, ready to go here in this round. As far as Revenge Tour are concerned, though, getting control of this A point is the immediate problem. And Denzer are going to deal with that problem quite well. Now the rest of the Revenge Tour squad are going to come up here. See Mythic streaks ready to go. Revenge Tour, I don't think they'll want to utilize them to capture A. Those will be, I think, a really important plot point when it comes down, as A will go the wayside. B now the next target here for Revenge Tour.
2 minutes, 15 seconds on the board here. Just a single life lead. You have to be meticulous. I think the Real just saw the barrel out from Mythics as soon as they pop up inside Nest. Oh, Mythics gets the better of him. Oh, man, that was terrifying. But still, look at the play for Revenge Tour. Able to get their way into the back. Lucky needs to go big, and they already have. They do find those 2 kills. That'll stuff the push. Just one more player will be Mythics down low over by the column. They will be dealt with, resetting the map for Rocker Academy. That would have gotten really hairy if Revenge Tour found more success in the back.
Now we go back to the respawn point for Revenge Tour, and really back to square one, I think. Yes, they have the streaks ready to go. I think you do actually consider using them sooner rather than later. Here we go. Mythics going to bring this hammer down, but unfortunately, while the streak has been utilized, Real has picked up both Denzer and Keza. Excuse me. And that means the streak is really going to come down all for naught. However, Watson still does exist in the backline. He could still cause some more problems. Metal's going to try and come and deal with him. He does exactly that. There needs to be a trade from Denzer, and there is. That has opened up a lane now for him and Mythics.
Yeah, but look at Real on the minimap as well, Brody. They're doing the same thing on the opposite side. They're going to have 2 players just trying to gun them over by the rooftops, but so long as Real can get away with their life and finesse even more, then that's going to be able to buy so much more of an opportunity for the rest of the players for Rocker Academy, not only to basically make Denza feel worthless in the back, but deal with players trying to cut back through the middle of the map. Real for 2 in the center will stop that push once more. Revenge Tour back to the spawn, so that way they can try to assault this B zone once again.
I feel like I was watching some kind of montage there from FaZe Clan. Real just did a 360 in the middle map and then did a drop shot for the second kill. Nicely done as he picks up the strafing run now. Continues to be an SMG threat. The Revenge Tour haven't been able to deal with it. 19 and 10. We'll keep an eye on him moving forward, but here comes Revenge Tour. Mythic's going to utilize the streak. Wants to try and create some space for his squad. With 20 seconds left, it's not going to get anything, but it will at least get that space open. Elsewhere, Watson has picked up that first kill. It won't be long before that player is back in the action, though, and Mythics still could potentially explode here, but that potential, it comes down to naught. Just 2 players left on the point now, just 1. Denzer will fall. Journey with 2. Rocker Academy, they put a cap here on this game. Real, you might as well just try and utilize this strafing run for fun, as they are going to win the Tuscan Control convincingly.
Woo! Oh, one last little Hot buff kill in the center of the map for Real, who had a hell of a last round there. This, again, was that lurking player. And that's, again, just to hit it one more time, Brody, is what we have been expecting and have seen through multiple instances of Rocker Academy on the Tuscan Control, is that they are just so good at cycling players in and out through the middle of the map. If it's Journey at first, Journey goes 1-for-1, it's either going to be Metals or Real to pick it up over by maps or over by the center of the map to be able to then find more spawn kills. Because you know as well as I do here in 4v4 Call of Duty, especially in Control, that if you can find at least 1 or 2 kills, that's going to slow up the offense considerably. Because to break inside that B zone, you have to do what Rocker Academy did so flawlessly in their first round offense. You have to find success in breaking into the backside of Church, while you also have to find success in numbers to break in top of Patio, to then force all of the enemy team on the defense to slowly funnel their way either from top bunks in top green or from down that column alleyway in a very narrow choke point. It never existed for Revenge Shore. And keep in mind you, Keza, Denza, they both had many different times where they were into that back Church position, but the other push from the opposite side just never happened for Revenge Shore to confidently get themselves on that B zone.
I think everything can kind of be encapsulated into that first round there. I think really for Rocker Academy, it was so quick, by the way, that we only got a snippet of it, literally the final seconds of it inside our replay package. As we look over towards the final scoreboard, well, Real, I think he's fed up of having the limelight taken away from him by Lucky. He just had a monstrous Tuscan Control at 21 and 11, almost double positive, but I mean the effect that he had on that map was surely felt by Revenge Tour. Obviously Metals as well, 21 and 15. It's not to say that Lucky didn't do anything as well, because even with the Automaton, he went 13 and 8, and those kind of kills, it all builds up to Revenge Tour not winning Tuscan Control.
It's so hard to be able to live up to what is necessary for Lucky, say even comparatively on Gavatu Control, to what you have existing on Tuscan, when you have 3 SMGs doing what we just saw, 21-15 Metals, Journey 14-19. Yeah, it didn't exactly have the utmost positive game, but it was what they were doing throughout the entirety of the map to be able to keep Revenge Shore on their back foot. And by the time that they were done, when Revenge Shore were all done finally dealing with these lurking SMG players, they were slowly working their way into longer lines of sight, where Lucky was just kicking their feet up and were able to just absolutely laser beam them down. 13 and 8 again. Low engagements, whatever. Lucky definitely played the role that they needed to have. And the swing map mode combo this time around, that finally Rocker Academy will not be fooled 3 times. No definition of insanity here versus Revenge Shore. Within a 24-hour span, they take the swing map mode combo ahead of what is already been played twice on over between these two teams, the Gavatu Hardpoint.
Yeah, look, I'm not a biased caster, okay? I would never do that to anybody in the chat. I know everybody has their favorite teams and such. What I will say is, I'm happy that we did see the Tuscan Control, because if we did see a Gavatu Control again, I probably would have cried. That being said, we do have a map number 4 coming up. It is going to be Gavatu Hardpoint, and of course, this is a very interesting situation, because what we just saw in the first best of 5 is very different to what happened in the first time these two teams faced off in our upper bracket final there. It was Rocker Academy who came out with the victory. It was a great break over towards the Docks Hardpoint that decided how the Hardpoint would close out, despite, by the way, Revenge Tour. I mean, what, they almost put together like back-to-back 3 pieces, as I remember it, to try and break on through and at least put a stop to the Rocker Academy train. However, in the last series, Andy, things were entirely different. We saw a Revenge Tour roster that did come out the gate swinging, and yes, they did allow Rocker Academy back into the game, but comparatively to what happened in the map number 1 in that series, they closed it out.
If not just ever so slightly being brought back into the game, thanks to what was about a full 50, if not 60, off of P3 in the second set of hardpoints, Brody. But the advantage, the leader's advantage that Revenge Shore got off the first set was massive. I mean, it was somewhere near of like 180 to 40 going in towards the second set. That's how big of a lead Revenge Shore were able to build. You cannot allow that to happen if you are Rocker Academy coming into this Gavatu hardpoint. You cannot allow the AR, specifically from Watson, to be able to set themselves up comfortably with the crosses that we know will be set up time and time again. There are a lot of different hardpoints with Mythics, and then that in turn allows Denza and Keza to play their very instigative type play to be able to then push that line of scrimmage that much further forward, offset your spawns, all more so to be able to make sure that Rocker Academy never had numbers to be able to break back into the hard point. Even when they had the closer spawns, like on P4, what Revenge Tour were doing so well is that they were just making sure that nobody was going to be able to get back into a favorable position to even find a favorable gunfight. If that starts to happen again through the first set of hills, honestly, we might have to pack our bags and set ourselves up for a trip to Berlin.
Wouldn't that be nice, hey? Game number 5 to close everything out that we've seen today and everything out that we've seen so far in season number 1. Rocker Academy, of course, in their huge fan base will not be wanting that. But so far, I don't think that's what they're going to get. Right out the gate here, Revenge Tour going to start things strong. Lucky wants to try and put a stop to any of the madness before it gets going. But Revenge Tour here, they will have the final say, at least with the initial engagement.
Great opening, ripping engagements. Mythics now on a 4, continuing on with their merry way of what we really started to see piece together even in the last grand finals and even towards the end of that Tuscan control as well. But able to break your way back in for Rocker. Definitely don't want Revenge Tour to get all comfy cozy inside P1 with unanswered time. Now we're down to 15 seconds. A rotation has to be called for one of these players to get control over top LSC.
Indeed, Denzel will draw that first blood. Lucky over here, though. I don't think that Revenge Tour will be entirely aware of this present. The rest of the players will be looking to push the hill now. Here we go. Lucky putting the first 2 shots in. Oh! Lucky? That's like the slowest kill I think I've ever seen from Lucky in my life, as he does end up getting it. The rest of his teammates now going to come out for the help as well. These first bloods have undoubtedly gone on Rocker Academy's way. Revenge Tour, what can they say about it? Well, nothing. The kill feed is lighting up purple. Rocker Academy most certainly in control.
And they know exactly where Revenge Tour are going to be spawning into the backside of Customs. Well, they'll definitely know now as Real just gets absolutely eviscerated by about 3 different guns from Revenge Tour. But now the job is going to be a continuation for Rocker Academy. You know where they're spawning. You want to make sure that you hold the middle of the map going forward because there's still a lot of time to battle here on 2.
Indeed there is, but look at this from Rocker Academy. They recognize the position they're in. They recognize they really can't afford to give away this rotation. Journey with 5 in a row. Nicely done. But at the end of the day, it will probably be all for naught here, as you do not get streaks over 5 in a row right now here in this game. Revenge Tour still hold on to the rotations for new, and they'll even break into what is effectively 5 seconds of scrap time. So now 3 versus 3 over on the new hardpoint. But look at those nades coming through from Journey and Metals. They land them right at the feet of Mythics and Keza. Metals and Lucky continue that as well as Rocker Academy here. They haven't quite broken the spawns yet, but they have broken in.
Yeah, and they're keeping them at bay in the backside of the Customs. And Journey is just as instigative I've ever honestly seen them play on this map mode of Gava 2 Hardpoint. Still, you almost had to find yourself a whole convincing feat, as they were the only player that was pushed up that far. Still 30 seconds remaining here in P3, but the job is absolutely done. You did not allow Revenge Tour, who did have the close spawns, get set up too comfortably to be able to get the initial time. You can essentially give up the scrap time here on 20. Yeah, Journey might be able to find this 1v1. No Mythics will shut them down, but again, not allowing Revenge Tour to get a full 50, 60 off of this P3 hill is the job that Rocker Academy set themselves out to do. If they broke in, that would have been great, but most importantly, they have the close response before, looking to get themselves set up for their own 50 or 60.
And this needs to be a break, I think, from Revenge Tour right out the gate. You can't really let Rocker Academy get full control over this hard point. Now, all sitting in the back line, bit out of position, I think, in terms of what you'd normally expect here for a Denza. Also has to do with Lucky. He's taking his time. That's exactly what Rocker Academy want, or is his teammates going to fall around him? It is just Mythics and Denza in close proximity. Mythics will be able to pick up 1, but that's all he's going to get. Denza still existing over towards this beach side. Could still be a problem for Rocker Academy to deal with, but deal with him they will, as well as the gunfights up top in front. They're just going to line up for Real and Metals as well. Revenge Tour going to fall, and Rocker Academy, they're creating Revenge Tour's worst nightmare at the moment. A full 60 is well within reach.
That got really scary, though. I mean, I almost had shades of what happened in the first grand finals, right? Where Revenge Tour were able to break in from the front and keep Rocker Academy trapped into the backside of the spawns for P4. But luckily enough, you had Real go AWOL. Lucky and Metals will be there to help things out. Now we take a look at the rotation from 4 to 5. Quite the long one. You got to go all the way across this LSC ship and get yourself inside the docks. Metals is going to end up taking down Keza inside of that stairwell. And now you're going to have this opportunity. Metals, last time that we saw these two teams play on this map, showed us a lot of nerdy angles, but we'll end up pushing a little bit too close inside of the hill. We'll die via the stun grenade, as Revenge Tour will try to set themselves up for this initial time.
And Lucky's the problem, I think, at the moment, really, for Revenge Tour, right? You've got a player up top in LSD. If you're Rocker Academy, it's just so much dominance over the hard point. Mythic's going to sit in the one place that Lucky can't quite see him. 35 seconds left to get here. The kill's going in favor of Revenge Tour. They are very happy with this current position. Rocket Academy. Can they find their way in? I don't know if that's really the target at the moment. If you can get the wave of kills, great. You will be able to find your way in, and there it is. But I think more than anything, we're making sure they held on control for that next rotation when it inevitably does come through.
Yep, you're absolutely right. I mean, again, this is the same instance that we saw from Rocker Academy in the first set there on P3. If you can find all the kills and you can keep them off the hard point, that's great. If you can battle for the scrap time and hold on to the rotation at the same time, that's even better. And that's what the job was for Rocker Academy, and they will be successful. But they ended up winning the gunfights a little bit too far over on the right side of the map while being in possession for P5. That means that Revenge Tour will spawn over on the west side of the map. But even so, when it comes down to this anti-air gun hardpoint, you have to keep things mixy. Real will jump and Superman punch Watson in the face. And so we'll be right there for a couple of trades. But as it is currently standing, 40 seconds remaining inside P1, none of these two teams want either of the others to get too comfortable and set up.
This has just been such a great moment here from Rocker Academy. Of course, you don't really want to give away this 30 seconds of time, though. That's why they're going to give this one more go before giving it up for all the LST ship. Trade's now coming on through, though. It's a pinstripe kill feed, and Revenge Tour now just have one player inside this hard point. As a matter of fact, Mythic's actually going to back away here. Knows he has the assistance of Watson pretty quickly, and Revenge Tour now will get the last 15 seconds of time. And crucially here as well, as we take a look over towards our mini-map, number 8 and number 6, Keza and Denza already here over towards this rotation. It's a crucial moment in the game. Revenge Tour, if they can get this, they can find their way not just back into the game, but also ahead of Rocker Academy.
Oh, Journey, nice little collection of information, knowing that Keza was weak down there. Keza, by the way, triple negative, 5 and 16, is not finding the same amount of value that they did in the first grand finals, where Revenge Tour were able to win on this map number 4. Definitely needs some slack to be picked up because it is a very tight hard point. And to your point there, Brody, being able to get in for the initial time at 2 is going to keep Rocker Academy almost desperate to try to work their way into favorable positions to be able to get inside of the LST ship for some time. Nice nade from Real will clear out Keza. But you still have members for Revenge Tour that are in on top of this ship. You got to deal with Denza as well, who is keeping things alive for their team inside this hard point. 15 seconds remaining, and you know Rocker Academy don't want to give up too many members to open up an opportunity to lose their spawns for 3.
You actually just saw Watson and Denza both kind of run away from the hard point there and go back towards it thinking, hang on, this is scrap time we kind of want. It's 15 seconds. We don't really want to give away as they now take the lead here in this game. But make no mistake, it's Rocker Academy in control of this boat hard point. It's, I would say, easy to get a full 60, but I don't think Revenge Tour are going to give them an easy go at things whatsoever. They will have to get through the AA gun. Real from long range will take these players down. Will stop on a 2 spree there as he ends up falling. Now look at the pressure coming from the front, though. Metal's going to have to face down all of these players. Mythic's just going to run on through without a care in the world, and it's Revenge Tour in the hard point.
Mythic's a man on a mission again, just bunny hopping their way inside of the hardpoint. What a time to be able to come alive if you are Revenge Tour inside the second set of hardpoints, being able to recognize that how many kills are being found. But Metals will be right here, closer spawns on the backside of Records to be able to shut things down for Revenge Tour. But again, the same job was almost entrusted for Revenge Tour as what we saw from Rocker Academy in the first set, right? That you don't necessarily always want to try to battle for the spawns, but so long as you're dissuading Rocker Academy from getting themselves that full 60 that we have seen teams get on P3. You want to make sure that you're still set up for P4. The issue going forward is that Rocker Academy, they're setting numbers in spades to try to upset these spawns. Lucky is locking down the spawns in the back. Won't be able to get them favorably for their team, but at least is blocking them for the time being as all of Revenge Tour spawn out for 3.
Wow, that is a huge moment in this game. Lucky might well have just locked this game down for Rocker Academy. A break they desperately needed. Revenge Tour, they broke them in that last hard point. They didn't give them the full 60 that they desired, but now they're back in once again for Revenge. Can the Revenge Tour roster, though, find their way back in? 30 seconds remaining, and it seems like they might be able to. Lucky will be the last remaining player, and he will fall. So Revenge Tour now win, but Rocker Academy going to continue to regenerate themselves towards that backline. They're going to spawn over towards this beach, and Lucky, I think, now making an early exit from this hard point. He does not care anymore what happens here on the last few seconds. Yes, he wants his team to get it, but at the end of the day, this rotation, Andy, much more important.
Yeah, the blind trust, again, knowing that you have those closer North Beach spawns to be able to hit from the scrap time again, while you also had Lucky Fall over by the beachfront trying to work their ways in towards the back. Of course, now Revenge Shore able to recognize, hey, we have to make sure that we hold these spawns on the backside of records. We cannot allow ourselves to give up the middle map pressure as Mythics is playing with the Godhead. He will find 2 towards the middle of the map. Gonna push Rucker Academy back. Still has 2 players coming out with the anti-air gun stairs, and Mythics will find 4 in a row. 2 more kills away from getting themselves a strafing run as Revenge Shore are in for the initial time, about to be an even game.
I love how aggressive Mythics is being right now. He definitely wants to force the issue. He doesn't want to give Rocker Academy any room to breathe here in this game. Don't know if he has much of a choice, though. Journey and Morale going to pick up a couple of kills. Mythics will be stopped short one of a strafing run. And now Denza really starting to feel the heat in this game on that hard point. This is 20 seconds that's really tough because you do have to give it away at this point in time, Andy, right? You can't afford to go for it. You need to go for the rotation. And luckily for Revenge Shore, they win the first few engagements.
And they will be able to do that, but because you're giving up those back 20 seconds, right, you're basically going for broke that you can almost full hold this P1 side to be able to get the 45 seconds required for Revenge Shore to pack their bags and go over towards that Berlin Search and Destroy, and they're doing a pretty darn good job at it. Big 3 kills coming through for Revenge Shore. Now Metals up in this top LST ship has to make their presence felt, be able to find some players in long-range fashion. 3 kills come through, and Rocker Academy broke it in.
Is that it? That's the question. Is that it? It's Metals up top on this LST. It's an indomitable position. Rocker Academy have a couple of players defending this point right now. Revenge Shore, they would technically have the numbers if they can get in. Keza needs to win his first engagement. He's not able to, and Rocker Academy are able to get it done in 4. They will be Elite Stage 1 champions. Congratulations to them.
It was a battle and a half. I can't even stress that. It was a war here in Grand Finals. The bracket reset coming through for Revenge Shore, being able to have almost a cut and dry, similar map set that we've had in a 24-hour span between these two teams, again swapping in maps 2 for 5. And Rocker Academy, again, albeit losing that Search and Destroy in similar fashion, 6-2 on both sides, Brody. They are resilient. They are the best hardpoint team that we have in European Challengers at this current moment of time, and you're able to recognize why. They were able to immediately correct themselves from a lot of different issues that were plaguing them throughout the entirety of the Gava 2 hardpoint in Grand Finals #1, making sure that they were not only trying to over-influence their way for the spawns, but making sure that they were putting themselves in positions to be able to break from the front and make sure that they never gave up middle of the map to hold rotations.
Wow, what a day. What a day of challengers. What a season of challengers we've just had in Europe. It is going to be a Rocker Academy taking it all, formerly known as the Young Galactic Squad. Minnesota Rocker, I think they'll be pretty happy with the way they've invested into their game here. 3-1 victory versus Revenge Shore is going to close it out. Before we talk about Rocker Academy, though, as we look over towards our final bracket, I do want to take a moment to talk about Revenge Shore, right? Because I think they've been a highly impressive roster at the end of playoffs, at the end of everything. I think, looking at it right now, at least in my mind, they are the #2 team, and that is solidified.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, there's another thing to be able to really walk away with when it comes down to these 4 teams that you see on your screen across this bracket, right, Brody, is that we'll see them again. You place top 4 in the Elite Season 1, you want to qualify for Elite Season 2, but there's one thing to be definitely said about this Revenge Shore roster, is that they are definitely living up to the name of the Revenge Shore. Being able to make their way back into Grand Finals, bracket resetting Rocker Academy is no easy feat when it is all said and done. To even find themselves to be qualified in for the Elite Season 1 and taking down the teams that they did along the way. Again, a war is what I would like to call it here in Grand Finals. Just Rocker Academy, just too darn good when it comes down to not only the map mode combo, and finally recognizing that they shouldn't have played Gava 2 Control the first Grand Finals, finally bringing it to a Tuscan and taking that swing map mode combo that even if they lost that Gava 2 hardpoint, they would have felt at home again towards that Berlin Search and Destroy. I cannot give enough congratulations through for this Rocker Academy roster since the early beginning, the preseason, if you will. 4 challengers, 4 out of 5 cups go their way, Brody, and they are defining themselves as the #1 team here in Europe.
ultimately, I think it's right in a way, right? It just feels right that Rocker Academy, they were the ones to win Season 1, ultimately, right? Because, you talk about this roster, what they were able to achieve in preseason, 4 out of the 5 Challengers Cups in their favor. They were constantly on the tip of our tongues in terms of their name and such when we talked about who we expected to win season number 1. They come out, yes, they lose that opening match versus Money Form, but that's all they lose, right? They end up topping the round robin for European challengers, and well, they don't exactly walk away unbeaten. They do lose that first best of 5, but they come up from the upper bracket here in our double elimination final bracket for all the playoffs, and Rocker Academy deservedly going to be walking away as our season 1 champion. $20,000, by the way, as well, Andy.
Something
That
slight,
is,
yeah.
is a little bit of cash that they're going to be walking away with. Congratulations to Rocker Academy. But that's Europe done. We're done for season number 1. Andy, it's been a phenomenal experience. As always, Challengers Elite showcasing the best of the best in the European region and in North American region as well. And before we go, Andy, I just want to get your thoughts very quickly here. I mean, look, for people at home, Challengers really is, right, it's the next generation of pro players.
Absolutely. You are currently seeing them being bred here in both European and North America Challengers. These will then be your next pros in many different generations to come. Show up. Make sure that you let everybody know Challengers is lit. You better make sure that you're here for Season 2. You better make sure that whatever coverage you could possibly find across the web, that you are there witnessing some of the up-and-coming pros, because we have, honestly, you and I have said it so many different times across both North America and Europe. It is so darn competitive between these two regions. It's so darn competitive between the top 8 teams within each region. Although Rocker Academies may solidify themselves as the number 1 team through Season 1, that doesn't mean that the other top 8 teams and other teams ready to battle it out for the qualifier come Season 2 are ready to define and find their moment to say that they are the number 1 team that time around.
Oh, indeed. That preview of the next generation of professional Call of Duty players will continue next up as well, because while Europe is done, North America will be coming very, very soon. We're kicking things off with the lower bracket final with UYU going head-to-head with whatever it takes. I cannot wait for that. Of course, I Hold Shift and Visions will be taking the reins for that one. Thank you so much, guys, for watching European Challenge. We'll be back after the break with North America.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Welcome back, everybody. North American Challengers had an unbelievable first day worth of playoffs, but now only 3 remain after the initial 8 had started off our stage 1 of Challengers Elite. We've got the lower finals and grand finals coming up for you guys this evening, so get out there on social media, start tweeting about it, because you're not going to want to miss it. Also, not wanting to miss it is my partner in crime. I've got Austin Visions Neal with me, and I'll tell you this much, brother, it is going to be an unpredictable day. It's been an unpredictable season so far for North American Challengers, but with our last 3 teams, they couldn't be tighterly gapped together. It's not even a word, but they couldn't be closer together, is what I'm trying to say.
That's right. You nailed it. They could not be closer. We had so many game 5s yesterday, really kind of giving us the full picture that everyone is extremely well matched. And going into today, anyone could take it. Sure, you already have a team that's sitting up there in the grand finals, but I mean, we have a banger match number 1 coming up here, with UIU, with whatever it takes. Everyone wants it so bad, Alan. It's just a matter of who's going to want it the most.
It's tough to say, man, but this is the beauty of a double elimination bracket. You do get a second chance, so we'll take a look to see how the action unfolded yesterday. As you very aptly mentioned, map 5s all over the place. The only one that was without a map 5 was the lower round 1 matchup between Whatever It Takes and 18 and Cracked. That series, though, was still tremendously tight. And really, it's not just the fact that we're going map 5 in a lot of these series. Every map has been hotly contested, save 1 or 2 search and destroys here or there. So as we jump down to the lower finals, UIU going up against Whatever It Takes, these 2 teams did not get a chance to play each other yesterday whatsoever, but there is history with these 2 teams because as we continue to talk about the format, the first 2 weeks of this first stage of Elite resulted in a round-robin group stage. And when these 2 teams had met before, it was a very tight 4-map series favoring UIU. The only map that was really a blowout, the search and destroy. So where's your head at as we look for this lower final?
Well, it's interesting because UIU coming in, I was like, these guys are going to win every single S&D. That's, what I was told. They're like, we're not even actually worried about our search and destroy right now because we put so much work into our hard points and our control. But boy, oh boy, do we have a different story this time around, right? Where UIU actually dropped the majority of their S&Ds yesterday, and it did feel like they were getting punished for the aggression that they were bringing to the table. So we'll see if Whatever It Takes can kind of catch on to a lot of that aggression, or if UIU might actually switch things up and play a little more reserve this time around when it comes at least to that game in particular.
It's kind of like you've used your own Uno reverse card saying we got to get better at hardpoint, but all of a sudden we're not great at search. But for this lower final, let's take a look to see what the maps will kind of unfold here for our opening tale on day 2. Gavudu, Tuscan, Gavudu will be in the mix. The graphic there is Berlin to make sure that this is actually the correct one. I imagine that we may have the map 1, map 4 flipped around. Regardless, we do know that we're going to get a Gavudu and a Berlin hardpoint here, and for sure, the images, okay, so we're getting the word that the images are incorrect. The names are correct. So we will have a Gavudu, a Tuscan, and a Gavudu to start. So kind of ignore your eyes and listen to the words. Thoughts over just the 2 Gavudu respawns to kind of kick off this first 3 maps?
Yeah, I think, coming in with Gavutsu, at least off the rip, both teams, not necessarily, strong on this map, but I feel like after, getting a chance to be able to kind of review rotations, figure out how teams are setting up, there's been a better way that they've been able to approach the breaks. So yesterday, I think we did see UIU play it in one of their series, so we'll see if they can bring a little bit more of that energy coming into today, because they're going to have to, Alan, Whatever It Takes, UIU, our lower matchup, and, well, maybe we're not ready just yet.
It does not appear so, which is fine. We get a little bit more time to talk over not just this first map, but also these teams a little bit more in detail. The whole thing is Gavudu has been a very interesting map across North America. For a team like Whatever It Takes, they've really heavily preferred it. You can kind of see why, right? Like, you've got Zinx kind of one of your main ARs throughout the North American region, but when you look at your other SMG in the form of Brack, he was a Maddox player in BO4. He was an M4 user throughout the MW years. So the fact that he can also pull out an Automaton, I think is very accessible for this Whatever It Takes team. And it makes sense why you would leave this on the table for both sides, I think, just because both teams boast the ability to run 3 huge AR players.
That's kind of the beauty of it, and that's what makes an interesting dynamic with the rosters that you're trying to make as well, where you kind of have to think about that, where some of these larger maps, especially when they get into the rotation for these series, you have to heavily rely on them, right? I mean, let's be fair with the sub player that's usually only going to be one on the team. Like, he's just trying to soak up time. He's just trying to get to certain spots on the map where his ARs can allow him to get to, so that they can kind of clear out those lanes and they can get the job done on maps like Gavutsu here. So we'll see if they can in fact kind of do that. But you bring up a great point. I think Brack has been really solid. He did miss out, I think, in the dominance he's been bringing to the S&Ds, at least with yesterday. So we'll see if he can kind of, keep that consistency going and be that dependable AR that you more or less need, on a map like Gavutu when you are the flex player.
And here's the accurate representation of the map images for what we have. The series, like we mentioned by name, we're correct. Voodoo, Tuscan, Gavutu, double dose of Berlin. And look, let's just say how it is. For the Gavutu control, we've obviously every region and every place, challengers, CCL, CDL, it's a difficult one to break offensively.
Sure.
And the thing is, for both of these two teams, not a lot of play time on it, but both teams have been successful taking offensive rounds in the group stage. In particular, UYU, 3 instances that they've played that control, all 3 of them were 3-0 wins. So you kind of have to be looking at that map 3 as not your normal maybe decider in this series, but it kind of feels like from the side of whatever it takes, you need to get to that map 3 with maybe a 2-0 lead, or at least be able to split the difference in these first 2, because I don't know, man, this UYU team looked very different when it came to playing Gavutu control throughout the groups.
Yeah, they were so good that, every single team was like, get it out, hard veto it. If we're team A, we were making sure we're not playing this map against you, and we're going over to Tuscan. And they did, to be fair, look weaker on Tuscan, but we'll have to see how that one comes around, because now we are loading in the very first one. We're heading into Gavutu Hardpoint. These two teams giving it their all, elimination match here in the lower finals. And it's all about, like we said earlier, who really wants it, who wants a shot to go back up to that grand final, face up Texas Nation to see if you can bring home the chip, reset that bracket. But first, you got to get through this best of 5. And here we go. Time to kick it off.
Indeed we will. Proto goes to the bracket, sings for whatever it takes. Scrap, Rex, Johnny, and Phantoms on the UYU squad. And Proto taking a route through the middle of the map, actually cuts behind a couple of the UYU members. And this pinch is unbelievably beautiful. Rex will fall, and with that, the spawns will also flip. What a route that is to open up the map from Proto.
Yeah, great opening here. Proto just, finding that cut, putting himself in a position where he can now reinforce the point. 2-0 here with that automaton, but does need to get on top of the hill, and now some nice counter nades kind of come right back. So that's going to leave Ghosty all alone. They will swarm and overwhelm him, and UYU now a shot to be able to come away with 20 seconds.
And keep your eye on Phantoms. He's already found one elimination, but he's tucked behind a corner over here to where really nobody can deal with him unless you get nades or explosions on him, and Brack will absolutely be able to. Blows up the barrel right next to him, finds the kill. So for UYU, you're able to put this back to level terms after the first hard point, but your zone around the second hard point has been at least contested, and more than that, it's being broken. Whatever it takes, first 2 kills in, looking good to neutralize the hard point. Ghosty from the middle of the map, it's going to be able to get one and then finish off a second, and whatever it takes, successfully into the second hard point first.
It's those little moments right there from Ghosty that, open up, break a hill, get you some control, and maybe Ghosty can kind of keep this going. This could be for 5 in a row. Lands some shots. Gets the challenge. A little bit of a spin, but Brack gets in there for the assistance. So this is now going to be a chance to be able to actually put UIU in a difficult position to even rotate. And they have to put some presence on this hill. They can't allow it to go over for free. So we'll see if Ghosty can keep this going.
It's not just the hard point. Remember that you need to also play for the rotation here if you're UYU. Ghosty on 5. And if you're just joining us for the North American region, the patch has come through to turn this glide bomb into 7. And goodness, Ghosty just is destroying everybody. Definitely not looking like Casper the Friendly Ghost here. Some other kind of demonic form as he's able to get 7 in a row before being cut down. But whatever it takes, we'll use that as a chance to possibly lock down this rotation. Phantoms gives it one heck of an effort. And with the follow-up from Rex, the hard point goes neutral, and UYU can actually try to contest this from the front still.
They've been doing a good job of this. I mean, you have to hold on to this flat gun. I mean, this is the key control right now where you see Phantoms, but they do lose a couple of the players up close and personal going towards the point. So now it's going to be control, at least for whatever it takes. They have the close spawn. Nice nade comes out, and Phantoms is going to be able to get rid of them, but Zinx on the flank. Trying to grab the information, runs out of bullets, so can't finish off the second, but he will turn and actually snap on Dylan. Rex tries to bring home the third. It will not happen, but it gives his team an avenue to get on top of that time here again and lock down 20 seconds.
And you've got pressure starting to mount towards the rotation on that 20-second countdown, like you mentioned. Brack is trying to slip through, but UIU will still spawn over towards where this new hard point will open up. Shots still coming through, though, as battles across the middle of the map will largely dictate the status of what's to come. And you can even see Rex is kind of taking a more advanced position through the ship number 6 in red. He's just going to cut off rotations from the bottom side. So that means for UIU, everybody else just has to focus on what's coming from the north side. This is a really aggressive setup, but in theory, on paper, it should work pretty darn nicely for him.
Johnny getting a little bit of work done inside of the point there. A couple of kills for him. Make that 3 now. as you'll finally be able to kind of clear some space. And this has been,
flip.
you know, a little bit of a couple players that have been able to get through the back, some through the front, but it's only up to one. And now the flip ends up coming through about halfway through the point, and Dylan Rex, I don't think, was fully prepared for it. So that play in the back is now going to result in hard point time. Ghosty again on a spree, and he is doing this with an MP40 right now. 12-7 now and fully streaked out. This could be good for whatever it takes to grab themselves a bit of a cushion.
Yeah, it's not often that we see Zinx at 4-9, let alone a map like Gavudu, but yeah, you hit it right in the head. Ghosty has been unbelievable in kind of influencing these rotations and the hard points themselves. And a 50-50 battle between Rex and Proto in the back for favorable spawns for P5, but Proto technically has the advantage here because nobody knows where he is. And as Rex continues to search and hunt, well, he's not going to find him. He's just holding a corner, waiting for this hit from the front from his teammates before he kind of reveals his position. 2-for-1 trade, and that's going to be enough. Proto's going to say, all right, time to go. They do get elimination, but the spawns are still pretty close for UYU. One more set of gunfights for whatever it takes to have to win if they want to get a full flip in spawns.
A lot of credit to Proto. He does end up dropping here up top, but that's fine because you at least get some players on the hard point, and now Zinx, the back line, gets to post up and look over the entire map and start cutting down players, and Ghosty is still keeping things going inside of the hard point with very little assistance, just Brack kind of with him, and now he gets to kind of go and play this roaming SMG role. So another spree now for Ghosty, 3 in a row, goes to the back, doesn't know where to go. He just wants red dots right now, Alan, and he is finding them. Another shot coming in here for spree for him as he's going to run all the way back to see if he can finish it off.
Sure will. 5 in a row once again for Dan Ghosty. 150-65 the tally, and UYU has had nothing to work with outside of some of the initial time at the radar station and some of the initial time at P1. Everything else has been essentially flawless gameplay from whatever it takes. Zinx also bringing back this game as he got cut short on a killing spree of 5. Ghosty trying to work into this new hard point, and a good response here. You lived through the strafing run. You were able for UYU to lock down a couple more kills, and if you can work towards potential streaks to get a glide bomb of your own, you can still bring this game back. It's a very swing-heavy map, by the way. I mean, everyone knows that.
It sure is. UYU can chain some hills together, get themselves back in, and if they can fend off this push, it would be great, but multiple players going down. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Johnny. Can't find the kills, so 20 seconds up for grabs here potentially. Should end up going over for whatever it takes, because now it's all about the rotation. It's all about trying to get ourselves set up, and Zinx is here. He's been able to bounce back after a rough start. 12-13 now, but you got to deal with Dylan Rex. He's watching over the map.
And Phantoms actually spawns favorably towards the P3 side of the map, so UYU will start to recognize that the large majority of the spawns, for whatever it takes, should be in front of them. But as they flip once again, due to the fact that you did have Ghosty who was kind of playing through the middle of the map, now it's just kind of down to who can collect themselves fastest. And with 3 in a row for Scrap, he has a beat on Proto for number 4. Coming down the staircase, though, Nick's able to find that elimination. That turns it into 2 for Proto. Give him the 3rd as well, finding an automaton off the ground. And that'll be good for whatever it takes to get into the hard point once again. And they have collected the favored side of the map on the right side. Not looking good for UYU. You need to break, and you need to push through to new.
You hit it. I mean, this is a really scary moment here for UYU. You can't let this time go over for free. You have to contest the rotation, and Zinx is just keeping you pinned in the back of the map. Couple more kills coming in. Johnny will be able to at least deal with him, but look how trapped they are. Look how difficult it is to even get close to the active hardpoint. And now you have to start making your way over to this black gun and then to the beach side of the back of it. Not going to be easy, and Brack there to cut off another player from even getting close to this new hardpoint. Phantoms gets a trade, but still the numbers swinging away here for whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's just too out of reach, you feel like, for UYU. And, you know, I think there were moments in this map you look back to and say, that 1v1 on rotation, you know, we win this mid-map, maybe the spawns flip around. I think a lot of it is just the fact that, you know, whatever it takes is not finding full value necessarily just off their ARs. Ghosty is doing everything he could possibly want on this map. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds with a hard point time, and he's nearly double positive. That is not common, although Rex will at least make a special play happen to keep the game alive with a little 3 spree here as he re-breaks into the 3rd hard point. But still, the ask for UYU is to get this full 20, rotate to new, get a full 60, and then rotate again and find at least 40 just to get this game tied. It's not looking very good for their cause right now.
Yeah, it's a long list right there that you just laid out there for us, Alan. That is going to be really difficult to do, but it's necessary if you're going to come out with a win. And Scrap, he's got to be part of this. We'll be able to find a kill. The spawns might actually end up flipping here. And we'll see a second come through. So Scrap now finds 2 in the back, puts him on 3 in a row, finds another. Scrap coming alive, trying to see if UIU can in fact mount a comeback. Scrap for 5. He is shooting different now. And this is going to gain UIU plenty of control around the point.
Phantoms is in a great spot as well. He's going to get traded, but he took down 2 on this rotational break, trying to come out for whatever it takes from the ship side. If you could earn streaks here for Scrap, you're going to have tools to lock down this full time and potentially give some favor on rotation, but you've got to check the first box before you consider the second. And with that 3-man feed, there's only one more to find. It's Ghosty front side of the hill. He gets dealt with by Johnny.
Oh.
And wait a second, UIU are putting together one heck of a spree. They've done enough for now. And look at the rotation. Whatever it takes is not in a spot to contest ship. UIU could do this.
They could very much do this. You said it. You know, someone had to turn up. They needed to get a full 60. They get a full 60 off the last hill. And now this game is going to be about 198 to 229. Scrap is fully streaked out on the spree. Here comes the glide bomb. What is he going to be able to find? Not a lot of information, but should be able to remove the player from the time here. So they at least find themselves one, but they're going to have to start to move in, and Ghosty's going to match it with one of his own here as he trades it out.
What happens to the spawns right here? Yeah, okay, whatever it takes, they're still going to spawn in, but this is the last set that they're going to have. Every elimination right here is massively important for one side or the other. Whatever it takes with a couple of kills will still spawn close, but now you got to get through Phantoms. Needs to keep his life. Only 6 seconds away from losing this map, and Phantoms has maybe done enough. Finds an automaton off the ground. That's fully loaded. He could turn this into a double, but not able to find the kill onto Zinx. Rex from the top side of ship. You've got to go. You got to touch, and the kills will eventually turn up in favor of whatever it takes. A hell of an effort from UIU, but too tall of a mountain to climb as whatever it takes the first map.
Incredible effort there at the end, and you think if they were able to, you know, do a lot of that through the early or mid part of the game, they might have had a shot and might not have been pressured, you know, to have to basically just start sprinting, get yourself inside of the point, and well, with a close spawn there for whatever it takes, it's a lot easier to do that. But how about that Ghosty kid there,
man,
Alan?
dude.
29 and 18, 2 minutes inside of the hard point. And I talked a lot about him yesterday, you know, just trying to talk about everything that he's been doing. This is the first year that he's been taking competitive COD very seriously. He used to play with Brack back in IW. That's where he had originally found him. And, well, obviously, this group of 3 here, Proto, Zinx, and Brack, you know, took a very keen eye on the up-and-comer here, where Ghosty can have moments like that. He's doing it with a sub, Alan, on Gavutu while he has 2 minutes of time in the point. I mean, just incredible stuff here from the rookie.
You would never know that this was his first year in Challengers Elite. You really wouldn't. That is such a veteran showcase from the solo SMG on the most AR-dominated map that we've seen in a long time. And it's the areas that he finds himself finding the value. It's, you know, 2 minutes, 15 seconds plus, probably closer to 2.5 minutes with a hard point time, and you're still almost double positive? Like, brother, could someone tell him that that's not normal? Like, that is the most uncommon thing that I think we've seen in a long time when it comes to SMG presence on this map, from both challengers and I think even the CDL. Probably one of the more dominant performances that we've seen out of a sub on this map mode combination. And the interesting thing about it is, like, you know, yeah, Ghosty kind of forms as like the objective player throughout a lot of the respawns for this whatever it takes team, but throughout the entirety of this stage, he's carried over a 1.0 KD. So the fact that now you're coming in nearly going double positive, and you did find over 2.5 minutes with a hard point time on Gavutu hard point, give me a break. What a way to start for Ghosty.
They can't trade him either. No one's trading him.
No one can trade him. No.
You know, like with the sub, he's either collecting, you know, multiple multi-kills at a time, or he's just getting one and playing his life. And that really does show just, you know, the value of an SMG player that, you know, you can bring to a roster. And he's bringing a lot of it right now for whatever it takes. So they strike first. They take the hard point here after, you know, what was an incredible showing from UIU yesterday, taking just about every single hard point there from every team that they played. And it looked like they had really turned a new leaf. And now they get to go back to the game mode that, you know, they were the most dominant in. They were the best S&D team coming into playoffs. But yesterday, that was not the case whatsoever, Alan. They were getting too over-aggressive. They were getting punished. And the only match that they were able to win was when they were actually coming back after being down like 2-4. So they were never really in control of any of the S&Ds like we previously saw during the regular season.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head when you said the word "were" great at search and destroy, because it really was absent yesterday. So is there maybe a vulnerability here where whatever it takes can get back into the series or pardon me, possibly take over this series and go up 2-0.
Right.
I think there's definitely feasible opportunities for it. Granted, the last time these two teams had played, which was way back on day 1, week 1 of the group stage, they did play this map, and it was a UYU shutout, 6-1. It was dominant, wasn't close whatsoever, and whatever it takes. To be fair, like, they didn't look particularly great at Search and Destroy at that part of the regular season. Their second week looked much better through and through, and then even yesterday in their Search and Destroy, there was one bad loss, but they also had one major win versus Texas Nation, and it was on this map mode combination. So there are some things to kind of look at to say, for whatever it takes, as much as it was an embarrassing loss the first time you played this UYU team, you just beat Texas Nation yesterday on this map mode combo. So you have to feel like you're coming in with some sort of confidence in what you put together and what that might look like versus this UYU team, who, by the way, did not look particularly great versus Texas Nation yesterday. So a lot to kind of digest there, but I think if you're whatever it takes, you feel pretty positive about your ability to go up 2-0 here.
I would agree. I think that, you know, even with Brack kind of slacking a little bit in S&D yesterday, I still feel like he's going to be able to come out here and potentially bounce back, because he has been one of the driving factors for this whatever it takes roster when it does come to this game mode in particular. So I feel like you are looking at Brack to try to be that shining star that we were seeing at least through the last couple of weeks. But on that same note, I think I'm also really excited for this whole like Ghosty and Johnny, you know, kind of clashing, right? Where they're both these aggressive subs, you know, running through the map, trying to find those openings. And I feel like, you know, a really big thing that we did see from UYU that they found so much success with when they were, you know, at the top of their S&D game was they were really good at finding numbers advantages, right? Really good at opening up with those first bloods. And yesterday it was basically completely stopped. And, you know, you are looking at kind of your scrappies who like to get aggressive with a sniper rifle and will pull it out on Tuscan, or your Johnnies to try to come through and see if they can find those aggressive routes, get behind enemy lines. That's what we praised UYU so much for when they were, you know, winning out on maps he felt like they shouldn't have at times. So I think that this whole Ghosty and Johnny matchup could be very fun to see who's getting aggressive, who's actually finding those windows of opportunity and is able to capitalize on them. I think this is going to be a fun one with the SMGs.
So here's something interesting for you to chew on, Austin.
Okay.
How about this? Map 1 was UYU's pick, and that was UYU's host.
Okay.
So this map 2 is the Search and Destroy of whatever it takes on their host. And then they will also still have the potential to go to their hardpoint pick on Berlin, where, by the way, not to sound casual about it, they've played that map 7 times, equal amount that they've been able to play Gavudu, but they were 4-3 on this map, including a 250-226 win versus UYU. So this series, taking that map number 1 for whatever it takes, already puts it in their back pocket as potentially being able to run away with it in 4. The thing about it is UYU was so good in the 2-3-5 yesterday. Who knows? It's kind of hard to pick favorites, but it is definitely, I think, important to note that that was map 1 for UYU on their host, and they still lost. So that's a huge advantage off the table already from UYU's corner.
I think you bring up a great point. I mean, it is, because when you come in and you have, you know, the map pick, it's because you typically have something prepared, or you just have a lot of confidence behind it, especially knowing that they haven't really been playing this map mode combo, right? It's got to hurt them a little bit. So I expect this team to still bounce back. I feel like, you know, something that, you know, I also talked about with Scrap about was the fact that, you know, Phantoms is the glue for this roster. He knows he's keeping everyone leveled. He's keeping kind of everyone in the right mindset, so that if they drop this first map, he is more than experienced enough. Got to make sure that everyone gets back on the same page. We come into map 2, you know, just completely wiping that last map from our minds. It's all about, you know, going forward, moving forward. And, you know, he really was, you know, I think a huge part of why we've seen so much success here for this UYU roster. So I think you are going to be looking at him, trying to make sure that everyone comes back through leveled and will potentially find themselves the bounce back. But ladies and gentlemen, map number 2, Tuscan Search and Destroy here in our lower final. And it's already striking first here, whatever it takes, finding a dominant map win. Will they be able to carry this through? Will we see the Brack from the past? Or are we going to get the typical UYU that is so dominant in S&D?
And it has to come off of this guy right here. Scrap yesterday on this map to start the day, unbelievable. To finish versus Texas Nation, absent completely. But Johnny will tally up first blood against Zinx. The long play for whatever it takes is just that. All the way around the back. UYU try to scramble to get into position, but Phantoms gets away. And he's able to get the gun up to possibly get a gunfight versus Ghosty. Not badly done whatsoever. Scrap, do it. Oh, just a bit wide. But as he loses the gunfight, now it's on to Johnny, who's playing up the middle of the map. And Proto, this would be a very difficult 1v1.
It sure would be. I mean, there's so many spots to check right now, right? You just got to hope that you can kind of beam Johnny going for a peek on the bomb. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. And Proto, unfortunately, no reads on him. Doesn't know where he's at. Will not be able to get the defuse, but they do at least pick up a couple of kills. Really close after the back end of losing one of their players there. Proto getting some good work done in the back, just not enough to be able to collect another. And Johnny will play his life to make sure that UIU do, in fact, find their first offensive round.
Yeah, it's a bold call for whatever it takes, but I like the idea of trying to just set something up a little bit more unique here, because that's where UIU struggled yesterday versus Texas Nation, was dealing with the uniqueness that we saw out of the preset plays from Texas Nation.
Right.
They eventually tried to bounce back, and you could even say the same thing when they were in their opening match versus 18 and Cracked. Like we mentioned, they started 2-4 down in both of the maps versus 18 and Cracked and eventually pulled back, but you catch UIU a bit off guard, it seems like it will take them a while to kind of respond. Stuns over the top have deterred Scrap from getting super aggressive, and then nades to follow actually soften him up enough for Brack to respond to the initial first blood that came from Rex's MP40, but immediately afterwards, it's all kills in blue, as the last player mid-map has nowhere to go but down, and it's just a clean isolation of Scrap and even better isolation of the middle of the map from whatever it takes.
Yeah, I mean, this is really that map in a nutshell, right? It's like you have to have presence here offensively and defensively. And if you concede it defensively, then the offensive team kind of gets to do whatever they want. So you have to be able to match it. So I do kind of like the aggression coming out here, saying, listen, we can put our foot forward as well. We can come out here, challenge the gunfights, take control, and really isolate you and kind of leave you open to the sides and the lanes here on Tuscan. So just a really nice job coming through to be able to match it, win some of these opening engagements. And now Proto, he's also keeping this spree alive. It is also important to note that we did get a change here today with the streaks, meaning that glides now are 7 and no longer 5. So we'll have at least a ways to go, but it looks like it's back to the same game plan for UIU. They're going to try to drop this bomb.
It's the same game plan for whatever it takes as well. This is the same 3-man stack that they had in their first defense. They're trying to slide out and get Phantoms off this angle, but the thing about this is they're kind of stuck right now. Fortunately, Zinx does find a kill from the front, which will mean that UIU has to be avidly watching over the top of this bomb. But as Rex starts to establish the threat from the middle, now it's down to who can get to this bomb site next. And fortunately, Scrap is going to be able to check this because nobody from whatever it takes is here as of yet. But he loses his teammate, and now it's a 1v3. And just as he bounces away, Ghosty jumps on. The timing of that is just Scrap is not going to go to check this in time. He's planning on checking it at 7.5. But little does he know, as soon as he stepped left, Ghosty stepped on for the defuse. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like a winnable round, and Scrap goes around the other side. Maybe he wins it, or if he challenges early, like you say, maybe there was an opportunity there. But 1v3, I think he was just trying to play the timing that they're going to hop it at 7.5 seconds, considering that there's so many spots that it can be checked from. Just unable to really, unfortunately, get there in time. So won't find the round, and whatever it takes with this heavy stack on defense over towards B has actually worked out for them here, at least in the last one. So they'll go back over to their attacking round. Brack now on 3 in a row as the nades come through. Dylan Rex will have it fall at the feet of Proto and Brack, and that is good for a double.
It all starts with just an opening stun check over the top that does connect, and then immediately afterwards, 3 different sets of fragmentation grenades, I believe, just came through by all 3 players that were stacked topside field. Good response, though, from Zinx. He gets a kill and gets out cleanly. And that actually makes a little bit of pressure start to occur for UIU, who I believe will know that, hey, it has been Brack or Proto who's been carrying the bomb, so it should be down in this backside of A. But bunkering up back here is anything but safe. And Ghosty's nade will tag, so they've got information that, yes, UIU defensively is kind of surrounding where our bomb is. And if they can sneak past Phantoms, they may actually have an opportunity, but no, Phantoms has read both of this, and look at number 1 and number 2. They get their guns up in the same positions that they were crossing through. There's the first gunfight. Now you know that Zinx is definitely in the back. There's the second. No problem. Brilliant read from Phantoms.
You called it. Just a beautiful read. I actually like that spot. Not one that I've seen where you kind of just sit in this off angle where they can't see you, but you can see them crossing through that little fence line. And as soon as you know that both are back here, well, you simply just play for the kills. And they do exactly that. Make sure that they don't even have to go for any kind of an objective play here. Just working with the kills and doing an excellent job at it. So 4 in a row now for Dylan Rex off actually what was the back end of an ace, I guess, right here for himself. Able to get the double at the start. A couple kills here in the end, 6 and 3. And it's all tied up here 2-2. But it feels like UIU, this has just been the same game plan. Until you nade them off the bomb, they're probably going to keep going for this over and over.
And this is the same defensive setup again for whatever it takes. And UIU had to this point be thinking, are you guys really going to keep trying to do this? Like, What? I mean, the only reason that the last round failed for UIU is just the poor timing out of Scrap. So once again, Zinx can keep this defensive retake alive by finding a first kill, but Ghosty's stuck. And that's the same exact defensive setup for whatever it takes 3 rounds in a row. That little 3-1 split off where they're putting all of their attention over towards the bottom side of Command Center. And now Zinx is in a pretty impossible situation. I believe he's going to realize that there is really no reason to go for this with Rex on 4 in a row. So he'll just back up and just let this round be conceded over.
He sure will. And I think, going for this B stack defensively, like, you got to change it up. It works perfectly, if it's a blind counter, right? If you're trying to just set up the blind counter, they're coming towards B, it's fine. And that would be good probably on a traditional map. But Tuscan is all about getting the bomb down over in U, right? Like, that is the game plan. It's all about trying to get that plant off. And it happens sometimes in the first 15 seconds of the round. So what do you do? Do you late hit A long? Do you challenge mid off the start? There's definitely a lot of different plays that you can add into the mix to stop making it so that you're just on the other side of the map. They're getting a free plant, and if you can't bust through P5, well, you're basically left out to dry.
It's literally just like playing in a rock, paper, scissors tournament, and you're throwing rock, your opponent's
Only
playing
rock.
paper, and you keep throwing rock. It's just like, I know it didn't work the first time, so we'll throw rock the second time. You lose the paper again. Well, surely we're going to get it
the third time.
So we'll see. It's actually, how about this? UIU, a little 3-1 split up of their own, as they're going to be able to allow Proto to get the bomb planted, and with that now, retake required in the 4v4.
Okay, so they're going to try it now and look through the mid, right? Rex is here. He's going to cut through mid, see if he can find any of these people in any of the angles here. He might be able to find Zinx, but instead Scrap is going to be able to find one, and well, it looks like off the back end of just individual gunfights, everyone will win them here for UIU. Proto is left all alone, but he's going to have to make some magic happen. Almost there for the second, but Rex finds him, keeps himself on the spree as well, as he's going to be on 5 in a row.
All right, are we going to see scissors next round, or is it going to be rock again for whatever it takes?
It's got to be scissors. It's got to be scissors.
It's got to be scissors.
I'm calling it.
That or just take the paper neutral fight over top side of A, right? Like, let's really get the methodical strategies of rock, paper, scissors, a little Rochambeau action coming through, because you can't throw rock 4 times in a row, whatever it takes. You got to throw something different at us. And the thing about it is, like, this is interesting because for UIU's offense, like, they haven't really needed to find value out of Scrap because nobody's going top side at A. So good call here for both Waldo and Partridge to start on the Scrap to see if he's going to pull the sniper rifle out to start. And then, okay, we're not going to get rock this time. We're going to get, I think this is paper. We're going to get the 2-2 split this time instead of the 3-1.
Nades come out. Scrap finds the pick. He takes down Zinx. That was through mid, so that was your guy kind of watching over the middle of the map, but it does give an angle for Proto to hit that mid cut. Proto almost for the second, but Johnny denies him, slams the door in his face, trades all around, and it will eventually leave us in a 1 versus 2 here, all up to Ghosty. Try to get the job done and make sure his team does not go down 5-2.
Yeah, naturally they know exactly where he is with that kill on the Scrap, so you take the rewrap all the way deep towards A. The only place he could contest you is if he really quickly wrap back over towards Church, or unless he's holding a corner somewhere in mid. So this is where you have to be a little bit more careful if you're UIU. Just don't give anything away. But Ghosty was happy just to kind of lurk and linger over towards the B side, and this is why. He could still look over the top of the A side, but just as good as Ghosty had some timing from a couple of rounds ago to get on the defuse, the same will kind of occur here as Johnny will stick for the Planet A.
Bomb will go down. Ghosty can't find the exit. So the setup right now for UIU looks like maybe a push through. And Ghosty was reading it, but the timing here really going to hurt him. And he's not going to be able to, unfortunately, read the play from behind. But a good look maybe at the start. No shot at the 1v2. UIU getting back to their roots, winning their offensive rounds, winning it with numbers. And that's going to put them up here 5-2.
The thing is, there's only been one convincing round for whatever it takes, and that was in the first defensive round, really. Everything else has been UIU largely from start to finish, save the one round where Scrap just unfortunately steps away from the bomb while Ghosty hops on. Because that is a clutchable 1v2 round that he had in front of him for that one. So, really, for me, it's not necessarily that UIU's playing incredible search and destroy. More of just whatever it takes is kind of a little bit flat-footed, it feels like, with what they're trying to offer defensively. They're looking to go for a quick plant over towards A, but there are a lot of UIU defensemen that are nearby, and, well, as we get the opening exchange, the bomb cannot be planted as of yet. Scrap cooking up a nade for the bomb itself, and it will tag Proto, but it does not confirm the kill. And in that same breath, Ghosty does level this to a 2v2 with a kill of his own.
And Scrap does still have that sniper rifle, so Proto's going to be very careful giving any shoulders through mid, but the flank, it's there for Phantoms. He's also now fully streaked out. It's all going to come down to Ghosty, and yet again, another 1 versus 2. He might be able to find timing here if he were to cut in through you and maybe get behind him, but shots are going to be taken. Phantoms is going to have the assistance from his teammates. Scrap gets there. UIU back to where we usually see them, Alan. 6-2. Very convincing as they're going to tie the series up 1-1.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, and I don't mean to really harp on this too much, but defensively we kind of have to, because you didn't see anything from whatever it takes outside of one different round where they didn't run that 3-man stack. So my whole thing on this is, what film were they watching to think that UIU was going to take aggressive hits on their offense over through command center? Because to my memory, they didn't really do that at all yesterday. It was a lot of quick plants from Rex over towards A. So I'm really curious on what exactly was the mentality of this 3-1 split for whatever it takes. Because even in the post plant setups for UIU, they never really fully post planted for Nest. They were playing like outer field, I want to say, as many times or maybe even more than they would play for that kind of normal post plant setup, that top Nest middle building. So I'm curious on why they decided to go to that 3-1 split defensively as much as they did, because it really didn't find much, if any, success at all for my taste.
Yeah, it only finds success like the first round. Like I have to imagine the idea around it is just to try to be able to push through. But the problem with pushing through is that there's so many angles where one person could be waiting for you, and even if they only get a 1-for-1 trade, they get all the information that you're pushing around the back, and you get to relocate.
Right, exactly.
You come through the back of church, right? You can, that player that's sitting top broken can also help and watch the cross and kind of play off those trades. So it is very kind of one-dimensional in the sense that if you don't win that first battle cleanly and have a 4v3 when you're pushing through, then you're basically in a spot where you're losing numbers and you have no control on the other side of the map. So very much agree with you there, brother. It's just one of those situations where it felt like they did not find the success quick enough. They did not adjust quick enough. And UIU, they're a team that is going to continue to do the same thing over and over again as long as it's working, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Like, they are one of those squads that's like, we'll play for the plan, we'll play for the post plant setup. And I think, besides that first round, they won every single offense.
And the thing too is, like, again, the film on UIU from yesterday should have shown that Rex doesn't ever plant front side of the bomb. Like, if you're looking at it from the middle of the map defensively, he always plants it like in that little right corridor. And a lot of the reason is because Scrap is going to pull a sniper rifle out and watch the outer field. So he's got a nice natural long range advantage. And then your post plant's position is just SMGs watching close corners towards that U-Haul. So, yeah, I don't know. That felt like a lack of homework from whatever it takes, if I were to be completely candid. But regardless, we're tied 1-1. And the thing about it, now that we get ready to go for map number 3, it's a Gavudu control.
That's right.
UIU in the first week of gameplay in the round robin played it 3 times, and they 3-0'd every time that they've got a chance to play it. Whereas, for whatever it takes, haven't played this map mode combo since the first week, where they went 2-1 on it, and the 2 wins that they had, one of them was all defense. So I don't know. This is going to be a really tough one, I would say, for whatever it takes, not having a chance to see them play it in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, also how UIU come out and actually play on it, because it's been taken away from them so many times. You haven't actually maybe got the rep on it in a little bit of time. So we'll see if they are still as dominant, after having maybe a little bit of that footage that you can kind of go back and figure out what they were doing. And I feel like, a huge part of that success was, people like Scrap kind of getting to the back and being able to, force out at least those spawns to come through P5. I think that's really a huge part of the success that you typically see on offense, because if you're not doing that, if you're not getting someone to the back, then you're winning your offenses either through lives or just by completely gunning players and getting your subs to a point in the hill where they can at least contest the time and stop the clock, because that's the biggest problem with Gavutsu, right? Is stopping the clock, and oftentimes you see the defense actually down in lives overall, but they have the clock to play with them. That is really their 5th man, so to speak, where they can just simply wait for you to come to them. They don't have to come to you.
Yeah, and that's that's kind of been the headache across this map, just watching it over the course of the last month and a half, is it really is dictated by lives more than anything else. I think we could probably count on one hand how many times in both regions or challengers we've seen this B zone be captured by progress. Like, it just does not happen all that often. So I think you kind of have to look at your major slayers in this map mode combination. The first player that I look to is Zinx for whatever it takes. If you're going to win this map mode combo, take the swing, go up 2-1, You look at the guy that's got a 1.26 KD in control and happens to also run your main AR on Gavudu control. So he had a really kind of a weird, slow start, I would say, for the opening hardpoint. Recovered, obviously, enough to get the win on Gavudu hardpoint, but you got to come out and really establish that main AR threat, I think, if you're whatever it takes from Zinx in particular.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Also, shut down Ghosty. Don't let this guy come through with multi kills. That guy. I mean, if you missed the map number 1, it was really just the Ghosty show. You know, putting up all kinds of crazy stats, right? Like 25 out of his 29 were like non-traded kills with a sub machine gun, an MP40. On a map like Gavudu, and not easy to do when there's ARs all over the place. 3 out of 4 of them, right? You know, just taking you down, cutting you off, stopping you from getting to some of these close quarter positions on the map. Not that there's many of them, but there are a few where if Ghosty gets there, he's going to cause some havoc. He's going to make sure that there's going to be a headache, and you have to be able to kind of make sure that you are shutting him down and also tracking player names. I think I was watching some scrims, and there's a couple times where when you're not tracking player names, Alan, they get to the back of the spawn, and all of a sudden that's where you can see those offensive wins potentially come in when they flip up the spawns here. So we'll see how good the tracking is, how good the AR control is, but what we do know, at least someone is going up 2-1 on the Gavudu control, tying us all up with UIU in the last map, and now we'll see if the ARs can come through, really set the tone going into the map 3 to grab the swing.
Yeah, this is a massive one, I think, just from whatever it takes this perspective, because the 2-3-5 was a hindrance for UIU yesterday. Texas Nation taking it against them, but I feel like both of us didn't expect that necessarily to last. Also, what happened to those two guys at the beach right there?
They didn't have a good time.
Poor guys.
Yeah,
that or they're sunbathing.
A wave?
I don't know.
I think a wave came in.
Like hands here, just kind of leg up. It kind of looked like he's just kind of enjoying the day.
Maybe. Yeah, there's not too much sun going around there though, so not
exactly the best day for the beach.
Yeah.
When rain starts to come in horizontally, it's not a day that I'm going to go to the beach. Although if you ask me to go to the beach, Austin, I'll go with you any day of the week.
Would you?
Any time of year. Yeah.
I'll take you up on that. I like that right there.
Please don't. You're in Toronto. I don't even know if there are any beaches, and if so, are they
There's
actually
some
filled with
beaches.
sand or are they filled with snow?
Well, right now snow, but
right.
we'll make a trip when it comes to summertime. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there.
I'll do that.
Yes, sir.
You're a pickleball fan too, aren't you?
I'm a pickleball fan.
What's
what
that
do we call
sport
that?
name? I don't know. Maybe it's not pickleball.
Spike ball?
What
Spike ball?
Spike ball.
Yes.
I'm a spike ball fan too.
Dude,
We can do
spike
that on the
ball.
beach.
It's a great beach game, by the way. You put it in the sand, you get some players, you get anyone, you just bring them over, man, and you just start having fun. It's like, a mixture of like volleyball and like, I don't know, something else. It's a good game. We could definitely play that one, Alan.
All right. Okay, cool. See, we've already got our summer plans ready to go here. Just waiting for the players to start up this match. And, just to kind of maybe look forward, just to kind of re-hit what we said at the top of this match in particular, that Berlin hardpoint. Again,
Yeah.
I do think that is good news for whatever it takes. We have not seen UIU on it a bunch. And when we last had seen them, it was versus 18 and Cracked yesterday. And there were some pretty notable flaws in how they were handling rotations, leading to an eventual loss. So I still think that this series does bode favorably to whatever it takes because you took map number 1. But I kind of counter that of, if you do not win this map, can you win the map 5 search and destroy versus this UIU team after what we just saw on that defensive mindset of Tuscan, which was a little bit too one-dimensional and too a little bit one page in the playbook? Like, what else do you have? Because you need more on Berlin than just one play.
You really do, and I mean, we haven't really been getting that same kind of just takeover from Brack, right, in the SAD. So now you have to kind of bring the question:
That's
it's like,
a big
how
point.
much was whatever it takes relying on Brack to kind of find these additional kills to kind of open up things for the rest of the players? And now that he's not, all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, now what do we do? What are we trying to open up with to see if we can find these first bloods, if we can get these trades? What are our routes looking like? Because like you said, it was just really kind of all about one play not working. And UIU are just like, we're just going to keep going to the other bomb site. Like we're not going to change anything. So I think you are a little worried if this ends up going to potential map 5, at least with what we've seen as of late here for whenever it takes. So this is going to be a really big one. And as we keep on putting, I mean, Proto did look really solid with the AR in map 1. You have at least already won this map. Sure, it was in on hard point, but same idea for as far as at least how you're looking to take control and how you're looking to try to slay out here. And we know that Brack, Zinx, they can step up and they can have these takeover roles, but the same could be said for the other side when you're looking at someone like Phantoms, who has really been underrated, I feel like, with the rest of the main ARs that we have in the league, and has also been really solid.
Yeah, Phantoms really has been kind of a catalyst player, I would say, for UYU. Obviously, we put a lot of attention onto Johnny, new guy up, and he's provided some unbelievable moments. But now, technically, after yesterday, Phantoms has like jumped him in the overall KD. Like, he's really put together a solid couple of days of search and destroy to help boost that. So yeah, I think that's a really fair shout, and I do think that a lot of this map could be just dictated by what happens between Phantoms and Zinx. So
yeah,
that's definitely kind of at least my first place to look to if you're looking for more than just what the kill feed looks like out there at home. I don't know. It's interesting because as much as I selflessly just like want to rate this entire match based off of Johnny and Ghosty. Like, I just want to see those two guys new up, first year
rookies,
in
right?
Challengers Elite. I want to see what they're able to do. Are they like MVP caliber players if one of these two teams were to go on and actually defeat Texas Nation in the grand finals coming up? Like, that would be like the story of all stories, and at least gives us as challengers commentators a place to say, next up, like immediately.
Yes.
Like, CDL teams need to be looking at it. Like, that's what we always look towards, is who are the new 18-year-olds, the new players into challengers that are making waves in the early stage, and those two have all of that going for them right now. So I don't know. It's been a little. I feel a little bit let down that we're not just getting that as our main storyline, but I am glad that we're getting some veterans that are really kind of showing their worth, and that could be what dictates this next map mode once we get there.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the beauty of both of these rosters, right? There are so many storylines in the mix. Like, you have Scrap, who's coming off of a really bad last year, didn't really get a good solid team for champs, and managed to find himself into this roster where he feels like everyone is so cool, calm, and collective, and are able to bounce back and not getting mad at one another when things are going wrong. Able to put in that constructive criticism. And he really did praise a lot of Phantoms being the backbone of all of that. But then on the other side, you look at a team where you have Brack, Zinx, and Proto, the core three that have swapped out a couple of their fourths over the last couple months here, coming into Vanguard season. And now that they have Ghosty in the mix, like, it felt like they were a lot more confident. And I won't lie, Brack was like, listen, I'm not sure how Ghosty is going to perform. Whenever you get a new rookie in the mix, especially coming into playoffs on a day like this where you have to perform, you have to go big, you have to look for these moments as an SMG to be able to open up hard points, open up control points, retakes, whatever you name it. Like, that is reliant on your SMGs. And I feel like, as a whole, whatever it takes, should be very happy with what he's brought to the table, because he has stepped up, he has been able to take control, and it's not too often that we see rookies come in here and can live up to that limelight and not, crumble or be inconsistent. Hot one map, cold the next, right? So I feel like we do have at least a lot of these storylines, at least so far.
And the cool thing about these newer players, whether they're recently turned 18 or it's their first year in Challengers Elite, is over the last 2 years now, since Challengers has had Elite, we've had so many former professional players that we're super familiar with that now they're squaring up against. Like, for either Johnny or Ghosty, they're going to have to go back up and play Texas Nation, depending on who wins this matchup, which is a full team of former CWL or CDL pros within the last 2-3 years. Like, what you're going to get out of a lot of those players. So to see them kind of go toe-to-toe, I think has been really exciting. Players are having a TeamSpeak issue, by the way. We're not holding the game hostage so we can continue to listen to our voices, because I don't know about you, Austin, but I hate the sound of my own voice.
Do you? You shouldn't.
I do. I do. Stop it.
Well, I listen to it a lot, and I like it, Alan. So,
well,
all right?
I'm sorry about that, first and foremost.
Well, it looks like we're good to jump in now, as it looks like we might have figured out the issue. So hopefully we're ready to jump in and take a look at this map number 3. If you're just tuning in, series tied up 1-1. UIU, they take a convincing Tuscan search and destroy, and then it was pretty much a pretty convincing map number 1, let's be honest, for whatever it takes there, Alan, at least for the very
really
first half, and then there was a good comeback almost there for UIU with the back end of Scrap kind of going on that 8 spree and getting the streaks and giving them at least an opportunity. But at least starting off on the right foot really was whatever it takes. They did come out strong. And, that's obviously a huge part of Gavutu, especially if you're going to be spawning on the offensive side. And that really, I think, is going to be the big conversation point, is who is going to be starting on defense first and how convincing is it going to be? Because we know the kills is always going to be the big talking point, especially since the majority of them go all the way to round 5.
Absolutely. Starting off on the right foot, do you think that means right as in, like, actually right, or right as a correct foot?
How about both?
All right. Because I personally, I lead with my left foot more often than not.
Do you?
I do.
Maybe I do
Where
too.
that phrase comes from.
Should I start saying that? Let's see if they
All
can
right.
lead off on the left foot. Let's
Lead
get
off
into
on
it.
the left foot. I love it. All right, we're gonna make it a thing. Probably not gonna make it a thing, but we can try. But here we go. Initial attempt here for UIU. Immediately on towards the A side. We have seen a handful of North American teams kind of on their offensive looks try to maybe zone the middle of the map and then play for the actual capture zone itself, but not the case here as UIU just dives straight on in, and it's Ghosty through the middle of the map. Of course it is. He's been able to find 2 kills, slow down this initial approach, and with that also keep the life lead at an even count.
He sure does. You got player 4 Phantoms. He loves this flak gun, but he doesn't actually, keep track of player 5 there, Proto off screen. That did end up winning a big battle, and now the rest of UIU end up falling inside of the A point. So a lot of it back on Phantoms to try to hold the line. He does come up with a couple of kills here. One on the Proto, one on the Ghosty. Shutting down Ghosty, I feel like, is the key, but he's got to get to his teammates. He's got to allow them to try to get through this underpass so they can actually attack the zone.
This is tough though, because even jumping on, like, Zinx doesn't have to contest this point right now. Oh, okay, well. He decides to look, and with that, Phantoms is able to find him, but Ghosty hits the same flank. That's good for a double. And now Johnny, last player left, not going to get up the stairs. So, very convincing defense here, and for UIU, they're already saying, let's not do anything too risky. We're already down 5 lives. We'll just let this round likely come to a pretty anticlimactic conclusion, just try to keep this life lead as marginalized as possible.
No real time here, just a great lockdown, and it comes at the back end of Ghosty flying through mid off the start there, right? As soon as he finds that double, all of a sudden UIU are like, okay, we got to find this trade, and then once you find that trade, that lights you up on the minimap there again, so it gives, the team here of whatever it takes more and more information, especially when they have this high ground on the boats where their ARs get to kind of just beam down on you, so never really able to get inside or even really get any kind of control around the zone. That's exactly the opening that you wanted here for whatever it takes when they're looking at taking this map. But to be fair, it was defense, and now we'll see exactly what they have prepared and planned for us going into their attacking round.
You kind of hate that round if you're Phantoms. Like, guys, I went 5-1. We couldn't even get onto the zone. Like, what else do you want me to do? There's not much else you can commit to, I think, there if you're an AR. So now, whatever it takes, going to kind of hug the front side of this ship, look for kills, and then make a play on. Proto's going to dance onto the zone for a small moment, and then actually try to track back and try to find kills on the opposite side of the ship. None will be there for him to find. Zinx with 1 good trade. Rex will do the same, and we'll go to a 28 playing up against 27, whatever it takes, empty from this A zone for now.
Brack does have a little control up top here. It's waiting for some information. And Johnny just waiting patiently as well on the stairs. Kill is probably about to come through. Phantoms will be able to get all the way into the back of the spawn right now, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult to get your reinforcements here because Phantoms is hitting the flank. He should be able to find Zinx with ease. Zinx does actually turn there for a couple of shots, but not enough to win the gunfight. And now Control looking solid. You did get at least a tick of progress. You still have a couple players up top, but Johnny, he's been able to deal with one of them. Will he find the second as well? Scrap is there, and this has been beautiful here from UIU.
Both teams just dominating defensively. The thing about this aggressive zone for UIU is look at number 5 in Proto. He can come behind, and if he can find a handful of kills, it won't just mean potential progress on the A zone, but it could level up this life count. But you gotta go quickly. There's one. How about the second? The third is right around the corner, but not going to be able to track down number 1 and Scrap. Eventually the kills come out. This is what I was afraid of. So now Proto can actually move forward, zone off this next set of spawns, and even though the time is low, the kills are starting to amount here, and if you can get the extra 60, we could potentially still see a round coming through for the offense. Good luck so far.
Yeah, remember, a lot of this comes down to the kills, and having yourself an extra minute to be able to take away some could be massive here for whatever it takes. So they'll keep the play alive, and 3 players now all around B5, looking to see if they can push to the back. Phantom's going to have his hands full. Needs to try to come up with one if he can, and he will find Ghosty. Does he read the second? He does not. Proto will get the trade. So into the back of the spawn is whatever it takes, but are they going to be able to wrap around? Johnny here is waiting for them if they do.
Yeah, and Phantom spawns right behind this initial setup here for whatever it takes. So the only real hope here for whatever it takes is that you could farm a couple of kills off spawn and try to force these defenders in mid-ring to come back to the zone. But with this cleanup on the backside through jungle for UIU, they just have the clock so heavily in their favor. Lives really not a problem from either side here, and yeah, it looks like for the most part, whatever it takes, we're just going to kind of sit here and wait for the round to come to another anticlimactic conclusion. A bit resident sleeper here through the first 2 rounds, but if you're a defense fan, you saw some really good looks at the openings from both teams so far.
Everyone's just going to post up here. They know how valuable the kills are, so everyone's like, all right, we're not winning this offense. What can we find? Ghosty able to get one. Brack looking for a second, but will not make a move to the zone. No time left, so as you put it, both teams here coming out, striking first, taking their defensive rounds. At least whatever it takes, are able to make the back-end play there from Proto to be able to get one of the zones here, but not able to kind of carry that through to the B zone.
And, you know, the thing is, we talked about this when we were watching the EU finals with the glide bomb change from 5 to 7. You know, that's another resource that makes the offensive looks that much more impossible. Like, even with glide bomb kills coming, it was already still hard enough to capture the, you know, the unfavored zone on both maps that are in this playlist. Now that there's 7 and you're not even getting glide bombs all that often anymore in this kind of combination with playing on control, it just makes the offense feel that much more unlikely. So what we're getting at here is you got to do something special if you're either of these two teams trying to find an offensive round win. And for UIU, yes, they're stacked inside the ship, but they have lost Proto in the back. A couple of kills will come through. But Zink still from the front, maybe could contest, decides to give it a go. And as he does, he falls, leaving it now to Ghosty to clear, and that's a confident challenge if I've ever seen one.
It sure is. And Scrap, you know, tried to turn there, and we'll have to try to win it now, but Ghosty gets the regen, runs right through, takes both of the challenges head on, and will be able to at least clear a bit of that space. But back onto the zone. Johnny not going to get there just yet. Zink's down the next one up at the top of the boat. Johnny gets the trade. And now this could be an opportunity to stop the clock here again. But Ghosty, hot off the spawn. You have to deal with him, and he's got support with him.
Yeah, he's going to find a free kill here. Pistol in the hand. Second tick of progress on the way. Ghosty gets a read on where Johnny's position, and Proto from mid-map will help get the elimination. Last offensive players really alive here are just Scrap. And this is whatever it takes, saying, look, not only is it very unlikely to capture the zone, but we are carrying a pretty significant life lead after that first round defense. Let's really cement that and just guarantee ourselves the potential round 5 defense. And yeah, I think with these kills right here, we are likely going to guarantee it as UIU start to just sit and spawn and wait for the round to come to an end.
Yeah, that was disgusting right there from Zink. He's just snapping on 3 players here, and will be able to put himself on the 5 spree. Chance to be able to earn the first streak with the strafing run if anyone does end up misstepping. Rex might, so Zinx does capitalize and will be one off of the glide. I don't think UIU are going to give him the glide in this round, but nonetheless, you at least have 1 streak to work with. That's going to help with clearing, zoning around that B point if we ever get to it, but it's whatever it takes. Looking at some really convincing defensive rounds here so far.
Bro, nobody's fully captured the A zone yet, and let alone looked at the B zone. I mean, this has been defensive dominance.
They got it round 2, didn't they? Whatever it takes.
Well, okay. Yeah, but it was like the round was pretty much already kind of out of grips at that point. But no one's even stepped foot onto the B zone yet. So.
That's true.
That's not good news. Opening kill comes out. Ghosty finds first blood by way of nade. And with a second kill coming, okay, already. Can you stall this clock out? And with the first couple of lives already gone, UIU have to be very careful and clinical about how they want to try to re-break this A zone. Because you don't want to let this time just go away freely, obviously, but you also do not want to lose too many lives in the process of trying to retake. Kills coming through, even trade so far. Proto caught, looking the wrong direction. And with that, Scrap a double. That'll be good to re-clear out this A zone, although the first tick of progress has been locked in.
And now it's about, you know, how many kills you might be able to try to gather here, because you know this one could end up going to around 5, likely will. And you have a lot to make up for here if you're UIU. Try to even out this kill count over the last 3 rounds. But Scrap not going to be ready for that gunfight onto Zinx. Does eliminate one of the AR players up top. Johnny now from the side. Will be able to find one here for himself and will continue to defend this Zone A. And this will allow him now to kind of find these openings, take down Zinx, see if he can press up. So far, so good. Only 1 tick of progress so far for whatever it takes.
Gunfights need to come through cleanly, and they do. So whatever it takes, we'll be able to get back onto this zone. Streak's still not fully there for anybody as of yet, although Brack is starting to get close. 3 in a row for him. Just kidding. Completely destroyed after I naturally bring it up. And nobody actually can confirm that second tick of progress here at A. So even though the kills are still looking good for whatever it takes, again, they may not see an extra 60 seconds here. UIU put in a little bit of a weird spawn situation, so maybe a chance for the second tick to come through. And now it's down to the decision. Does UIU try to re-break and put the round out of kind of out of a close here? Or do you try to possibly maybe extend this and maybe try to dig back into this kill deficit that you currently find yourself in? Because regardless of the outcome here, You're still going to be starting off on a round 5 offense, and there's the extra 60. 2 life advantage or whatever it takes, but once again, pinned back into their spawn.
Proto finds that first one. Extra minute. 12 lives here for UYU. And how many can you take away with a minute left? Nade's going to come out. Still no one positioned at the flat gun. Going to make it pretty difficult to even look at that beat zone as everyone's just kind of taking it slow. And I think whatever it takes are well aware that we just need to play for the kills. And Zinx will play for one more on to Scrap. 18 and 14 now for the AR player. The main AR player here for the squad. Finding a second there on the Dylan Rex. And Phantoms, if he can maybe earn some streaks here, work himself towards a 7 streak, get at least a couple to work with for the offense coming up here. That could be maybe your window, your avenue, to being able to come out with a dub.
But a 9v11, like, if you can take care of Scrap and try to get somebody forward here for whatever it takes, you still think it's doable to get these 8 lives off, but no one's really making an advanced move to kind of get towards this B zone as of yet. Although as they shrugged Rex off of his angle, there will be a little bit of an effort being put forward, but that will largely be about it. Last player to slide on in will find nothing. And UYU are hoping they can tally up maybe a couple extra kills, but it's not going to happen. All defense. And with that, UYU, they are going to be going on to the offensive side here for round 5. And it needs to be something much different than we saw in the first 2, because they have yet to even come close to even capture the A zone, let alone, like I mentioned, touch the B point yet.
Exactly. They have not really been able to get in there. Can't really do a whole lot. And now UYU, of course, will be on the offensive side. Phantom still on a streak, so maybe trying to earn yourself that streaks is what you're going to need. But the problem is you have to deal with Zinx's streaks. He's already got the glide. He's already got the strafing run for himself here, which is going to be perfect insurance if things do end up going to a B zone. But to be fair, UYU yet to even capture the A point. We'll see if that changes now.
Good first engagement as Proto falls. Brack looking to make a long route happen, and there is someone watching this. It's Phantoms, but he will not, unfortunately, be able to read the fact that Brack was so close. So pinstripe kill feed, first tick of progress locked in as Johnny holds on to the zone. Scrap actually looking for a bit of an advanced position through P5, and as he does, he's able to collect a couple of kills. So an opportunity here to kind of use this as an avenue, pending that you can capture this A zone quickly, to move on in and try to put some pressure onto whatever it takes defensive spawns. And so far, so good. Second tick of progress is here. Whatever it takes, not really in a spot to really contest this A zone. Scrap is able to find his third, and it's just down to dealing with Zinx, and you've got this third tick of progress pretty much guaranteed.
How about this? Oh, Scrap with a challenge. Might have been able to find it, but a couple players, I think, were taking shots at him. So he did control the front of the hill, the front of the zone, rather, for quite a bit. Now it might be UYU actually coming away with an additional minute. This would give them 2 minutes, unless Ghosty has something to say about it. He's coming in. He's got help from Brack. The break is there. They get there in the final seconds to be able to keep this one going. UYU, they needed that to come through, because you need 2 minutes to make something happen on B.
Yeah, this is just not going to be enough time. I think even if they do capture, the lives are already dwindling for UYU's offense. You've got Rex, who kind of slips through mid-map. He knows he needs to stop the clock, so he hops onto the B zone. But for whatever it takes, you got to keep in mind that Zinx has streaks to just get him off if they really do need to get that kill quickly. So for now, it's just keep trying to farm up the kills. First tick of progress at B was close, but there was an elimination, meaning that now Scrap has to move forward off map to keep that tick of going. And, well, actually, he will confirm that first tick of progress at B. And Phantoms with the rest of UYU, they're in a really good spot to potentially get the extra 60. Second streak comes out. It deals with Scrap halfway through the second tick of progress, but there's the extra minute. This is still doable here for UYU.
This is good news. And Phantoms, you know, going to call in one of his streaks. He's about to overlap here. We'll see if it gets any value whatsoever. We have a minute 20 to get 2 ticks of progress, and he does find Brack. So 6 in a row. Could be a chance at a second. Won't be able to find the strafing run just yet, but it allows them to inch up closer to this zone. Now it's about finding these kills so they can touch it again.
The problem was, even with that kill onto Brack, nobody had shots onto Proto, and he was the only other defender that you needed to worry about, because the rest of whatever it takes were so avidly worrying about the backside of their spawn that they weren't really there to help the crosses. So you finally get Proto out of the point, but maybe a little bit too late. You kind of wonder, maybe. But Johnny in the back, possible opportunity to make a play, gets one and slips away with his life. He just needs to keep his life here. No need to force anything. Just keep whatever it takes. A bit apprehensive about how they rotate off of spawn, but Proto on the backside is almost doing the exact same thing from the ring, and that actually splits UYU into 2 separate pieces with only 35 seconds and 7 lives to play with.
Johnny's still alive back here. He's been able to find 3 kills, and now he's got an automaton, but he's got no support, so he has to keep this spree going. We're getting low on the lives here in total. 7 playing up against 6 in favor of whatever it takes, and Johnny doesn't get a read on the player, and that likely should be the round. You have one last hoorah here coming out of your spawn, but all the map control now for whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's definitely a situation that you would have to get these 3 kills mid-map cleanly and then be able to dive on in with numbers to deal with Zinx, who's still in a power position, still holding on to streaks of his own. And they will get here, so hold on. 3v3, UIU do get the first set of kills cleanly. The strafing run coming over the top does not find any eliminations. 2.1 seconds on the clock. Second tick of progress is in. UIU's offense coming to life at the very last second, quite literally. 2.1 on the clock, and it may not matter. Nobody, for whatever it takes, is going to get here. And that was the most, out of all of the situations that we had throughout that control, that looked like the most unwinnable one. You had whatever it takes member in the middle of the map. All they had to do was find a single kill.
That was the most unwinnable one, and that was exactly it. You said they had to find every single engagement. They find every single one, and Zinc loses all of his teammates around him, and he uses that strafing run to zone off the front of the point, but UIU, they have to sprint through. They have to run through. They stop the clock at 2.5 seconds, and from there, well, they're able to win out on the rest of the engagements. It's a 3 versus 3 there, Alan. They find every single one, and they come back from an impossible situation and capture it. I mean, what a play. What a steal of a map.
Out of all of the times that we've seen an offense last second win, it has never been in a situation where you have to clear off a player who is spawn trapping you from beach, dealing with an AR player that's up top on ring, firing down on you as you run up to them, or the third watching the cross from mid-cut before you even touch the zone. They find all 3 of those kills so darn quickly that Zinx, the last player left alive, is caught with binoculars out trying to call on a strafing run that he can't shoot at the players that are starting to run towards the hard point. I have no idea how that's the situation that UIU win in to take an offensive round. Unreal. I had already written down a 3-2 for whatever it takes. It's like, this is so unwinnable for UIU. I already wrote it down. But man,
don't count him out, Alan.
Shame on me. Shame on me.
I mean, like, just think of what that does to the comms now, right? Think of what that does to the energy. Like, UIU, I kind of hit on this yesterday, but, you know, a very explosive team. When something like that happens, they're getting pumped up. Graphic brings a lot of energy, and all of that is going to carry through. So these guys got to be fired up right now, coming out with an incredible win. I mean, again, stealing away a map that was locked up, you know, for whatever it takes. They have defense round 5. They have double streaks. They have, you know, like 30 seconds left on the clock, and they have full control around the B zone. But incredible stuff. I mean, like, those are those maps that can sting you here in a best of 5, especially since the fact that you don't have a second chance. This is do or die, and you're now down 2-1 if you're whatever it takes.
Another kind of, you know, in the moment it feels marginalized, but another overall important point for that offense for UIU is the fact that Scrap is able to get over towards B and confirm a first tick and a half worth of progress, right? Like,
sure,
it just comes down to them winning a couple of the gunfights up top mid between him and Rex, I believe it was, that was with him. And eventually it's like, okay, we're in dire straits here. We have to stop the clock, so I'll just go over to B, and whatever it takes, as much as they were still trading out kills around the A zone, like, you had to use the glide bomb to get them off of B. It was at this moment, kind of right here with 39 seconds remaining, and then, yeah, Zink's one of the last players to come through. There's nowhere for him to go. Wow. Out of all the ways to win a Gavudu offensive round, that would be the last one. If you were to give me like a multiple choice list or like a tier list maker of like, you've got these different screenshots of things that are happening, which is the most likely to get as a successful offense, that one's at the bottom of the list. No chance.
No chance, but it happens. It happens, and on the other side, I talk about how much you got to be fired up here for UIU, but now whatever it takes, they got to bounce back, Alan. We had already framed up, like, listen, this is one of those maps that you have to win. You have to win, you know, and now you have to go into a Berlin, I believe that's coming up next. You have to win this hard point, and then you have to go into an S&D, and then take an S&D Berlin off of UIU as well. And it looked like, at least off of the map too, that they were back on form a little bit here. So, I mean, they have their work cut out there for them. It looked like they had that, you know, fully in control, which is why I feel like it really stings, because they were playing every single defense essentially perfect up until the point where they went 3 down in the final seconds and ended up losing it. So you have to rebound, you have to regain, and you're going to have to do it fairly quickly, because now your tournament life is on the line.
I'd have to go back and relook at it, but I think if you win any one of those 1v1s, if you're whatever it takes, you cut off UIU from two sides there. Like the strafing run from Zinx from one, and then whoever wins a gunfight is behind the play through mid-map. And that is at least enough to kill off 2.1 seconds, if not possibly getting more kills. That is, wow. I'm not going to be able to sleep well at night thinking over that right. I'll tell you that much.
They won't either. Think about them.
Yeah. But here's, I mean, again, you already brought it up. Berlin, you know, solid map for the hard point for whatever it takes. And to be fair, their search and destroy is not bad on this map either. They're 1 and 2 on the map, only losing 2 round 11s to Team War and Texas Nation. So, you know, there is still a pathway here for whatever it takes to feel at least decent about it. But yeah, I think you go into that round 5 after what has been a defensive control spree. You got to be thinking, all right, let's just take this map forward. We know it's one of our best hardpoint combinations. This will be easy peasy, no problems. Because this is also, by the way, on whatever it takes host. They've got the 2-4-5, so they will have the opportunity to see both Berlins on whatever their favorite ping is. And man, I don't know. It's just UIU. They're in their 2-3-5 form again, brother. Like,
they are
crazy.
It is crazy, and I mean, as much as we see them kind of slip up maybe just a tad bit in the map 1, they did have a really good resurgence, you know, near the end game off the back end of, you know, some of these players that can have the hot streaks, that can find these moments where they can take over. And you might be looking at one of those moments here now to see if that can come through.
Yeah.
A shot to be able to just steal away the series now. You know that you have the insurance of a search and destroy where you have been really strong. That has looked like your best game mode. But getting it done right here, right now is obviously what they're going to be looking at doing here. And we're going to have to wait as we're going to reload back into that map. But just coming back to that point here, Alan, you feel like this is a position that you don't want to be in, whatever it takes, backed up against the wall. We've seen some of these players here before. It's just, you know, can you deal with the pressure? Can you come away with 2 maps? This is your host. You have all the advantages, but you got to execute.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing at this level, too. We're still early in Vanguard. Let's not get it too twisted here. Like, there are going to be mistakes that happen. It's just going to happen. It's still early on. You're still trying to work out some of the weird situations of how do we recover versus, you know, we're in a weird situation of our own. How do we make advantages happen still? So anything could possibly come through. But for whatever it takes is kind of looking at the series that they have played in Hardpoint over the course of the last 2 days. Like, they've only lost a single Hardpoint map, and that was a very tight one versus Texas Nation. And I mean, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to give any kind of a statement here because every hard point that we've had in the last 2 days have been tremendously close. Every single hard point has been 200 plus points to 250 at worst. So I think this one's just going to be down to knowing when you have those advantages and how much can you capitalize off of them. You know, for UIU, you can't just bank on the fact that we're down by 100 points. Someone's going to go on an 8 spree again, right? Like, you have to find opportunities as a full squad is what I kind of more mean. And for whatever it takes, we definitely saw them finding those moments and really embellishing them through Gavudu. So that's kind of where my eyes are gearing towards when it comes down to looking at this Berlin hardpoint between these 2 squads that have proved that this is not a bad map for them in any form. And largely over the course of the last 2 weeks, the hardpoint has been pretty darn consistent for them. The big conversation was UIU came into the playoffs being 0-5 on hardpoint versus playoff teams, but we obviously learned that they were able to correct themselves. They went 3-1 yesterday in hardpoint. What a big recovery from them.
It was an incredible recovery. I mean, they just looked like they were approaching the game mode with a totally different team almost, with the way that they were, you know, taking control, pushing their advantages when they were, you know, winning these rotations. And there was a lot of times when once they got control of a hill and they shut down that first push, they were making sure they locked the hill down for like the remainder of the time. A lot of full 60s, a lot of 45s coming in from their setups that were just unable to be broken whatsoever, you know, from their opposition. So bringing some more of that would obviously be ideal. It would be a funny story if we like see them like one day they're winning all of their hard points, losing their S&Ds. The next they're winning, you know, all of their S&Ds, losing their hard points. We'll have to see if that is kind of the case here for us or not. But what we do know is that they have at least showed some improvement, which is, you know, really good coming off the back end of a map that you just, you know, totally upset the enemy team with here. So, I mean, you can carry that through, carry that over, see if that's enough to kind of push things through, because Phantoms, he came off an incredible map. We didn't talk about him, but he put up 30 plus kills, you know, in the control. And that is going to be something that you can look at here again, coming into a Berlin, that battle, you know, up against Zinx, who's going to be fighting over spawns against him. I mean, that'll be a fun one to kind of look at here too.
Yeah, a lot of things to look at, and we could talk about all of them, but while we were kind of in between, I did look things up. Starting things off on the right foot, is off of the actual right foot. Apparently, it's like an ancient.
It is the right foot.
You know, kind of suspicious thing if you.
Glad
start
you
off on
confirmed
the left
that.
foot, you kick off on the wrong foot. So
you got to change the way you walk, Alan. You said you start with your left foot. You got to
all
like
the
start
time.
thinking about that.
No wonder
You
my
get out of
life
your
has been
chair.
chaos the last handful of years. What the?
We're
Today
figuring
I
it out.
learned. Figured it out, dude. Some days I look up and it's like, oh, it's a full moon today. No wonder today is weird. No, I just kept walking with my left foot
Left
first,
foot.
dude.
Come on, dude. Come on, Alan.
Sheesh.
At least you know now.
I'm actually gonna be. The funny thing about it is, I'm now
You're gonna think about it?
gonna be thinking about it. Like when I get up and like get
I
my
might
water
too.
here after our next break, be like, better push the right foot
Right
off
foot.
first. Got to keep the ancient gods happy. You're welcome for that little bit of information.
Yeah.
We
So
can
everyone
practice our
knows.
step sequence when we're playing. What's the game we're gonna be playing?
Spike ball. We're gonna be playing spike ball.
Spike ball. I wanted to call it slam ball. But then I
Slam
started
ball.
thinking,
You.
like,
What did you
Space
call it
Jam.
before? Pickleball. You called it pickleball.
That's-
Slam
so
ball.
Pickleball is like a smaller form of tennis. It's kind of like it's like tennis. You have a net in front of you, but you don't play off of like a full court like tennis, and it kind of like the ball isn't like it's kind of dead like squash. I think.
Oh, it's like squash. I
Yeah,
kind of know
it's a whole
squash,
thing.
but I've never heard pickleball. I'll take your word for it, though. I trust you. It's a real thing.
Okay.
I've been like questioning those the last couple days where you've been like shooting something. I'm like, is that real? I'm like, oh, I'll have to take your word for it. I just trust you.
They're having a couple of those moments where it's like you're making that up right now. Like, dude, how deep does your brain go? No, these are real things. I come
All
with
right,
culture.
I believe you.
Still, though, if you're joining us here late, of course, we're just waiting on. We've had a handful of lobby problems over the course of the last
We have.
2 days with one of the more recent updates when it comes to pulling servers to the right location. So, if you're getting caught up, yes, we're in lower finals. Yes, it's 2-1 now, favoring UYU. But Texas Nation is the team waiting in the grand finals, and they're looking kind of nasty right now. Won one of the recent
Good.
cups. They're coming through the winners bracket with a Map 5 Round 11 win. A big clutch up from Brezzy in that one. Havoc looked good
Yeah.
throughout the entirety of the series. That Texas Nation team, you know, it's funny because you look at Jordan General teams throughout the last like 2 years. I remember like last year, it's like, dude, what does Triumph have to do to get into the Elite Series? They finished like ninth
Yeah.
every single cup
So
and like
many
every
times.
single opening Elite qualifier. So it's kind of good to see Jordan General finding his way to the grand finals on his first go.
Yeah, I mean, General's been one of those guys that hasn't really been talked about enough, throughout the years, but it's always been like consistent and it's always been good. And I feel like that comes with the fact that it's really hard to make it into the league as a main AR. That's just kind of a known fact. A lot of our vets and old heads that we have, are the main ARs on the team. So it's hard to break in. But
Yeah.
General in the squad, they're certainly looking like the Titan right now here in the playoffs.
Well, we're going to throw things to a quick break. We could talk about pickleball, right foot versus left foot leadoffs, but we'll step away here just for a moment, and when we're ready to come back into MAP, we will do so. So don't go too far. More North American lower finals right after this. We're back. No more conversations of pickleball, slam ball, spike ball, or any kind of ball. We're right on into this one. Berlin Hardpoint, UI up 2-1. And, well, I will say this much. From the front side, UIU, good start. But whatever it takes, 4-man feed gets them right back into the hardpoint to try to contest.
That's right. Good start here, but will they be able to continue this? Ziggs actually hasn't even went down yet. 30 seconds in. We'll see if he can maybe cut down a couple more players here from UIU as they try to break in for the scrap time. There's just 20 seconds remaining, and Scrap will make sure Zinx does not have a shot at any early streaks. But Brack, however, he has other plans as he goes to the pistol, sets Ghosty up for the third, and just about all of his time ends up going over to whatever it takes.
I will say this much, though, for UIU. As much as you lose out on the scrap, you had Phantoms on an early route that gained you spawns. Pending, of course, you can deal with Proto, who's trying to contest. And, can you deal with Proto as he tries to contest? 3 in a row for him. Lost us right back through the doors, but it's Johnny who gets the best of him. Now it's on to Ghosty, the other SMG, to try to make a play, and he just gets flatly overwhelmed by UIU as they do now locked up the hard point for some significant time here early.
Looking solid with the setup. UIU trying to close that gap. And might be able to do so. So far, whatever it takes. Haven't really been able to cleanly get through, but now Proto does find that opening on a scrap, so there's a chance to come through the stairs. Let's see if they can find the gunfights. Johnny's going to be able to set it up for pretty much an easy cleanup there. Proto takes down Ghosty as well, so we'll end up putting UIU in a spot where they're going to come away with the majority of the time now on this hard point, and Rex is already pretty far pushed up on the map.
Yeah, not just Rex. Phantoms is in a really good position as well to block and contest these upcoming P3 spawns. So this is a really good position for UIU, trying to take some control. And you can see how important this is. Whatever it takes, trying to kind of charge out of fire and deal with Phantoms deep. He's pulled a lot of consideration away from the hard point. And even on top of that, they haven't really fully zoned this out. So wait a second. Great stuff here from UIU. That'll flip the spawns around. But Zinx, with the help of Proto, do go 2 for 2. Last 2 members for whatever it takes, trying to lock things down over towards lobby, and the SMG for Zinx will get it done. What a moment for whatever it takes to hold on to the spawns in the hill.
It is a big moment right here. Zinx finding 2 that basically lined up there for him. Make sure that they don't lose the spawns, and now Zinx gets to continue to push forward. He's actually ran this MP40 a couple times and picked it up here for us, and now we'll be able to go on a bit of a force spree. So it's about trying to see if you can maybe move through a little bit earlier than you would expect on a rotation like this, because the last couple of hills here for us, Alan, the last 20-25 seconds have basically gone uncontested and have gone over to the team that has the control, which will give us just a slight lead here for whatever it takes.
Oh, but this zone is really nice. You got Scrap at the top side of the map, Johnny down low, and also Rex kind of watching the middle. So you talk about trying to set a very forward line of scrimmage going into train yard. This is a perfect setup for UIU. Just comes down to, can you capitalize off the setup with the eliminations that will garner some favor in the early time. Johnny pressured, backs away, tries to keep his life, make life a bit more difficult for this whatever it takes break. But they do deal with them relatively quickly. So a 3v2 from the front, whatever it takes looking to break, still not spawning quite in at the moment. So UIU will get back onto the time, and as they come off respawn with nades, they find the kills, and that will amount to essentially a stalled potential hit from whatever it takes.
Yeah, Zinx is kind of just going to have to sit here and wait for his teammates to come back off spawn through the train station. Phantoms will also eliminate him, and now Scrap gets the press forward. 6 in a row for Scrappy. Able to earn that first streak. Strafing run is in. Glide Bomb, you'd love to be able to have it here as well. Good for those P3 hills. Good for opening up those P4 hills here in the future. Nice. And Scrap almost to the pistol for another. So streaks are earned here for Scrap. UIU, they'll be able to get a good amount of time here on this hard point. And now it's all about getting the setup here for P5.
They can't find Johnny either for whatever it takes. He's trying to make some pressure occur on the backside of the left side of the minimap here. And now his help is starting to come through. The kill feed is clean. Whatever it takes is trapped in a bit of a spawn situation where they can't just contest the hard point, but they can barely even get out in the lobby. Finally, the kills come through, but this all leads to now time for UIU, not just to soak up the hard point and score, but also know exactly where these ARs need to start turning their attention to. And the kill feed is so good for UIU. Sure, they don't necessarily get the spawn flip that they wanted, but they've gotten every second here on P5 so far.
They sure have. This is not an easy hill to hold whatsoever, and Brack is finally going to be able to come over, find himself one. Might look for the second here. Dylan Rex just going to hold fire, and it looks like UIU are going to simply make the call. Listen, we don't have to contest the scrap time. We got player 6 who could come over and maybe make a play, but we're going to make sure that all of our resources are in the next hill, and Dylan Rex just found a 2-piece that he shouldn't have found. This is going to force the spawns back even farther now for whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes, need a break here. UIU is about to blow this map wide open. 150-95, but once again, they've got a very advanced position in front of this hard point. Rex feeling a hot hand, looking for number 7, denied. And, ooh, I was about to say, if Zinx can find this kill on the scrap, it'd be a huge one for them, but it only amounts in even trades. So now the lead up to 70 plus for UIU, and whatever it takes, don't even have control of train station yet.
This is a little scary right now, Alan. I mean, 30 seconds left here. You have to get in, and thank God Rack is here to deliver. They find a clean feed of blue, and that is going to allow them to at least regain some control on the map. Make sure that this game does not get out of hand. If UIU just got this next 30 seconds, that would almost put it out of reach, but they keep themselves alive. Looks like they might have a shot at being able to come away with the next 10 seconds, but you already got player 6 right now for Dylan Rex. He's made his way across the map. He's contesting the rotation.
Yeah, Protoss here, he knows he's just going to play a 1-for-1 corner and see exactly how UIU want to play this rotation. He wasn't in a spot to cut off the rotators, but it doesn't make a difference. Rex just takes the game into his own hands, finds both SMG players on the rotation to mailroom, and with that, UIU will get in with numbers early. Whatever it takes, an opportunity to kind of envelop this hard point and hit from multiple points of ingress, but it's largely being dealt with. Ghosty has to make something special happen, and he finds 2. UIU will forfeit the hard point for now in favor of getting a setup to try to rebreak.
That's a big play there from Ghosty. Make sure that he keeps the play alive. This is big time for whatever it takes. Proto with the challenge from range goes to the pistol and finds him. Dylan Rex is down. Proto making plays, and now look at the position here. He can reinforce, he can rotate, and he is going to make the call to come back because the spawns flip. UIU now looking for the remaining 15 seconds on this hill.
That may have been the longest gunfight in Vanguard history, by the way, just between those two.
You might be right.
Just going to say that out loud. But UIU still retain for the scrap time, and they're finding eliminations here in a crucial moment through the front side of fire. Look at whatever it takes. Look how nervous they are about that play through dockside. It gives an opportunity for UIU, not just to use streak, but potentially try to threaten from the front, but honestly speaking, for whatever it takes, really good eliminations to neutralize the threat from the front, and now UIU playing with more of their toys to try to open this one up with the second attempt.
Yeah, Scrap from the side right now. He is 23 and 15, seeing if he can maybe influence the spawns, but his teammates, they're flooding through mid. That's a good trade there in the back, and now Rex has opened up with 2. The break is in. Whatever it takes is out. They're going to have to now contest this time. They cannot afford to let 30 seconds go over for free, and Zinx is going to lead the charge.
One player up top is Johnny, playing an off angle, good for 1 elimination. Rex below him for 2 more. 18 seconds to play with, and whatever it takes, they're not spawning in a good spot. They know they're going to get challenged on rotation. You kind of have to forfeit this scrap time, which is not good news. So now UIU in a 50-50 gunfight for train yard. Dylan around the back, and how good has he been with this sub? Eventually falls, and the only player to survive on rotation now for UIU is Scrap. In the back, Brack very aware that there could be players back here. He will set himself up in a key position to try to lock down this back warehouse area.
Let's see what Brack can do back here, because you need a hold. You need a full hold here. You can't let UIU get a setup around the point, but they're working to the back. The spawns just came through there for player number 6 here on UIU. They just have to find the gunfights, and they're starting to come through. But Brack in the back, what can he do? Needs to go big here. Takes some shots, but Scrap is going to shut him down and shut him out. Scrap for 2 onto Proto through the train station. Dylan Rex gets the 3rd. And UIU, they might have just done it. They might be going to the grand final. Dylan Rex is on a tear as he runs through whatever it takes. Nobody can get here. They know it's over. And UIU close out the lower finals 3-1.
How big was Rex in this map, brother? My goodness. I mean, I'm not trying to rule him out because we've obviously talked a lot about his other teammates, but these moments, this is the final part of the kill cam before the game comes to a close, but he was huge on so many different moments, either on rotation or in individual breaks or holds, depending on which side they happen to be on. So it's unbelievable to see him find that much value in the form that he does, because that's typically for UIU. We look at Johnny to be that guy. I think to kind of be the guy that kind of runs around, plays off rotation, opens up space, but Rex was absolutely massive for UIU in so many key moments, and whatever it takes, gave themselves a look, try to bring it back, but doing it on P4, not easy to do, and we see exactly why.
We see exactly why. I mean, this team that is starting to get it down at hardpoint is looking completely different, a totally different team than what we saw previously in the regular season. All that work they've been talking about, has been showing. Like, that was on Whatever It Takes host there for the map number 4, and they find themselves one of the more convincing wins that we've seen in Hardpoint, 250 to 182. The majority of the score lines have been at least 250 to over 200 plus here. So I think a really good showing, a really good idea of when they can actually press forward and take a whole bunch of the map away whenever they have control around the remaining scrap time. And I think they did an excellent job of pushing those advantages and putting themselves in a spot where they can constantly succeed and contest the rotations at a time that you don't typically expect here if you're Whatever It Takes.
It's beautiful stuff from UIU, truly. When we take a look at the bracket to see how exactly things have fared, and well, we'll say this much, UIU were tested a number of different times throughout this bracket on map 5 to avoid a reverse sweep in their opening semifinal matchup versus 18 and Cracked. They then went absolutely punch for punch with Texas Nation in the winners finals, and then maybe a little bit of just bless off of that final break on the Gavudu control to take a 3-1 advantage and win here versus Whatever It Takes. So we have a rematch of the winners finals in the Grands. The same thing happened in EU, and just going to throw this out in the universe. They sent it to 2 best of 5s.
They did.
So who knows?
Throw it out there.
Maybe we could get a little bit of a repeat here in North America.
Maybe we will. What we do know is that this is going to be a really fun matchup. I mean, these guys, last time they went head-to-head, it was so close. The hard points came through for UIU. The S&Ds came through, for Texas Nation, and it went all the way to around 11. So we'll see where this one goes. But UIU, they're looking fierce today, and we'll see if they can bring some of that here in the grand final.
Players will go through the map veto process. Get yourself some dinner. Get yourself a lot of hydration in any form, because we're going to have ourselves an unbelievably cool rematch coming up for this grand finals. Don't go too far. North American Grands coming up after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the Grand Salami, the Grand Finals. I don't know why I called it the Grand Salami. I've literally never done that before in my entire life. I'm just trying to keep you on your toes, Austin.
All right.
So with
On my
that,
toes.
Texas Nation, UIU, they're already ready to go. Getting ready for it. And, well, the whole thing about this is winners finals, repeat. And it was a Map 5 affair that was tremendously close from start to finish.
I mean, it can't really get any closer, right? Round 11, 2 versus 2, and Havoc gets the ace to be able to bring that one in the final round. Talk about the ice, talk about a player being able to go big, and he's there to deliver. But I think that the interesting thing that played out for us in the series when we were watching over it, Alan, was the fact that UIU, they were taking the hard points, in Texas Nation, they were closing out the S&D. So we'll see if that trend does in fact continue. Of course, Texas Nation have been able to watch over everything UIU was just doing in that lower round 2. So we'll see exactly what that kind of means for the vetoes and the map sets also coming into play here.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I was going to kind of ask you, we didn't talk about this is just how good we are. I was going to ask you, was there anything you saw from UIU that if you're Texas Nation, let's say that you're Coach Mayhem, you're looking at it saying, ooh, we do not want to play UIU on this map mode combo? Because honestly speaking, hey, the series was pretty tight. Maybe save just the Tuscan Search and Destroy. Were there any kind of resulting thoughts that you had there, kind of comparing Texas Nation versus UIU in winners finals, and then maybe what we could possibly expect going into this upcoming matchup?
Maybe you look at taking away the Gavutsu hardpoint. I know they lost it in the series, but they did beat them on it yesterday. So maybe you look at trying to remove that. I feel like you definitely make sure that you get a Tuscan control in the mix, even though it comes down to the wire and it's an impossible situation that they clutch up from. It's the fact that UIU, they've been, pretty bad when it comes down to the Tuscan control. And on the other hand, you have a team that's been pretty solid on it altogether. So I feel like those are kind of the two that I'm expecting to be potentially changed up kind of coming in here. If you can get yourself a Tuscan Search and Destroy in the mix here, I feel like that's also something you might want in the fact that they closed it out 6-2, and you've already watched them make the adjustments in the series that we just saw.
Okay, fair enough. I think the biggest thing for Texas Nation is, the 2-3-5 is what they won yesterday in the winners finals, and it caught us by a little bit of surprise, right? I mean, UIU, to be fair, looking better in their hard point, but Texas Nation, their biggest strength with hard point, one of their biggest weaknesses was the surge, so it was kind of like a, shoes on the opposite foot, so to speak. So taking a look at what we have here, how about it, Austin?
Exact same.
It's an exact same map and mode combination from start to finish. Gavuto up front, triple dose of Tuscan, Berlin to finish. And, well, if there's anything we learned yesterday, the only map that was really kind of out of reach was the Tuscan Surge. But like you had mentioned, I think UIU is going to become a little bit more prepared into this match today.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I mean, I talked to Mayhem after the matches yesterday, and he's like, we just know that Scrappy's always going to be really aggressive. So I think they did a really good job of shutting him down, which is something that whatever it takes could not do when we saw the Tuscan Search and Destroy. So we'll see, what UIU are going to do differently this time around, right? Because they've kind of defaulted to the same play style, at least offensively, and it worked out for them. Whatever it takes just kind of stops, going for a counterplay on it. But when we go to the Gavutsu here that's coming up here for us, Alan, one thing that we do have to kind of take in was the fact that they were on top of the rotations. UIU, they were all over the map. They were very fast at being able to move to the next hard point, and they were breaking hard points very quickly, sometimes in the first attempt here. So we'll see if they can get back to their roots here. I mean, Texas Nation, they are the squad for hard point. They are so good at it, and it's all about trying to see if they can get back to what they were doing so well, during the regular season.
Waldo and Patrick will be taking us through the action here in this grand finals. Whether it lasts one best of 5 or 2, that yet to be determined. Texas Nation already off to a solid start with their opening set nates. They get into the first hard point cleanly. Although that said, UIU really good at re-breaking this hard point. Although this time, Texas Nation not going to allow any UIU members to survive. They flush forward, and with that, they find a significant kill feed, only leaving Johnny left alive, who, to be fair, is doing a nice job of staying alive on the hard point.
Yeah, he is. He's able to at least put himself in a position where he could contest, but Havoc will make sure he no longer is able to do it. So comes back through. 20 seconds to fight for here. Texas Nation, they have the control. Just a matter of closing out the remaining seconds. I don't think Phantoms is going to give this a go, but we'll actually see they're going to collapse here 2v1. It is just for 10 seconds, but a lot of what's going to take place is going over, and off screen, Havoc actually wins both of the battles, and now it's a really rough spot for UIU on the new hill.
Oh, thank goodness for Rex to come through and find a double, because, yeah, it really was a war on two fronts, and UIU for a moment there looked like they were losing both of them. But the ship will open. And with that, an opportunity for UYU to at least neutralize this hard point for now. The problem is you've already got Havoc on 4, and he's playing around the back, looking to flip spawns around eventually. So as much as we love to see the fact that there is some good contest over the first hard point, more so for all of you rotation fans out there and all you Greasy Gang members, Havoc has already opened up the backside and flipped spawns around on 5 kills in a row.
Oh, he sure has. He has Flatgun in control. Johnny left all alone to try to make an individual play. Not going to work out here for him. And while this happens, Havoc is also one off of earning that glide bomb that, of course, is now up to 7 instead of 5. So we'll keep that a note here throughout the grand final. As Havoc is going to get it. There is the glide, fully streaked out. Rotation looks to be maybe solidified into the back here. You got one player that they'll deal with.
Dude.
Havoc is still on a tear. He'll take down Phantoms, and UIU only have 14 seconds here so far.
Nobody can kill him, dude.
Havoc.
Colt's is just having himself a map and a half right now. He doesn't even care. He does not care. Double digits and nearly gets the gun up in time to find Phantoms. For the Snake guys trying to get 11 on the board, but regardless, I mean, the rest of his team is like, dude, all right, well, I guess we'll just kind of sit on hardpoint while you go off. And although Johnny's going to try to give this a good old college try, nothing will really come of it, and the streak will still be phoned in as Texas Nation realize they're spawning out, and there's still a coveted 30 seconds to fight for.
I mean, this is perfect hardpoint that you're seeing right now on your screen, right? 30 seconds out, play for the rotational spawns. UIU, now they're in the back, and you get to make this cross-map rotation, and Havoc is taking challenges like this. I mean, he's only died twice. You're just seeing the influence of what one player can do here on Gavutu hardpoint right now, where he is taking away so much of the map that UIU, I mean, they're in a spot where they're like, yay, we get to move in for 8 seconds of hardpoint time, but now you have to move across the entire map here in Battle Texas Nation out of the hardpoint that they already have a setup for.
Dude, Havoc, what did he have for breakfast today? And can I get that, you know, on Uber Eats for the next week? Because the confidence is oozing from Havoc at the moment. He's locking down the south side while Brezzy is on a spree of his own, locking down the north side. And wow, what do you say? I mean, it's perfect hardpoint from Texas Nation. UYU are going to be down 100 points. We're not even through the first 4 hardpoints yet.
Well, sometimes we're worried about the team that's sitting in the grand finals, you know, getting a little iced and not really being able to come out with a hot start. That is not the case so far. But the good news here for UIU fans and UIU as a whole is that they are in a position where they should at least get a decent chunk of time. The remaining 20 seconds looks like it might just be theirs. But while this happens, all those yellow arrows on your mini-map, they are all set up for the P5 hill. A lot of what's going to happen here is going to be on Dylan Rex. He is pushed forward onto the boat, finds that first one. General is up next. He gets caught throwing a stun. General will take his place and also slow down the rotators exiting off the last hill.
Yeah, not bad here from UIU, but you do need to get into this 5th hardpoint and hold it for at least 40 seconds. So this next set of gunfights has to go very favorably. Brezzy pushed back. Opening trade comes through. Nade over the top, Scrapper on the backside, good for another elimination, and good help through the mix. Scrap actually gets credit for the kill, but there were team shots there with Phantoms, and now it's just down to Kismet. He's not going to be able to do anything besides try to go prone, and he'll eventually fall. So UIU, good break here. Are we going to see more of that magic that they try to put together in their losers final matchup versus whatever it takes? Because it almost feels like a 1-for-1 here, just based on how this map has gone so far.
UIU slowly chipping away, but they need a convincing hill, and you also need a stop here for the Scrap time, and Scrap maybe is the one to do it. He's got a read, challenges out. Nice play here from Brezzy, a little 1v2 on the point to be able to keep UIU here in the game, and now they kind of have split spawns across the map where they get to collapse and pinch this hill from both angles. We'll see if they can try to coordinate a hit.
Well, this is where they came to life versus whatever it takes in the second set of hills between 3 and 4 particularly. So if you can find a way to keep this game at around the 50 to 60 point level and put together another good rotation from 3 to 4 again, you can do almost exactly what you had done versus whatever it takes, but to more success. Problem is, they've been bounced out of this first hard point. Johnny around the ring looking for kills, but gets beat down by General as Havoc makes sure the beachfront stays safe, and with that, Texas Nation in a commanding position over the anti-air gun.
30 seconds here, UIU. They have to find something on this attempt, on this break. Can they get themselves in? And it will be a trade back and forth. Phantoms finds one more, but they got to deal with Kismet, and they do. But it's Havoc, the last one. Can't find anything else. So good scrap time, but it's only scrap time that they're getting. Johnny here trying to solidify the rotation here for the side of UIU. He does have assistance on the way. They do have a bit of zoning, and this could be a good start for them.
Yeah, sure could be, but it has to be. Really, I mean, it's not just a could this be a good start. This has to be there. You have to have this hard point. And Johnny, trying to recover what has been a pretty slow game for him, is doing pretty well. 3 in a row. Automaton to work with if he needs it. General, the last remaining Texas Nation member, dealt with by Rex. So now you've got a really nice little read as far as where exactly this Texas team is spawning from. And it looks like this will be good enough to get over the 100-point threshold. Still 40 seconds to fight for. And it's not just the hard point you have to keep in mind. They will also have to win this rotation to P3 to get this into potentially an actual lead swap.
Well, 30 seconds here. If you get this and then win the rotation, UIU, they're right back in the game. But what can Scrap do? Finds that first one. Doesn't have a lot of assistance with him. Needs to take the next challenge, and General brings the challenge to him. So we'll be able to get in there, but still both teams 50-50 fight for who ends up getting the scrap time. Havoc unable to collapse there for the kill. And Phantom's able to also at least get one. Get some information onto Kismet here as well. As Dylan Rex is going to post himself up inside of the point. Just needs to play his life. Rely on his teammates that do have the spawns secured in the back. And now UIU, if they can come away with a full 60 here, Alan, they can get right back in this game.
The thing is, they're being tested through the middle of the map here, so even though you will still hold spawns, you're stretched really thin on this hold setup. And in particular, when is Phantom's going to get part of this play? There you go. He does find a kill in General out the map as Havoc steps forward. There's not enough help for him to stay alive, so Brezzy will call in the strafe. We're going to try to clear extra space. Scrap is actually pushing forward into this, and Kismet will deal with him. So as Johnny falls off of the fighter pilot, now you've got an opportunity for Texas Nation with numbers to attack from the front. UIU still spawning in, but you've got to break through this. You've got 27 seconds. You have to break through the hill and still contest this rotation. A lot for UIU to do.
It sure is. Scary moment here for them. Getting over 200 points would be almost too easy to close out here, and Havoc finding heads with the Automaton. 24 and 10. Looking for another. Finds Johnny on the rotation. Does he have a shot at a fourth? He might. Dylan Rex doesn't finish off the kill just yet. He's fighting for the low ground. But now he's got an MP40, and Havoc can do it with both. Here he finds Scrap. Havoc, he can't be dealt with. He is unstoppable, undeniable. This is his map, and you're playing in it. 26 and 10 on another spree.
I don't even know if playing in it is going to feel right for UIU. They're getting smothered in it is really what's kind of happening at the moment. I mean, no one's finding any success really outside of Scrap, who has been doing well to kind of recover in this AR position, but you got more. You need more than this. So yeah, we could sit here and praise UIU for finding a break from the front, but they're still spawning out. There are Texas Nation members all over the place. Johnny, the last remaining UIU member inside the radar station. Help needs to get here and get here quickly, and it just will not be able to. Pressure over the middle of the map, but 20 seconds here for Texas Nation will give them a multitude of ways to possibly win this map. And even with that, you don't even have to win this rotation to 5 if you don't want to. You've got so much time to play with at this lead.
Oh, you really do. And streaks would be the cherry on top just to make it a tad bit easier, but likely will not even be needed. Brezzy's already on a nice rotation here. Will be spotted from Johnny, who needs to finish this kill, and I think he'll be able to. Little hop up, says hello. Find you and take you down, but Kismet here for an easy trade. So now Texas Nation making their way across the map. Still good zoning for the front. However, Scrap's been able to maintain this position inside of the boat, and this is going to allow him to basically snap on 3 players, almost for 4. General gets the trade, but this is still going to have to be a solid hold. UIU, they can't afford to make any mistakes.
For a second there, I thought Scrap was about to go on another 8 spree to get UIU back into the game like he had done during the Losers Finals. But it's going to have to be somebody else. Rex tested down low. Good for Kismet. The rest of this Texas Nation hit, stacking in and around the boat. Brezzy down low, who has been so good for this team over the course of the entire group station playoffs thus far, goes only 1 for 1. So 14 seconds of scrap time. Looking good. UIU a chance, but you have to be convincing on this rotation. Really, I was going to say on the hard point, but really you got to do it here. In this next 15 seconds, you've got to find these kills into these Texas Nation defenders that are already inside the anti-air gun and try to zone them away. And at least for now, they've done well to take care of a couple, but Brezzy's cooking up a nade as Havoc tries to push on forward, and that may be enough. Havoc just doing whatever he wants, gets the solo break, and that'll put Texas Nation close to winning.
Yeah, they could do it on this hill. Havoc might end it off on a spree. That would be fitting for this map. But Dylan Rex will be able to shut him down. So UIU, one last attempt. Can they break through? They got to find General inside of the point, and they do so successfully. They get there for the break. But 30 seconds left. Texas Nation, they can continue to send numbers here and fight for the scrap time or rotate. The options here all around the board here for this Texas Nation squad. And it looks like they're going to start to post up a little bit. Make sure one player at least is rotating over.
Oh, and that one player who rotated did find Havoc, who was trying to sneak through. The thing about this is you cannot give up this hard point. You have to still have numbers here because Texas Nation can just full flood and still win the game. On the way in, it's going to be Phantoms, but he can't find enough. And that will be it. Scrap did his job, but the rest of UIU could not hold on to the late break from Texas Nation, only needing 6 seconds, because it's another situation here, Austin, where it's just like, you give yourself 4 or 5 seconds somewhere else. With that win from Scrap onto Havoc to do, UIU is still in the mix. Like, they still could have brought that back, but you can't go down by 100 points on this map through a rotation and a half. It's just too hard to come back on, and I think that, once again, is the win condition. Also, Havoc goes 31-15, just casual.
That helps a bit, you know? When you're sub player, automaton player, the flex player, whatever Havoc is now, when he's doing it with both guns, it does make it pretty difficult to deal with. And there's just a lot of individual moments where he is just cutting off a full rotation of players that, then are delayed 20, 30 seconds before they even, can get across the map here and have a fair shot at being able to break into the hard point. So, yeah, a lot of credit here over to Havoc. You see it right at the start, right? He has the streaks on the very first hill, and it took UIU a good amount of time to get going. Like, here we are, going into the fifth and final hill, and they have a full hard point worth of time. And it's only because of Scrap's 1v2 here that they start to find, a bit of a window back through. But Texas Nation certainly coming out here, showing us why they're the #1 team in North American challenges when it comes to hardpoint, and put on a great display of it. Maybe a little bit of trouble closing out, but nonetheless to get the job done.
The thing about it is, typically speaking, with this Texas Nation team, where we praise them in Respawn is the fact that they're always helping one another. Like, their ability to capitalize off of assists and eliminations is next to nobody else inside North America. Their efficiency margin is out of this world. But this time, it's just Havoc, dude. He just does it all himself. And even with that, 31-15 with 27 untraded kills. Look at the damage numbers from Brezzy and Kismet while Havoc went off on 31.
Yeah,
with 14 and 10 individual assists. So, like, it makes life so much easier for Havoc when he's just following up on Brezzy and Kismet saying, hey, I've got damage into this guy, I got damage into that guy. So it's a really interesting number situation to take a look at, but Havoc with over a minute of hill time and a double positive KD is undeniable through this first map in this grand finals.
And that's where I was going to take the conversation to next. Is the fact that the hill time, like I think everyone on this team understands when it's their time to be, inside of the hill and allow their other teammates to start to flourish. When Havoc is going off and having a game like this, Kismet's like, okay, like, I don't need to go and play this roaming SMG role. I don't need to go and run around with the automaton to get myself into position to watch over the map. I am here to simply get the time, make sure I'm playing the objective, and allowing my teammates to excel when they have these moments like this here. So there's a really deep understanding, I think, of everyone's job, and we see an excellent display of it right there in the very first map. And again, it's back to Texas Nation being that dominating hardpoint team, that very punishing hardpoint team where you make one mistake, they capitalize and they hurt you for it, and that's a great example of it right there.
So now, with that in the back mirror, UIU once again just down too early, too quickly. That's a lose condition for them. It's weird to say that, but that's how they get defeated in both the last 2 times they've played Kabuto Hardpoint. Now we go to a Tuscan Search and Destroy. And as good as UIU was yesterday, being down early and finding ways to recover, they had no answers for Texas Nation. They went down 0-4 off the rip and could not put together that same kind of stretch of, let's get back into the game by doing X, Y, and Z. They didn't have that ability. And I feel like a lot of the efficiency we saw from Texas Nation was largely making sure Scrap found no value with the sniper rifle. He was so big for UIU versus 18 and Cracked in that comeback in their semifinal matchup. And even during their matchup that just recently versus Whatever It Takes, that was never a threat for Texas Nation. Their ability to isolate and stay away from him was, I would say, the largest win condition they put together yesterday on this map mode combo.
Yeah, you hit it. I mean, there was 2 really big play calls that we got to see variations of throughout that entire map yesterday. And Texas Nation, on offense, they would run to mid, and instead of crossing right away to mid to the bomb, they would hold for a second, cook their nades, throw their stuns, find that first blood, and as soon as they eliminate that first player, then it's about crossing. Then it's about using your numbers to be able to get that bomb down. And then the other thing they did defensively was they would late hit a long and overwhelmed Scrappy. So if Scrap was there with a sniper on the attack, then he's only really going to be able to find that first one before a trade ends up coming through. And that's kind of what happened over and over and over again. And UIU, it was one of the first times that we've ever seen them put on the back foot where it's like, whoa, like what do we do? They went down 3-0 early. I think there was like 3 or 4 different streaks in play when we got to the round number 4. And when you have, that much of an advantage and that much utility to be able to use, it puts you in that situation where you just have the whole map basically in your hands. So we'll see what UIU learned, because I will say that they did did look at least a little bit better. That was off the back end of maybe some defensive mistakes from whatever it takes, giving them a lot of leeway. But I do feel like UIU is a good enough S&D team to be able to also dissect what was going wrong and come out here with some different play calls of their own.
I'm not going to come off as being kind of impartial to one side or the other here, but I feel like we've watched this UIU team now play Tuscan Search and Destroy, what, 3 times? Yeah, 3
Something like
times.
that.
And I feel like every single time Rex is planting at the same time in the same position. And I think it's just, it's so transparent what UIU is trying to do on the offense. I almost need to see them do something different. And maybe it is like let's see if we can get a kind of some pressure over towards the B site initially. I know that was kind of like what the blind counter was supposed to be for whatever it takes on their defense that we criticize, but I almost wonder if you need to throw some numbers over towards B and play for late plants here, because the Texas Nation had UIU figured out from the get-go yesterday.
They sure did.
And we've seen UIU do the exact same thing on offense now almost every single round. Rex is going to plant for an outer A post plant setup, largely relying on Scrap to watch over him with a sniper rifle. So if that's the common thread and it's the go-to offensive strat, we saw Texas Nation counter that so many different times yesterday. I feel like that's going to have to change here for UIU if they want to find success, because you're not just able to win this map off of defense alone.
No, you're not going to win it off of defense. You're not going to win it just off of, getting your first bloods against a team that is really good at contesting them. So it has to be a bit of a change here for us, ladies and gents. But loading in to the map number 2, Texas Nation here climbing through the upper bracket means that they have the advantage in this best of 5 series. Even if they drought this first series, they still have a second one to fall back on, but they want to get it done in the first one here for us, Alan. So as we wait to get back into the map, we'll see if they can in fact get it done, go over everything. I know right away after their match yesterday versus UIU, they were immediately hitting the VOD, like right after their game. They took no time to go and say, oh, good job guys, let's just reconvene tomorrow, come back at it.
Job's not
Immediately
done.
hit the VOD,
Job's not
right?
done.
It's not done. They got to get the series done. And you have to have a lot of respect for a lot of these guys that are vets in the scene that will do whatever it takes essentially to make sure they get the win.
And no pun intended, I'm sure, from you there.
Yeah, that just kind of worked out.
But the thing is, as much as we look at challengers, I think under the lens of who's next up, and by next up, I mean who's new and next up, for Texas Nation and teams like 18 and Cracked, this is it. You got to come out and you have to dominate, I feel like, in this grand finals if you want to have some favor thrown back to your name after already being in the pro league and then finding yourself back at a challenge. Whereas, for a team like UIU, it's you've got Phantoms who, why did he not ever get the chance to play for Paris in Modern Warfare? We'll never know. And he came off of a very successful season in Black Ops 4, by the way. I thought he was super undervalued going from BO4 to Modern Warfare, but has now been floating in this challenger scene for a while. But really everybody else has not ever really seen the pro league yet. So there's this, we'll take a chance because we've never seen him play before. Whereas for Texas Nation, it's we know what you've done in the past. You have to prove us definitively that there's something new to your game now if you're ever to be called back up there. So a lot of pressure on Texas Nation. I think from their standpoint, you don't stop until you get the win. And hopefully you could do it, as quickly as possible and as dominatingly as possible. Really set the tone.
Yeah, and it's just to kind of re-hit that point that you just made, about coming out here, having to dominate to get back up to the league. It's really interesting because, a lot of these guys, we were talking about this actually, outside of the stream, where they don't really have big circles. They have small circles, they only really kind of play with each other, and they're not really intertwined with too many other challenger players. So they feel like they just need to put their head down, come out here and grind and play the game. And play it at the highest level to prove that, hey, we still deserve to be, in the CDL, which is exactly the idea around 18 and Cracked. Hey, you don't have to be 18 and Cracked to be in the league. You can have a bad game and go to the next one. That's the kind of the beauty of Call of Duty, where it changes from year to year and, different engines and things like this. So we'll see what they can do. We know they've been dominant. We know they've been good in S&D in particular against UIU. Let's see if they can show it here again as we jump into map 2.
General going to play topside nest. Kismet looking for a quick plant. Nades are out. Are they going to get Kismet off? There's the set nade. No, it does not. It's actually a team nade as Kismet was trying to exit. That finishes the job, but it does not make a difference. Brezzy mid-map, good for 1. Even gets a stun check onto Johnny as the bomb has already been planted. And even in a 2v3, the Texas Nation post plant is in a pretty solid spot. Johnny topside window pushed back. Brezzy over the top of mid. Deals with Rex. And now it's just really on to General. Keep your life for as long as possible. And then eventually Brezzy will make a move, and now he actually has to go. Scraps on the defuse.
He has to go, and Brezzy needs to get here. He needs to get here, and he's not going to get here in time. What a play from Johnny. I was watching the mini-map. Remember that well jump he did yesterday for us, Alan? He did it again and just popped at the top of well, and I think you're waiting for sound cues to come in through, right? If you know a player is coming through P5, you're going to hear the door open, and General's going to turn. Well, when you pop that well jump, you're not going to hear any audio cues, and he gets there immediately after getting the information in the window. So a heads-up play from Johnny to find that kill and give his teammate the opportunity to get there on the defuse there. That's just a massive moment in UIU, able to strike first.
And even with Johnny being stunned out through mid-map like we saw him there for a moment, it still is enough to push Brezzy so far away from the post-plant setup that he doesn't really have a chance to ever get back. So good awareness from UIU. And now, how about this? Johnny moving very quickly to the middle of the map. Nades that had pre-existed through mid are not enough to dissuade the plant, but first blood still gets tallied as General finds Scrap. The trade will be there, though. Although it is just Johnny underneath, and there's not really much he could do, and, well, all of the woodwork that normally encapsulates that top nest position had been destroyed. And it's a 1v3 just for Rex. How much nade homework have you done? Is that going to connect?
It hits. It hits, and he finds it. Oh, he's got
out.
2 HP. He's got 2 HP, Alan. He could win this round still. It's all about what Havoc can do. He has to win the one-on-one. If Dylan Rex wins it, there's a shot, but Havoc with the patient play, he knows he's coming back. It does get a little dicey, does get a little close there, but nice win there from Havoc to make sure that Texas Nation do, in fact, tie us up.
Yeah, for a second, I thought that there was going to be a stun check either over towards the bomb or up top into Nest, which could have been a huge deterrence for either of those two players, depending on who caught that stun. But regardless, the 1v2 does not come through, so both teams successfully dismantling the post-plant situations of their adversaries. 3 in a row for Brezzy, and look, let's just say, call a spade with spade here, because Brezzy has been unreal.
He has
this entire stage. Him and Havoc both have been so impressive, and we'll see if Brezzy will feel good here as he's going to get a 1v1 sniper battle, likely with Scrap, who is playing a bit of a delayed angle. Actually, no, Scrap doesn't look like he has a sniper rifle in hand, so the set nades will come through. And Rex does tally first blood by way of Brezzy's scope. That never really finds any value.
Oh, and look at mid-map right now. Kismet is able to deal with one, but Johnny is still here. He can watch over this cross. He's in a great position. He's got Phantoms watching over him if he does get into some trouble. So I like the setup, but it is 3 versus 3 in Havoc. Well, he can dismantle the setup. He finds the first one. Johnny now left out to dry, has to kind of press into a different position as it's up to Scrap to deal with the trade, and Havoc says no. 4 straight kills, 1v3 now for Johnny.
The thing is, the bomb message is coming back towards mid, and nobody sees Johnny. He's going to double-check the B site, see nothing there, and then immediately track back. He's got the church to work with, but he's taking a super long route. He still thinks that they full rotated back over towards B. There was a moment in there where if Johnny makes the decision to retrack back to A, he may catch 2 Texas Nation members off guard, but now a much more difficult 1v3. Havoc on the heady. That'll be the only contestant he'll see. So Texas Nation, a couple rounds in a row, take the advantage up 2-1.
And it's Havoc that, is able to sneak through. Havoc gets 2 in the back here. This was out the back end of a UIU that get a first blood from a nade through A long. And they have all the middle map control in the world, but they don't have all the lanes covered. And once Havoc is able to get into the back lines, it kind of just destroys the entire setup that UIU had in place. So like that play, Havoc carrying a lot of what we just saw in Gavutsu there, Alan, into this map here as well. 5-1, 5 spree here for him, 1 off of earning that very first streak, and we'll see if he can put that together for a chance to get some additional utility.
Stun over the top. Johnny's waiting for this. I don't think they've thrown any utility here for UIU. General will take some shots. That'll be enough for Johnny to go. And he doesn't even get a clean gunfight versus General. Wait a second, you cannot commit to this. This is very dangerous for UIU. Bit surprised, but Johnny moving as quickly as he was, I thought there was going to be a stun over the top of him that he could push through and easily capitalize on a kill, but that's not the case. Phantoms on the opposite side of all the action has actually found first blood by way of Brezzy, and as the bomb is planted, we've got numbers now for UIU's post-plant.
And how do they break it? 3 players up against 4, have to get the defuse as well. Kismet, let's see if he can try to work through. He's going to be making some noise, and Phantoms is going to be watching, so they're going to have to go. I mean, there's only 20 seconds left. There's still 4 players on the map here. Not looking great right now for Texas Nation. Phantoms wins the second, and that is pretty much going to be the nail in the coffin here, you have to imagine. They're going to hop on the defuse, but there should be a check, right? If he finds this kill, oh, I was going to say maybe there's a chance, but Johnny comes through and reinforces there, but a little bit of a close moment. Either way, the numbers will work out here. UIU much better on the first bloods this time around compared to yesterday.
Yeah, we didn't see where exactly Johnny plants the bomb this time around, which is, again, the key difference. It's Johnny that holds on to the bomb, not Rex this time. Because Rex will plant it where Scrap is right here. So that's kind of one of the things of, like, the post plant, as much as you expect it to be strong from topside nest. UIU actually set it up to kind of check it from outer A by the monument itself. And that kind of looked like that was still kind of the case, as, you know, Johnny does come back through and finds that kill on the diffuser pretty much without contest. So, you know, UIU showing us a little bit of versatility here on their offense so far. I'm pretty pleased with it, at least as of now. 2-2 the count. And Kismet will rewrap, get over towards A, try to get this plant off, but UIU send nades through mid. They find Brezzy, and now Kismet actually cannot plant, as I think he may have saw the corner of Johnny. Rex there to kind of follow up, and that'll be good for a 2-for-1 exchange favoring UIU's defense.
They double naded that too to make sure that Brezzy was not going to be able to find any value. And yeah, UIU, they've done a little homework themselves. Figured out the common positions, but Havoc will be able to at least even us up. So 2 versus 2, 50 seconds on this clock. Bomb is down. Basically going to be both duos holding hands here, but I like this call from Texas Nation. They're going to wrap all the way back, clear their side of the map, and then retake here around this A site and see if they can get this bomb.
The thing is, UIU is going to be in a position to stop all of this from happening if they see General. You don't even have to get to kill. All you need to do is see him. They're going to be point of contact. What a read from Jordan. Comes dancing off the corner, takes down Phantoms, and now with the bomb collected, Havoc's going to try to rewrap this to B. And he's going to have to stick this. There's not enough time to make our way back over towards A. Scrap wants to make sure there's no antics happening behind Jordan General's rotation. But now it's just going to be down to who finds who first, because Scrap's taking the long route, while Havoc will clear out his post-plant positioning topside by Arches and this church alley.
How about this? 2 S&D stars. Havoc known for his 1v1s back in the day. He doesn't lose his ones. Let's see. Does it hold true here in round 5? Scrap. Not going to check his left. He's just going to hop it. Will Havoc call this? He's going to come and take a look. Havoc doesn't lose his ones. Texas Nation. They pull ahead and they go up 3-2.
Yeah, I don't know if Havoc sees him on that cross, by the way, through patio, but it kind of felt like he did, because it was just all right, let's just make sure, in case he tries to push through staircase, that I keep the gun up a little bit longer, and then after the time would be allotted where he could make that play, then I'll check while he's halfway through the defuse. Yeah, good stuff from Havoc. And it just comes down to the simple fact that, again, he takes the aggressive position of, I'm going to go clear my post-plant position out that I want. He doesn't play hesitant. He doesn't play even anxious in any form. It's just full confidence, and why not? I mean, you were double 2.5 KD from the opening hard point, and now you're 9-2 in the surge. Almost feels like the recipe for success for UIU is kill Havoc, win the round. We'll see if that will happen this time through, as Havoc has earned himself full streaks, and he'll call them in here in round 6. And this is going to amount to 1 kill on the Rex. That is your bomb carrier. Look how quickly Kismet moves to take away that space.
Oh, he moves in, and they have no idea. Kismet finds Johnny. Second player down here for UIU. And Scrap and Phantoms need to try to salvage the play. Scrap's able to come up with 1. But Phantoms left all alone, 1 versus 3. Might be able to find Brezzy. The shots needed to come in there, and well, that makes it a pretty impossible situation, but no trade right away. Phantom's able to escape with his life, and now 1v2.
But Havoc is sneaking up from the courtyard staircase, and yeah, it's just really unfortunate. Not much you can do there. Havoc just had the gun up the entire time. They knew the bomb was down, obviously, so that's also kind of something you can play off of, even though the initial kill from Phantoms is a good one to get in and get away quickly. But Havoc is now 11-2. We still are not even close to finishing this map, by the way. And it's just nobody can touch Havoc. I don't have any analysis outside of Havoc is good.
I mean, that does hold true. Havoc is good. He is great. And,
like,
I mean, he
analysis from Caveman. Havoc good. UIU bad.
He is certainly having an influence on the map, to say the least here. But Scrap decides to bring out the scope here for us this time. Brezzy through the middle, able to find Dylan Rex, and it is a good read. They know that they've been playing through middle after finding their first pick. But can he find a second? Brezzy tries to slip away, but he's able to at least find a kill with the nade before falling, and that will drop us into this 2 versus 2. Havoc will find another 5 spree. He's about to overlap his streaks.
You might as well just call him the strafing run now just for the fun of it, right? I mean, jeez. So here we go. Texas Nation, free recovery of the bomb. They're going to do this together, though. You never want to let Scrap line anything up. So Havoc in general will make their move. And then here's the confidence once again, looking to possibly get an early plant. But Scrap is in a great spot with some intact cover to watch over the top of this A bomb site. The thing about it is he's playing quickly, not wanting a plant to happen, so he's going to recheck B, and as he does, Havoc will get the bomb planted. And the thing about this is Havoc could just back away and use this strafing run to create more space if he wants to, but instead is going to play a 1-for-1 corner close. General watching his back. Here comes the check. And he guesses right instead of left. Texas Nation, map point, up 5-2.
And that's just the beauty of, taking notes of what UIU is doing, what your opponents are doing in the middle of the map. And a huge part of the success UIU have been able to find here defensively is getting that first blood, which they're able to get, but then it's immediately matched with running mid-map and seeing if they can get control of it. That time, Brezi's just laying down prone, waiting for that bottom push to come through Church, and he's able to find that kill. He gets a second before dropping as well, so big props over here to Brezi, getting 2 in that one, and then setting up for Havoc for 13 kills right now, as he is on yet another spree. He has overlapped, so one of his streaks might be able to get himself a glide. General's going to challenge Scrap, and that will at least stop Scrap from moving in, but the bomb will go down, and now Havoc looking for kill number 14.
Oh, and he's going to find it. There's nowhere for Johnny to go. Trying to just bounce his way out of command center. Look how fastly, though, UIU is on the way over, trying to deny this rotation. So the streak comes through, and Havoc just needs to keep creating noise. This is a 2v1 on the opposite side of the map, and they will find the kill onto Scrap. So now Havoc just has to hold this position. He's got his 9, looking for 10. Phantoms now has to quickly get on his high horse and try to stop this defuse, but Brezi has read it. Pre-fire the angle. The nade will not connect in Texas Nation. You want some stats here, Austin? UIU's only lost 5 search and destroys. 4 of them have been to Texas Nation.
Oh, Texas Nation. My goodness, just coming out here. They're not even interested about hearing a second best of 5. It's all about the first best of 5. They are 2-0 up, and Havoc just dropped 16 kills. Almost 1,500 damage from that man, Allen. I mean, talk about taking over a map. Not to take anything away from the rest of the teammates here, because everyone did their job. They were planting the bomb. Brezi with a couple of clutch plays as well, with 2 kills in the round here and there, but you can't disregard what Havoc just did. I mean, it is not easy to put up 16 kills in 8 rounds. I mean, that is disgusting. 8 rounds. Oh my goodness, man. What happens if that went longer? I wish it just went longer if he got to 20.
Yeah, literally. I mean, we haven't seen anyone even come. Well, I say there's a map where I want to say Pentagram on one of the cups found like 18, and he was on like a 13 spree on Desert Siege in one go. But in this kind of an environment, there hasn't been a search and destroy performance like this. I mean, yeah, Replay Ops did this right. Just make this the Havoc show. Every single kill. Get General off my screen. He's a handsome guy, but I don't care. I want to see more cold Havoc. Unbelievable, man. I don't know. I have never seen Havoc play at this. I haven't seen Havoc play at this level in a long time. This is the best Havoc has looked probably since BO4 when he was playing on Gen G.
And what's so interesting about that is Havoc, did not want to sit on the bench this year, right? He did not want to have another year where he was playing from Florida, putting himself in a position where he doesn't get to show, his true potential, his true skill set, right? So he had taken the initiative to deny the bench spot, come in here and see what he could do in challengers with a team that he feels comfortable around, a team that he doesn't have to worry about filling, alternative CDL spots on, where General obviously already holds one here for Optic, and coming out here and just doing what Havoc does best. I mean, he is one of the original S&D stars here in the scene. He's looked so good for years and years, and people just tend to forget about him because of the teams that he's played on, but it's hard to forget about him after a map like this, and you have to give him the props he deserves. 9 untraded kills, just ridiculous damage. And now, I mean, just the broader stroke here of the series, Alan, is the fact that UIU, they are down 2-0, and they're going into one of their worst control maps here. I think they're a total of 1-5 on Tuscan.
And on the opposite side, Texas Nation is 4-1 on the map mode combo. Things do not look great for UIU. And the thing is, when these two teams had played each other in the group stage, it was a 3-0, but the hard point, the control were really close. The search and destroy, not so much, but it was a 5-point game on hard point, a 1-round game on the control. And then yesterday, when these two teams had played, we saw almost an exact same map set come through, and the series was even closer. However, the one thing that was missing was the fact that there was no 2-3-5 presence for UIU like we normally would expect. And I didn't notice this until I was looking through the stats here while we were kind of finishing up that search. But yeah, UIU's only lost 5 search and destroys the entire way through this stage, and 4 of them have been to Texas Nation. So clearly there's some kryptonite going on in Texas at the moment. So reverse sweeping, how do you do it? Ugh, I don't know, man, because Havoc is looking like he's going to continue to be untouchable from here on out.
I mean, it's pretty hard to stop him when the first map he had over 30 kills, like a 2.0 KD, you know, a minute of hard point time, and then he follows that up with, hey, hold that for a second. How about I come in here and drop a 16 bomb here for you? So what are we going to get?
Yeah.
What's the Magician going to come through here for us with the Tuscan control? Is he just going to start clearing out rounds by himself too? I mean, who knows at this point, because it has been exceptional. He is coming up here and making sure that Texas Nation get this done in the first best of 5. But at the same note here, UYU, they have shown us moments where they can come alive. You know, even after being down in a series, you're going to have to pull everything you got out of yourself here and out of each other in order to do it versus a very hot Texas Nation. But the note I guess I'm really hitting here is the fact that you still can't count UYU out. They might have a bad overall score here coming into the Tuscan control, but I know that these guys can rally together. I know these guys can bounce back. They've done it over the years here. It's just a matter of, I think Phantom's really coming alive and making sure that he is motivating everyone to come in here, put up a fight, see if we can keep this one going, because if so, we've seen what they can do in a hard point on Tuscan before, but it's just about getting through this first map.
And I think the biggest thing here for UYU is you need someone to come out and, you know, be the superhero early. Just inspire by doing, right? Like, get out there, find an early streak, get the comms pumped up, start asserting your dominance as much as you possibly can as soon as you possibly can. Because
agreed,
I feel like if you continue to see Texas Nation do what they've historically over the stage do, which is help each other more efficiently than any other team in North America, how do you beat that? I think you really do need someone just to start going rogue and popping off. I'm looking at, I would say, first and foremost, Rex after his performance on Gavudu. Maybe there's something to pull from there. But Johnny, as much as I hate to call him the new guy, look, I've been gassing you up to high heavens everywhere. So, make me look smart here. Come out and show me something, because someone's going to have to do something, and I have to look, I think, towards the SMGs first and foremost if you're going to start finding success on the control, no matter what map it happens to be, but especially on Tuscan.
I think rightly so. I think Johnny is where you lean to, right? Everyone, I think, has had their moments. Scrap and Phantoms in the last series were fantastic. Dylan had that crazy opening there on the Berlin and closed out the Berlin hardpoint as well for you. And Johnny, with the #1 Slayer rating coming into playoffs at 94, you need to come out here and show us you can slay. Do what you were doing during the regular season, because if you don't, this could be a 3-0 for Texas Nation. They are already 2-0 up. They're not coming from the lower bracket here, so I think it's right to call on Johnny. He could be one of the players here that could change up how this story has been going here so far in the series.
I agree. Let's find out. The good news for UYU is you do start on defense, so come out and dominate. Give yourself an insurmountable life lead and then just get comfortable on the map. That would be, I think, what I'm looking towards here. But for Texas Nation, a lot of patience here as Nades will come to assist Kismet on his first blood. General and Brezzy follow up with 2 of their own, and it leaves Rex by himself. And he's kind of forced to have to contest this zone. Good for the first. Could he get a shot maybe on a General? No, not the case, but help has arrived. And as it does, Johnny takes out another 2, and there's an opportunity still to contest this A zone.
Call for Johnny. Comes in here with a couple of kills. A nice start. But it is still a first tick of progress secured for Texas Nation. Long-range shots from Brezzy, going to force off some of the players through A long. And now they're going to try to reevaluate, come through Church. Good timing there for Johnny. Finds another one after Havoc just dealt with 2. And, well, you have to deal with Havoc, and that is always a problem, isn't it? 3 in a row here for him, and he's got full Church control and can kind of bounce between either zone.
Yeah, good stuff, though, from Rex to make sure that third tick of progress at A never comes through. Texas Nation kind of, went to the buffet line and filled up the plate a little bit too tall, because they were going for a 2-2 split, looking for early progress at B, and they do get shut down, maybe a little bit overzealous and a little bit greedy there. So you got to make sure you confirm if you're Texas Nation this A zone, and with these eliminations, there is still the chance to do so, but that said, these players that are still left alive are not actually on the zone itself. Johnny, the last remaining defender, will fall. And now it's up to Phantoms to see, do you want to go for this? And it looks like the teammates will make the decision for him, as they're already backing up to B. The answer will be no, and 60 seconds will be added to the clock.
All right, a minute 40 here. Lives in favor of Texas Nation as they work through the back. Let's see what Scrap can do to try to hold it down. Church control will be theirs. And it's all about, can you flip out these spawns? Can you start to coordinate this attack? Because Havoc wins one there from the front. And they find the kill in the back. Now they can overwhelm the zone, try to see if they can sandwich it in a sense, but Phantoms does at least deal with one. Scrap deals with a second, so this is good recovery here for UIU.
Great recovery. And hey, here's the one other positive side to UIU. We've seen them on this map a number of different times look like they're about to get completely blown out of their defensive halves, and then they put together just a miracle hold of B. To the point where I really shouldn't even say miracle hold. It's just been a convincing hold. They will dominate this defensive zone around this B point. And we're starting to see signs of that here early. Rex trying to help out. A little bit of team shot coming into the mix, and that leaves Scrap by himself, but that might be all you need. Double for Scrap. Havoc down low, doesn't finish his kill, and that's 3 for Scrap, and that'll send Texas Nation packing as they have to reset up.
Oh, you really have to emphasize just how big of a moment that was right there for Scrap. Not only does he keep the spree alive for himself, but he basically, stops everyone here for Texas Nation from getting a setup around the point. Finds 3 of those kills. The third one he shouldn't have, but he does. And now maybe a chance for some streaks. Dylan will lose that battle versus Brezzy. But Scrap is still alive, and he's been able to find Kismet here as well. One off of earning that first one here for himself, and Johnny doing a bit of the dirty work, pressing forward, stopping Texas Nation from having any shot on winning this offense, but we'll see if they can get to the zone.
6 in a row for Scrap. Looking for streaks, not going to find it here as the time will expire, and UIU will exit their defensive half with a 4-life lead. And that B defense that we've seen from UIU has not really been cracked. I mean, even when we were watching 18 and Cracked play them on this map, it'd be like it would be 30-20 in life counts favoring the offense of 18 and Cracked, and UIU would still hold down 10 lives and having to kill off like 2 minutes worth of hardpoint time. So, I mean, their defense on B is definitely nothing to bite your nose at. Bite your nose, bite your thumb at.
Is that a thing?
Expression is.
We're making a lot of new ones. I like this.
Yeah.
Getting creative. Scrap. There it is. Glide is in. Johnny finds 2. How about this for an opening? Finding that pinch, pushing forward. Now you have some church control and Havoc. He's got to see if he can maybe do a little damage control here, but he's going to be cut down from Phantom. So UIU, they find the perfect opening here at the start of A. 2 ticks of progress are going to be in, but Kismet, he is here. You can coordinate with General, and they're going to be able to find a couple of kills so they can push.
Yeah, but there is that second tick of progress, so Kismet still putting together a bit of a streak. Scrap, who defaulted to the pistol, could only find 1, but that may be enough. Help from Phantoms comes through, and that will allow UIU off spawn to get onto the A zone, start coming over to that 3rd tick of progress. Good kills will allow them to secure it. So now Texas Nation, set up your stand here around bunks and radio. You've got 2 minutes to kill off and 22 lives apiece to potentially get this defense in the mix. But UIU waiting very clinically, making their way from the north side of the map. But Havoc is on the flank. Pistol will be good for Scrap. SMG now in hand. Opportunity for more around the corner, but Phantoms deals with it, and UIU will gain control over Church.
All right, so they're going to be able to get into radio here. Kismet, he's not ready for the push to come through top Church. And now 4 in a row for Phantoms. And remember, Scrap does have streaks to work with here if they want to use them at any given point. It's just a matter of will they use them now? Phantoms, Spidey senses tingling, knows someone's pinching, will be able to shrug off Kismet, but from the side, it's been Brezzy in general that basically locked down the rest of the members here. So Phantoms, sure, you can try to play for your streaks, but it's not going to happen. They're going to flush him out, and now you're down to about 1:15 as the next push about to commence here for UIU.
Has to wait, though. You need to get this Church control back. And this is that point where things start to get a little bit dangerous. When you're just going kill for kill, life for life, you're not really getting any setups to actually attack this B zone. That's where things become very difficult. Because not only do they have no room to work with, but look at number 4 in Kismet. He's already completely cleared off this backside roof. So Texas Nation will know that this hit is largely coming from the north side of the map. And as they spawn up, you have to feel like all those arrows will be in a position to try to watch this. But here comes the cut. UIU across from Church, up top in towards bunks. Now an opportunity to get on towards B, but the problem is Kismet is behind this entire play.
And Kismet will lose the battle. Scrap, nice read, but will he read Brezzy? Brezzy comes in and gets out with his life. That's the key part of that.
God.
And Havoc pinches for 2. The teamwork, the assists. We've been hyping it up for a reason, and we're seeing why. As it's Texas Nation that put themselves in a spot where they should be able to lock this round up. One last good attempt coming in here for UIU.
And it has to find success on both fronts. You can't just do it from one side or the other. Texas Nation is already kind of set up on the high ground. So even if this player on the back gets to the zone, they will have a very difficult time finding the fights to those players on the elevated surfaces. So Rex, last one left, won't get there. And Texas Nation put together a solid defense of their own around the B site. Relatively level in the life count, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So we got ourselves a really dead even game right now.
Yeah, a dead even game indeed. Very close throughout the board, and Havoc isn't taking over. It's not like he's 24 kills already or anything crazy like that. He's been able to match it. Scrap having a pretty solid go here so far here, 14-10, and he has been the clutch factor many times before for UYU, no matter the game mode. But offense, again, let's see what Texas Nation decide to do. Havoc's always kind of playing this island type of play style, and I think he knows there's a second here. Will he be able to finesse? Oh, he gets some of his health back. Scrap's got to challenge him. Good finesse there from Havoc. Gets a read on 2 players, and while this happens, Texas Nation, they're getting some good work done around the 8-point.
Yeah, just an unbelievable amount of distraction coming from Havoc. Just kind of continuing to play with that doorway. Brezzy will have the last word, at least for a time here over towards A. Cooks up a nade, not able to fully get that off before Johnny gets the kill. And Rex, who's on the hunt, dude. Havoc is just moving. It's like he's moving 15% faster than the rest of the lobby right now. Completely slipped upstairs, made the jump happen. Brezzy also kind of getting some pressure of his own as he was able to at least make the play back through mid. Now turning his attention up top to A. And between both of them, it just feels like the speed coming through for Texas Nation is not being rivaled. Here's that well jump that you're talking about, though not executed perfectly, so Johnny will have to take the long route around. But will he actually be able to do anything with this position? Because the second tick of progress at A is gone, and the rest of UYU do look like they want to try to hit this, but Havoc denies the flank, and that will also lead to a full 60 capture.
Yeah, right place, right time. And look, what does he do? He backs all the way up, deals with Johnny. So 2 players are going to drop, and this already kind of sets up the foundation for the push into B, where you have 3 of your players working through the back, exiting off the A zone, and Havoc has found one from the front. This is what you want here when you're trying to attack on Tuscan control. It's a clean feed here for Texas Nation, and they should be able to get maybe some progress on the point.
Hop at the kills coming through for UYU, still allowing them a chance to fight back. These trades are not good enough for Texas Nation. They've got a 5-life lead and more than enough time. You need to see them slow down just a touch. Use Havoc's position as kind of a home base to set up where this next step's going to come from. If you can get church control, even better. And a scrap will fall. Now it's a little bit of a attack on 2 fronts here for the side of Texas Nation. Havoc going to rejoin his comrades down low over through bunks. Johnny there to meet him, though. A big elimination as UYU continue to hold with just 1:10 left on the clock.
Brezzy finds that first one, but will it really ignite anything? They're kind of just waiting for Kismet to make this play, and they have found Scrap. They're not blocking the spawn. Kismet wants to try to help his teammates get through, and he finds another big win there onto Phantoms. That first tick of progress could potentially come in here. No one from UYU going to be around the point, and now the streak's coming through for Scrap, and it sets up a double for Dylan Rex, but you still have to deal with the player in the back of the spawn. Some numbers going to be lost in Johnny with a big win on the General. That slows things down considerably now for the side of Texas Nation.
And it also means that you've got more security in your life count, too, because 8 lives of 30 seconds is not necessarily a guarantee. You've got to be clean. And this is a nice advanced angle from Phantoms. Deals with Kismet, kills extra time off the clock. This nade will delay a little bit longer. Brezzy, General, around the corner. Team shots coming through. General can do nothing but fall after he found the initial trade. And with 14 seconds on the clock, UYU down about nearly double the lives. Playing up against like an 8 versus 15. Looking good to hold. If they can just get one more set of kills. Here comes Havoc. Nothing there. And that'll be it. UYU will lose the life lead just a touch, but the defense more than appreciated.
There was a lot of really close moments. I mean, despite losing out the round, I feel like Texas Nation did put themselves in a couple of winning situations where they might have had enough to be able to kind of influence the spawns in the back. But, Kismet kind of at one moment wanted to come and reinforce to allow his teammates to push through. And that's kind of the thing about the spawns and the movement here in Vanguard, where you get back out of the map very quickly, and a couple of players, hitting that pinch through mid-alley stops the rest of the players coming off spawn here from the offensive side. So here we go. Round number 4, UYU. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here for us. Nice win onto 1. Shots come through up top, and Phantoms on the 3 spree at the moment won't commit to the challenge. However, it is going to be that first tick of progress 1 there from Scrap. Finds that battle, and now they can work towards the second.
But Havoc, the one player that could potentially foil this setup, finds the kill mid-map, but that'll be all he grabs. Johnny becoming a bit of a problem in the backline. Texas Nation eventually flush him out and deal with it, but it comes at the cost of 2 ticks of progress here at A. And with these kills coming out, you probably have to chalk it, and, well, yeah, that'll likely be the case. Havoc had already committed forward, but he will rethink this as he lost too many of his teammates. Extra 60 on the clock, and 2 minutes and 15 seconds here for UYU with Phantoms on 4. You got to play for streaks here, I feel like, first and foremost. Even a strafing run would be fine, just to help clear a little bit of space around this B zone.
And wow, what a defensive setup out back here. General and Kismet, like, they know UYU have been flooding through after they capture A, and Havoc even wraps around here beautifully for a double. Phantoms does find one, but Havoc is tracking him down, and Havoc will be able to find yet another one. Good shots here, as it's going to be a good setup now for the side of Texas Nation. Off the back end of Havoc finding multiple kills, and UYU, they have to start all over here again from step one.
Yeah, sure do. Havoc able to catch just the shoulder of Johnny before he trailed back to make sure Bunks stays safe. Rex and Phantoms here. Cousins by blood. Brothers in battle. Looking for an opportunity maybe to open up more space here as you do get a bit of a pinch help from Scrap. The problem is Brezzy is locking down Patio, though he has fired a lot of shots here, so he doesn't have a lot of a mag to work with, but still makes use of it. Johnny for the eventual trade, but here comes the rest of Texas Nation defense. Kismet looking for the pinch, denied. Havoc in the same spot, pushed back just a touch. UYU have made their play forward, but can they find the next set of kills that they're going to need to actually get onto the zone? And Havoc will say absolutely not.
Man.
Double for Colt, and UYU caught in no man's land, and they will all fall except for Phantoms.
Phantoms actually finds 3 here in the feed, and he'll keep this alive. This is so big, and almost finds the 4th, but he doesn't have his teammates with him. If he maybe waits for a second, there's a shot, but it's now going to be desperation. 11 lives across the board here for both of these squads. Still 40 seconds left. Johnny, what can he do? Stun check is good here. Information is in. Able to find himself one, but still waiting for his teammates to wrap around the back. They're going to have to deal with General. He's got a massive role to play in the back right now.
Johnny actually has snuck a little bit further forward past these defenders inside of Radio. So as General tries to push back a 1v3, he eventually gets naded. Johnny now making his play. He gets a kill up front. It's just down to Brezzy, the last defender left, and he has to keep his life here. 20 seconds of the clock, 8 plays 11, and Dylan actually turns around to re-wrap back. Good kills coming from UYU. First tick of progress is in, but Texas Nation have cleared the zone for now. Time becoming a bit of a problem, and then the streak from Havoc actually takes down 2. One more player to deal with from UYU. It's Scrap on the point, and Texas Nation have the benefit of the clock as they find the kill.
Yeah, it looks like we should be going to a round number 5 here. Good stuff coming out, but Johnny gonna give it one last go. General is there for the read. It was looking good for a moment, but it's Havoc with the streak. Allen finds the double, shuts it down, takes control of P5 to cut off any spawners here on the attacking side. And what did I say in round 1? At least Havoc doesn't have 20-odd kills. And what does he have now? He's got 33 kills. So he is here, ready to play. And defending will, in fact, be Texas Nation. Pressure back on UYU here in round 5 to stay alive.
Oh, boy. If Tuscan is Texas Nation's proverbial Alamo, Havoc is 100% Davy Crockett. You probably get none of that reference. It's fine, Austin. I know you're Canadian. Just let us United States of Americans appreciate that, okay?
Okay.
But for UYU, already progress here at the A zone. First tick locked. Havoc looking for a bit of a pinch, but wants to wait for help from the front. And it's just the timing of this is just so key. I mean, you had Scrap who was trying to watch for this play, but the good news is Phantoms and Scrap both come together to clear out the front, and Havoc's whole play off the pinch is largely just denied by the instant success that UYU have here in the third tick of progress.
We'll be able to have one player on B, and off screen, Brezzy did find Dylan Rex. So no real progress here on the B zone. You don't get the first tick, just get a little bit of progression, and now it's Johnny coming off the spawn. But UYU, they do have 2 minutes across clock. It's just about dealing with these players in these corners like this, and Kismet needs to be traded there. Brezzy found 2 on the other side, and now UYU, they are pinned in the back of the map. This is a very scary moment for them to be in.
Oh, this is the worst possible position because now Kismet's on 4. Holding off not just where these respawns are coming from, but even if they try to avoid him, he could hit the pinch very quickly, and oh boy, no. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. UYU, minute 35 in the clock, but down 10 lives, only 14 to play with, and Kismet's still in the middle of the map. 6 in a row for Papa Kiz. And UYU, this is the definition of forcing a round peg into a square hole. They're making their way around the back, and they do not have the freedoms or the day pass to make that play happen. It's down to just 11 lives. Not good news for UYU.
No, it's not. Johnny would have to do something spectacular to see if he can try to get his teammates across the map. And they are searching, they are looking, and they will find him. Johnny is down 9 lives, playing up against 20 here. UYU. This is gonna have to be flawless. Perfect. You need to find kills. It's got to be a clean 3-4 down without losing numbers here on this push.
Yeah, we said that before. We'll see if they can find a way to do this again. First kill, good. Second one coming through, but the transfer onto the third will not be there. Kismet, feeling the pressure, says, let me just go ahead and pull out the streak. That will actually find nobody off the spawn. Thought it was going to be able to land right in the back pocket of Rex. So UYU do get on the zone. Phantom's locking down this church staircase. Deals with Kismet, survives through the nade. Not again! It's surely not going to happen again. First tick of progress is done. General able to keep the defense alive. Last 4 lives for UYU, and Phantom's trying to stay alive in the zone for as long as possible. Eventually gets bounced out. And now for Johnny, what do you got? The answer, nothing. It's a 13v2. It's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time here. Texas Nation, they might be your champions. Scrap does win a battle here onto General, but Havoc finds Dylan Rex. Scrap versus the world. He'll find 2, but it's not enough. Texas Nation, they might have won map 5 yesterday in the winners final, but today it is a clean sweep in the grand final, a 3-0, as they are your Stage 1 North American Challenge Elite champions.
Never a question in this series. Really wasn't. I mean, the only real tight tally that we're going to have is the opening hard point, because UYU once again started to put together a little bit of a comeback like we had seen them do versus Whatever It Takes. But the control, round 5, defense was clean in the 5th round. Defense was clean pretty much all the way through. That was a start to finish Texas Nation display. Flat out. They come off of not just this win, but I believe they had won the last Challengers Cup as well. So, I mean, they're definitely hitting a hot streak right here early on in the Vanguard year. Big congratulations, but, dude, just Havoc. Like, as much as we could sit here and just congratulate the whole roster, put Havoc on the highest of mountains, because, goodness, what a series from him.
That's right. I mean, you said it. It's nothing to take away from any of these guys. Everyone showed up. Everyone was able to pull their weight. But there was something a little bit different here about Colt Havoc in this grand final. He put up some ridiculous numbers. We take a look at the bracket here as well to see this entire journey that Texas Nation have accomplished. And it's a 3-2 victory, coming away with what was a reverse sweep right in the very first round.
Yeah.
And then going all the way to a round 11. Map number 5 versus UYU yesterday. Colt Havoc, again, the one that finds the ace in the final round and the 2-piece at the end of the round to get them into the grand final. And here, they have clearly corrected their mistakes. They have looked over the VOD, and they come out here swinging with a hot 3-0 victory.
Just from start to finish, man. So many brilliant moments on this run. But yeah, I mean, the only thing we didn't catch on stream from this perspective was that reverse sweep. I mean, I remember being just completely baffled, looking over and seeing the scores update on our sheet saying Whatever It Takes us up 2-0 versus Texas Nation. What is happening over there? And then the next thing you know, they're in a map 5, they win that. And it's just like, oh, okay. Oh, man. The 2-3-5 yesterday, I think, really kind of gave us the idea that if Texas Nation is winning series off of the searches and controls, they're going to figure out the small hiccups they had on hardpoint. I mean, this team was the best hardpoint team from start to finish in North American Challengers, not only by average differential and win-loss record, but also just off of how much team help they were getting. You knew that there was going to be like, okay, one thing went wrong, we'll fix that, we'll be good. This team looked terrifying coming into today, and they will haunt dreams, I think, after they go and have their little celebration on the win today.
Yeah, I mean, big celebration here for these guys that have just been working so hard and just been putting their heads down and just doing what they do best, man. Play Call of Duty at the highest level. And did they ever come up here and show it throughout playoffs, throughout the regular season, through the last cups, you name it. I mean, they have been, the team right now in North American Challengers to beat. And UYU, unfortunately, not enough in the tank, but definitely have to give a lot of credit to these guys. It's the first time we've seen Johnny, right, coming into Challengers, his rookie year. He had an incredible showing throughout this entire stage 1. He gets to a second place finish here alongside Scrap, who ends off the year in a really rough situation. You have Dylan Rex, that has not been talked about enough, alongside Phantoms, that came together, made this roster work. They have been the core 4 that I think you do have to look out for going into these future stages. Not enough to be able to get the dub today, but nonetheless still put up a great fight.
$20,000, the purse for first place, 10 grand for UIU. And yeah, as much as this 3-0 is going to have us ringing from ear to ear about this Texas Nation team, really this UIU team looked really, really solid this stage. I mean, not only off the fact that they were able to get themselves into a 3-way tiebreaker after the groups, but they did it while not winning a single hard point versus those other playoff teams. They went 4-8
right.
in hard point and still tied for first. Unbelievable stuff. So, you know, commiserations for them, but your stage 1 champions out of the North American region, Texas Nation. We'll have to see you guys next time around. Stage 2 qualifiers to come next. You're not going to want to miss that, because we're going to have the same 4 automatically qualified, but a new 4 potentially on the docket for us. And who will possibly find a way to take down Havoc and Texas Nation? We'll find out in stage 2.
Came for, been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.